This is Audible.
Silent as the Dead. DCI Brendan Moran. Book 4. Written by Scott Hunter. Narrated by Aubrey Parsons. Prologue. They found him. I take it you've been informed already. Yes, sir, I'm aware. I try to make myself comfortable. The chair's hard and I'm tired. Of course I've been informed. They found him all right. What was left of him. I licked my lips, looked down at my new trainers. There's a scuff on the right toe. Probably did that against the bar footrest. LK was one of our best, the man said behind the desk. They always refer to us by our initials. Never a name, safer that way. Anyway, I've no quarrel with what the guy just said. LK was one of the best. Was? The man fiddles with a pale meerschaum pipe, taps the bowl, takes out a pipe cleaner. Can't smoke the damn thing in here, sad to say. Best I can do is a spot of maintenance. No answer to that. Sometimes I have to put a smoke on if I'm on ops, but I never inhale. Pipes, smoking, mug's game, if you ask me. So I just shrug. Yeah, of course. Am I supposed to smile? He carries on with the pipe. After a bit he looks up. You knew him pretty well, JC, is that right? He has one of them old BBC voices, like you used to hear on Radio 4. Still do sometimes. Toffs, the lot of them. Well, no, I said I have to be careful. He might be a toff, but he's not stupid. Couple of years? Yeah, I nod. Couple of years, the man repeats. Long enough to know someone pretty well. I suppose. I scratch my head. Hopefully this won't take long. We've been through a full debrief already, but I guess this was coming. LK blew it. And for someone who'd been around the block as many times as he had, that was worth a few questions from higher up the food chain. I've only ever met this guy once before, just after they recruited me. I was fresh out of the army back then, cocky as hell. Maybe that's what they liked about me. Or it might have been my photographic memory. He's looking at me, waiting for an answer. We used to banter a bit, yeah, I say. LK was solid. Truth is, I feel crap about it. About what I had to do. But I need the money. LK knew the risks. He could have got himself out. I thought he would. But Black's bodyguards, once they were sure, they were right on the money. They didn't give LK a chance. That Nile guy, he's a right psycho. The way the corner of the pub cleared and tables emptied, the regulars knew who the visitors were, all right. I hope I don't need to drink with Nile again in a hurry. Probably have to, though. He's close to Black. What do you think happened, JC? The man asks, all quiet-like, as if he was asking me about the weather or something. I'm ready for this question. I look him in the eye. Simple. They sussed him. Maybe he got careless. It only takes the smallest thing to blow your cover. He was a painter decorator, right? That was the scam. So he had the white van outside, paint on his hands and hair, all that. But these guys are good. They know when something's wrong, some detail. Maybe they felt his radio as they brushed past him. Maybe they didn't like the way he drank. Maybe he paid for his drinks with a £20 note instead of change. I shrugged. Could be anything. The smallest detail out of place. That's the game we play. He's quiet for a bit. Then he gets busy with the pipe again. Quite so, he says after a while. The smallest detail. He sighs, puts the pipe down. They tortured him, you know, JC. Keep cool. Don't think about it. Maintain eye contact. But I'll spare you the details. Chap like you has enough on his plate. You mustn't dwell on it. I'm sure you did your best. Time to toe the line. Sounds like he's finished. Hope I've done enough to convince him. Yes, sir. You'll catch up with these people. Last night's setback is just that. They may have won the battle, but they haven't won the war yet, not by a long chalk. Whatever they're planning, I have every confidence you'll come up trumps. We'll do our best, sir. I'm sure you will. Will there be anything else? Not for the time being, JC, thank you. Sir, I'm on my feet and at the door. I'm knackered. It's been a long night. Suddenly he calls me back. I stop, half in, half out. Look back. He's smiling. Thanks for everything you do, JC. Take care of yourself, won't you? I can't afford to lose any more of my best. Sir. The corridor's empty. I lean on the wall, my shirt sticking to my back. I feel sick to my stomach. But looks like I got away with it. For now. Chapter 1. The salt-laden breeze hit him like a slap in the face. Nowhere else smelled like this. And for sure, nowhere else felt like this. DCI Brendan Moran watched the land approach, only subconsciously aware of the noise of the ferry engines, the crashing of doors, and bustle of passengers. He took a deep breath and went below. 20 minutes later, the port was behind him, and he was heading west on the N25. The plan was to arrive at his destination by tomorrow, mid-afternoon at the latest. At least, that's what he told Donald. Moran didn't mind either way. If he was half a day out, so be it. This trip was off the record, and by the time he got there, if what Donald had told him was to be believed, the trail would have been cold for over a fortnight. And when it came to abduction, a cold trail was a poor starting point. If it was abduction. Moran hadn't said as much on the phone, but it could just as easily be murder. Or suicide. He pulled into a service station. The engine was sucking air after the long journey through Wales to Fishguard. He filled the tank till the pump clicked. He needed all the fuel he could get. Driving as he was, to a tiny village on the Dingle Peninsula, about as far west as you could go. Moran grabbed a sandwich, paid, smiled to himself at the cashier's accent, and got back on the road. After an uncomfortably early start, he intended to find a B&B somewhere near Yole and catch up on his sleep. He wasn't getting any younger, and journeys like this took it out of him in a way he found annoying and slightly alarming. Funny how the small things that never used to matter seemed to get under your skin after you'd hit 50. Or 50-something, he grudgingly conceded. But certain things had always annoyed him. Like being followed. Moran glanced in his rear view a second time, just to be sure. The Passat was still there, about the same distance behind him as before. Moran wasn't doing much over 55. It could have overtaken any time. Time to put his commitment to the test. Moran floored the accelerator. It took a heartbeat for the Passat to respond, but respond it did, closing the gap and maintaining the same distance as before. A lay-by appeared a few hundred meters ahead. Moran checked his mirror and slammed on the brakes. The Passat sailed past in the fast lane as Moran dragged his vehicle off the road, tyres screeching in protest. He had just a second to clock the Passat. Two guys, the passenger bearded, heavy-set, looking his way. Couldn't see the driver. Moran let the engine idle. Paranoia? He waited 4, maybe 5 minutes before rejoining the dual carriageway in the wake of a passing Guinness lorry. Moran settled himself a few car lengths behind and chewed on his sandwich. Not for the first time, he questioned the wisdom of agreeing to Donald's request. It had felt risky from the start. But that's probably why you agreed in the first place, Brendan. The service station was 20 minutes behind him, before he caught sight of the Passat again, easing itself into its customary position. Observation, Moran decided. That's what these guys were about. They had plenty of opportunity to run him off the road, sidle up to him at the service station, bundle him into the boot or whatever else they might have intended. As it was, they seemed content just to keep him in view, which was okay with Moran. They were going to have a boring 24 hours. What with him stopping over and all. Moran resolved to find an opportunity to make life more interesting for them, should such an opportunity present itself. Casting an occasional glance in the rear view to check the Passat's position, Moran turned his mind to more pressing concerns. The front-runner being how he was going to cope with meeting his late fiancée's family for the first time in years. This was something that had been worrying him since Donald's phone call. Sure, dealing with the reality of Janice's murder was no longer as intolerable and ruinous as it had been in the early days. Nowadays, it was more of a distant ache. But nevertheless, an ache that didn't take much prompting to flare up. A date on the calendar, a whiff of perfume, a song on the radio. These were the minutiae waiting to derail him. Small things, big impact. And there was the Hannigan's attitude towards him to take into consideration too. Donald had always, albeit irrationally, blamed Moran for his sister's death. It went something like this. The bomb had been intended for Moran. Therefore, if he'd never existed, Janice wouldn't have gone anywhere near the car. Moran got that. Donald's thinking was an inevitable consequence of post-traumatic what-if syndrome, and Moran had engaged in plenty of that himself. What if they hadn't changed their plans that day? What if he'd sent Janice home as he'd originally intended? What if he'd decided to drive himself to the meeting instead of walking? What if he'd never suggested she take his car to save herself a soaking? What if it hadn't rained that afternoon? And so on and so on. Moran took a deep breath. There was Janice's sister, Gilles, to consider as well. What did she think these days? As far as he knew, Gilles still lived in London, and he'd not seen her for years. Just Donald for the moment, then. He let his breath out in a long sigh. The first few hours would present the greatest challenge. Just get through those, Brendan, and then the next hour, and the one after that. He tapped the radio button, checked for the Passat's by now almost reassuring presence, and fixed his speed at 60. The music did its distraction thing, and he settled into the rhythm of the road, humming the tunes he knew and tapping his fingers on the steering wheel to the ones he didn't. It passed the time, and he found himself entering a trance-like state as the car sped westwards. Moran toyed with the idea of pressing on towards Cork, but it was getting late, and he didn't fancy curb-crawling in the dark in search of a half-decent B&B. He turned off the N25, followed the signs to Ardmore. His buddies in the Passat were almost taken unawares, but they made the turn in time and settled for a 30-mile-an-hour unhurried, we're-taking-in-the-sights sort of pursuit, which seemed to confirm Moran's earlier assessment of their intentions. 30 minutes later, he had found a B&B with a sea view, a pleasant, if talkative landlady, an opportunity for high tea, and a bedroom with a picture window. It was one of many boarding houses dotted along the coast road, but Moran had selected this one not for its ambience, but for the fact that there was nowhere for the Passat to lurk while he was in residence. It was a pleasant evening, if a little chilly, and after he'd excused himself, he took a stroll down to the beach. As the sun sank, he thought about Janice and the life they might have had. When the tide began to lick his boots, he retraced his steps. Over to his left, towards the edge of the car park by the toilet block, the Passat was one of the 3 remaining cars. An empty windscreen, gazing sightlessly out to sea. Chapter 2. Moran would never have claimed to be one of nature's early risers. But the following morning he felt an unexpected lightness of heart. Something to do, perhaps, with his midnight visit to the beach car park, where he had used a pair of steel clippers to sever the ignition coil wire on the Passat's distributor cap. He'd been right about his shadows. Once they'd figured he was settled for the night, they'd only had a couple of entertainment options: the car or the local bar. Moran put his money on the bar. After all, he'd gone out of his way to create the impression that he was in for the night. Nevertheless, he'd been quick with his sabotage. To have been caught in flagrante wouldn't have been a great idea, not with him being a copper and all. The Garda would have taken a dim view, but everything had gone to plan. His only real worry had been the landlady, whom he suspected would have taken an equally dim view of a guest creeping about during the night. However, Mrs. Keene had proved herself a heavy sleeper, and his clandestine exit and re-entry passed without incident. It was in this happier frame of mind that Morgan rejoined the N25 and pointed the car towards Cork. He reckoned it would take most of the morning for the Passat guys to source a new ignition coil, and by that time he would be way west. They'd no doubt track him down eventually, but by then he would have figured out who he was dealing with. Know your enemy. Who had said that? Moran racked his brain. Some Chinese warlord, maybe? Well, it was damn good advice. Know their strengths, know their weaknesses. Traffic began to thin after Cork, and the towns and the villages he passed through were quiet and nondescript. A bar, a church, the houses mostly grey-rendered and run down, but a few picked out in vibrant yellow, blue or red. An attempt, Moran suspected, to bring a little colour into routine, unremarkable lives. By the time he'd passed Killarney, Moran was beginning to miss the Passat's companionship. It had given him something else to think about. Its absence meant that his mind inevitably found its way back to the late 70s, and once again, there the film began to roll without any further prompting. A last-minute arrangement to meet Janice for lunch. The deferment of a meeting until later in the afternoon. They laugh, make plans. Chicken sandwiches and a glass of orange juice for him. For her, smoked salmon salad and a baby sham. She's wearing a cord jacket and a silk scarf picked out in autumnal colours. Her hair is loose, full of sun. They leave the pub and the bright morning has succumbed to grey. A light rain beginning to fall as they walk arm in arm to the car, parked just up the road near the local butcher's. A sudden thought. Why don't you take the car? Save you getting soaked. I've only to visit number 36 just up the road. Meet you at your ma's tonight. I'll get the bus, no problem. The kiss. Watch her walk to the white Cortina. A cheap old banger, all he could afford on a junior Garda's salary, just a few hundred yards away. She turns, smiles, waves. They'll be married in 3 months. He watches her unlock the car, get in. Smiling, he turns away. Then comes the blast of hot air, driving him back, sending him sprawling. Shock, confusion. What just happened? He rolls, dazed. Now he's on all fours. He turns his head, and the sight which greets his eyes is impossible to process. Flames, smoke, drifting flakes of upholstery settling on wet tarmac like fiery butterflies. The car! The car! Oh, God! Oh, God, no! Please, God, no! A lorry sounded its horn, jolting Moran back to the present. He moved over. The lorry overtook. The driver glared. He raised his hand apologetically. Coffee, that's what he needed. Moran opened the window. Cool diesel-laced air circulated, and he breathed it in deeply. Get a grip, Moran. You're not even there yet. He pulled over at the next cafe and bought a bitter, cheap coffee. He sat in the window, watched the rain. Even now, 35 years later, it was still too soon to come home. "You're looking well, Brendan. The years have been kind," Donald Hannigan said, handing Moran a half-filled tumbler of Irish. "I mean it. England must suit you." Moran accepted the glass and raised it. "You're not looking so bad yourself, Donald. Good health." "And to you." Donald raised his glass in response. He was a thick-set, ruddy-faced man of around Moran's own age. A life in hill farming had hardened him to the elements, and he carried a little excess weight. His hair was grey but thick and abundant, as was his beard, which he wore longer than Thames Valley fashion would prescribe. "My only trouble is the knee," he told Moran, "but I'll have a little op soon to put that right. When all this is blown over." "Tell me what happened," Moran said. "Everything you can remember from your last conversation with Anya." The fire sparked in the grate as Donald began to speak, hesitantly at first, and then, as he warmed to his theme, more confidently. He spoke about his relationship with his wife, the early years when strong opinions and optimistic idealism had prompted many an explosive argument, when political passion had all but wrecked their passion for each other. But things had mellowed with the passing of time, and inevitably the demands of a young family had prompted a reprioritization. Old contacts fell by the wayside. The farm prospered. Ireland moved on, and the Hannigans moved with it. "The thing is, Brendan," Donald said, placing his empty glass carefully on the polished occasional table next to his armchair, "she's been so happy these last few years." Donald shook his head. "I can't see that she'd have any reason to just up and leave as she's done." "From what I remember of Anya, she always knew her own mind," Moran said. "So if there were problems, issues, whatever, once she'd made a decision, she'd more than likely—" "We're all right, Brendan," Donald interrupted. "Let's get that straight, the two of us. Now the kids are grown and doing their own thing, well, not Patrick maybe, we get on just fine. The only stuff we argue about these days is whether to watch Gogglebox or Strictly." Moran laughed. "I wouldn't know what either of those are. Donald, look, I don't want to pry, but you've asked me here for a specific reason. The Garda have come up with zilch." Moran spread his hands. "So I just need to know, well, how things are, that's all." Donald nodded. "Sure. I'm a little oversensitive just now, as you can imagine." "It's been over 3 weeks?" 24 days. Moran nodded. Donald suddenly looked tired, worn out. He was a year younger than Moran, but recent events had clearly taken their toll. "Hello!" The lounge door swung open. "Padraig, you're back." Donald was on his feet. "Here's the lad keeping the wolf from the door." Donald smiled broadly. "Padraig, this is my very old friend, Brendan Moran." Moran extended his hand. Patrick's grip was dry and firm. "The policeman! Dad told me he called for you." "I'm here as a friend, Patrick," Moran said. "Sure you are. You're going to find out what happened to Ma when the Garda have been all over every inch of this country and found nothing." "Patrick," Donald began. Moran raised his hand. "It's all right. You've had a stressful time, I understand." "Oh, you do? Padraig, please." "I hear you're doing a grand job on the farm," Moran said, as Donald placed a pacifying hand on his son's shoulder. Padraig shrugged. "Nothing that Dad hasn't been doing for a lifetime." "You're damn good at it, Padraig. You've a better feel for it than I ever had." Donald clapped his son on the arm. Padraig was an inch or two taller than his father, with reddish-brown hair as thick and abundant as Donald's. As Moran had feared, there was more than a trace of his late aunt in the contours of the young man's face. Something about the way his mouth turned up slightly at the corners, the almost delicate flare of his nostrils, the colour of his eyes, somewhere between grey and green. Padraig moved towards the door. "I'll away and put the quad to bed for the night. I'll not be wanting any tea, Da. I'll be at O'Neill's if you want me." The door closed, and Padraig was gone. Moran heard the roar of the quad bike's engines receding into the distance. "Oh, I'm sorry." Donald stood by the fireplace, empty tumbler in hand. "He's taking Anya's disappearance hard. He's looking for someone to blame, and that'll be me." Donald covered his eyes and lowered his head. His mouth formed a thin line. After a moment he said, "Well, I'm sorry." Moran took Donald's shoulders and gripped them firmly. "Listen to me, Donald. We'll get to the bottom of this, I promise. I'll have a wee wander about tomorrow. Maybe I'll hear things you're not party to. Now come away into that fine kitchen of yours and I'll show you how to make a mixed grill you'll remember for years to come." Donald ran a hand through his hair, took a steadying breath and grinned. "For all the right reasons, I'm hoping." Moran encouraged the laughter that followed, all the more so because he knew it was unlikely to last. Chapter 3. Moran woke suddenly. For a brief moment he had no idea where he was, but the wooden beams above his bed provided the first clue, and the gentle lowing of a cow outside the small window the second. He'd slept well, a pleasant surprise. Moran lay on his back and wondered where to begin. Locally was the obvious answer. The outskirts, the outer strands of the spider's web. He knew from experience that it only required a small agitation of the appropriate thread to bring the bigger insect, or insects, scuttling. The trick was not to be stuck in place when they did. He eased himself into an upright position with a short groan and performed the daily leg massage routine before committing his weight to the bare boards of the guest bedroom. He'd managed to wean himself off the stick a few months back, contrary to his physio's advice. But then Moran had never been much good at taking advice. Besides, it felt better not having to rely on what D.I. Charlie Pepper laughingly referred to as his third leg. Nearly 3 years had passed since the explosion at Charnford Abbey, which had almost claimed his life. It didn't seem possible. Where had the time gone? In the dustbin of history, Brendan, my lad. That's where it all goes. Downstairs he found a note from Donald explaining how best to use various kitchen appliances and letting him know that he and Padraig would be out for most of the day. Moran also found a table laid for breakfast and a cosy atmosphere, courtesy of the ancient range, the heart of the farmhouse. Moran remembered sitting in almost this exact spot when the farm had belonged to Donald's late parents. The ghost of those earlier generations, of which he had been a part, moved quietly around him, their spirits as tangible as the farmhouse walls. There was Mrs. Hannigan, apron-clad by the range, stirring a homemade stock and toasting muffins for the teenagers. Over there was a young lad, Donald, and next to him his sisters Galash and Janice, while over there by the back door Moran himself had lingered, the awkwardness of adolescence tripping his tongue. "Are yous coming in or staying out in the cold, young Brendan?" Mrs. Hannigan teased. "I'm coming in if that's all right, Mrs. H." Moran heard himself speak aloud. "I'm thinking young Janice will be pleased to hear that, so I am," Mrs. Hannigan's ghost replied. Moran sat at the table and allowed the images to disperse in their own time. Pinching the bridge of his nose between thumb and forefinger, he squeezed his eyes tightly shut. "Come on, Brendan. Keep it together." He helped himself to a slice of bread, which he then set about toasting by means of the intriguingly designed range toaster. Pleased with the results, he fried an egg to go with it. A pot of fresh coffee had already been prepared, and he helped himself to 2 mugs in quick succession. Pleasantly caffeinated, he sat at the broad breakfast table and considered his itinerary. It was time to agitate the first thread. The path down to the beach was a cross between a walk and a skate. Loose stones beneath his feet and the restrictions of a damaged leg made Moran question the wisdom of his descent on several balance-challenging occasions. But he wanted to feel the wind on his face, to assess the land from the shore, order his thoughts. The beach seemed a good starting point. The path petered out, and he found himself on even ground. The beach was deserted, the tide coming in. He walked past rocky outcrops onto an expanse of sand slicked with pools of sky-reflecting salt water. The temperature was moderate, a mild autumn for the Wild West coast. It was a haunted landscape, and it was all too easy to believe the local legends and mysteries, of which there were many. The story of Jenny McLennan came to mind. She had lived on this very stretch of coastline with her invalid husband. He a shell-shocked veteran of the First World War, she a frontline nurse traumatized by her experiences of the Western Front. Here, apparently, amid the beauty and tranquility, she had cold-bloodedly murdered her friend, Orla Benjamin, the wife of a senior War Cabinet official. McLennan had protested her innocence right up to the end, however, citing the ghost of a long-dead landowner as the perpetrator of a crime which had fascinated and horrified the nation in equal measure. And then there had been the policeman. Keefe, was it? Who had disappeared under mysterious circumstances whilst continuing to pursue the murder investigation post-retirement. He had apparently never believed Jenny McLennan capable of murder, and had spent the last years of his life in an obsessive quest to find the truth. A haunted landscape indeed. Moran dug his hands deeper into his coat pockets and looked out to sea, where the humps of the Blasket Islands rose from the water like a school of primeval monsters. Uninhabited since the late 50s, the islands were raw and inhospitable. You could get a ferry over to have a look if you fancied it. Maybe he'd do that later in the week. Beyond Great Blasket, one or two grey hulls broke the distant line of the horizon. Passing trade from America, no doubt, en route to who knew where. The coastline had seen them all. Viking warships, Spanish Armada remnants, wallowing oil tankers, distant convoys, U-boats, ships which just disappeared. Like the policeman. Like Anya Hannigan. He walked along the line of the incoming tide, maintaining a short distance from the foaming water, and thought about Anya. Strong-minded, fiery, self-sufficient, capable, not the disappearing type. Abducted, then? Or absconded with a lover? Both unlikely scenarios. Donal and Anya were, although an odd match in some ways, devoted to each other as far as he knew. And as Donal had told him last night, all was well between them, apparently. The church was visible from his wide vantage point on the beach, as he had known it would be. The old stone building had changed little, although closer inspection would no doubt reveal that its proximity to the shore and commanding view of the sea came at a price. Wind, rain, and the passage of time would keep the masons at their never-ending task of restoration. But still it stood defiant against the elements and the indifference of younger generations. Moran felt his feet reluctantly change direction towards the tiny path which led from the beach to the churchyard, hidden from view from where he stood, but never hidden from his thoughts. By the time he reached the gate, he was out of breath and his leg was aching. He paused for a moment to settle his thoughts as well as his heart. An elderly lady was attending to some horticultural task by the porch, and he nodded a silent greeting as he passed. She looked up and met his gaze, and for a moment they were two souls lost in empathy. She too had loved and lost, and it was plain to Moran that her task was one which she undertook not only as a willing member of the church community, but also because it allowed her to spend time in close proximity to the earthly remains of her loved one. He walked slowly now, following the route he had taken the first time on the day of her funeral. Janice's grave was tucked in the far right-hand corner, beneath the shadow of the high wall, but facing west, out to the wind and the open sea. She would have liked the location. It was peaceful and quiet. Yet at the same time it encapsulated some sense of agelessness. Moran wouldn't have described himself as religious, but from time to time, given the right location, the possibility of something greater than himself, higher than his own thoughts and perceptions, seemed inescapable. It had been years since he'd stood on this spot, but he remembered how he'd felt at the time, and nothing had changed. He bent and scratched the moss from one or two letters which were missing their inlay. Worn or stolen? Moran couldn't understand how anybody could pinch lead or gold plate from a gravestone. The plot was tidy nonetheless. Donald would be a frequent visitor, and no doubt Galesh paid her respects from time to time. Moran got down on his haunches, but soon sank forward until he was kneeling, palms pressed flat on the mound, the inscription blurred before him. Janice Hannigan, born 2nd January 1954, died 11th April 1974. A loving daughter, a faithful sister. Here was Janice, his Janice. And who could say if they would ever be reunited in some future existence? He found himself speaking aloud. I'm here. I'm always here. Forever. You and me. Always, always, always. He breathed in, then slowly out. How could this have happened? How could she be dead? How could the perpetrators of such a crime walk the earth? How could they live, laugh? How could they endure when he had been consigned to this hopeless, grief-bound existence? He lowered his head until his forehead touched the grass. It was only when the wind got up, carrying fresh rain with it, that he eventually roused himself and made his way back along the path between the stones. He looked at his watch. Nearer to midday than not, which meant that the local bars would be open for trade. He couldn't think of a better opening gambit than to start there, the hubs of the local community. Right now, Moran was thirsty, and there were questions to be asked, subtly, of course, but asked nonetheless. As he headed back the way he had come, he wondered how long it would take the Passat's occupants to catch up with him. He had intended to mention it to Donald last night, but something had held him back. Instinct, probably. An instinct was something that rarely let him down. Chapter 4. Pint of black, is it? That'll be right. Moran nodded. And a round of chicken sandwiches, please. No problem, sir. Be 5 minutes or so. The barman drew the dark, treacly beer with care and presented it to Moran with a practised flourish. Good health to you. Moran raised his glass. And to you and yours. You've a familiar look about you, the barman said. Wait, don't tell me. He stroked his chin. Come on now, he said, countermanding his own directive seconds later. Help me out, would you? Moran smiled. He'd already recognised the face from the distant past. Jerry O'Donoghue. Older, but recognisable nonetheless. Oh, my goodness. Jerry's puzzled expression gave way to surprise. You know me too, I can see that. He clicked his fingers. Merciful saints, if it isn't Brendan Moran himself in the flesh. Hello, Jerry. It's been a long time. It's been a hell of a long time. Jerry reached over the bar and pumped his hand. Wait a second, or you'll get the girl to do your sandwich. He disappeared to the rear, and Moran heard him issuing instructions. He was back in an instant, found himself a glass, and banged it against one of the optics.
"Slant you. Now tell me, what in the name of all that's good brings you back to this godforsaken place?"
"I had a call from Donald." Jerry's face clouded. "Ah, yes, of course." He shook his head, and a strand of thinning hair fell across his forehead. He brushed it back absently, a gesture he probably made 1,000 times a day.
"Terrible thing. Strange, too. She's a fine woman, is Anya."
"Do you keep in touch with Donald?" Moran sipped his stout.
"Brendan, you know as well as I do it's hard not to keep in touch with folk out here. There's not a lot going on I don't get to hear about."
"That's what I thought." Jerry drained his glass and helped himself to another. The kitchen door opened, and an attractive girl with shoulder-length auburn hair placed a plate of chicken sandwiches in front of Moran, smiled shyly, and scurried back to her duties. Moran heard low voices and a burst of female laughter.
"Pay no attention,"
Jerry winked.
"A new face is always worth a comment or two."
Moran nodded through a mouthful of chicken sandwich. It wasn't bad. A bit heavy on the mayonnaise, but tasty enough. Jerry rattled on between slugs of whiskey.
"Donald's a worry right enough," the barman said. "He wants to sell up, but Patrick's not for it. The boy's good at the job, you know, but between you and me, Brendan, Donald had something better in mind for the lad. Something better than being up to your neck in sheep shit all day long."
Moran sipped his stout, and the flavour hit his palate like a time bomb. The memories crowding his mind, jostling for attention. The 5 of them, himself, Donald, Anya, Galesh, and Janice. 5 teenagers on the cusp of change. For Moran, the months ahead would see his entry into the Garda as a cadet. Galish would head off to London and university. Janice would begin her studies in Cork. Donald and Anya would be married within 2 years. But for now, for these moments, they were carefree, young, full of life, enthusiasm, and the future.
"You're right, Brendan. You look a wee bit pale, sure you do."
Moran shook his head. "I'm fine. Just being here brings it all back." Jerry nodded sagely.
"I'm sure it does. Where does the time go, eh?"
He finished his whiskey with a flourish. "So, you know that Anya's missing?" Returning to the subject, Moran finished the last of his sandwich and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Jerry found some glasses to polish and set to work with a grubby tea towel.
"Like I said, it's hard not to know what's going on locally."
"Any ideas?" "Donald's all over the place. He just can't square with it how things have been these last years. They've been fine together, he tells me." Jerry avoided eye contact, focused on his polishing.
Well, I can't say for sure when I last saw Anya. That's God's honest truth. She kept herself to herself. Donald too. I mean, he's always busy up at the farm. Semi-retired, he says. He's always up to something. But she's not really the leaving type, Jerry, is she?"
Moran was doing his own refocusing, nudging Jerry back on track.
"Well, you see, I just don't know the lady well enough anymore, Brendan."
Jerry paused for a second, glass in hand, tea towel poised.
"Come on, Jerry. You hear things all the time. You must have formed an opinion."
Jerry leaned over the bar, voice lowered.
"I have a quiet life here, Brendan. I'd like to keep it that way, if you get my meaning."
Moran took a deep pull of stout and set his glass down on the bar's scarred wooden surface with a firm clunk, which made Jerry blink. He held the barman's gaze. "I'm here to find out what happened, Jerry. I could use a friend or two. I need to know I can count on you. Feathers are going to be ruffled a little, but I can't help that. I'm asking for old time's sake. Can I count on you?" Jerry pursed his thin lips and looked at the floor. The sound of clanking pans and female voices drifted into the bar from the kitchen. A local came in with a gust of rain and nodded briefly before taking a stool at the opposite end of the bar. "Jerry," Moran kept his voice low,
I was followed from the moment I drove away from the ferry. 2 guys driving a black Passat. I left them east of York, but they'll get here eventually, if they're not here already. Any idea who they might be?" The barman gave him a look and moved off to serve the other customer. When he came back, his expression had changed from evasive bonhomie to one which Moran recognised at once. There was no mistaking the branding of fear stamped across the man's face. "Not here, Brandon." His voice was little more than a whisper. "Not with the girls working out the back and my locals coming and going. Meet me tonight at Galatius's cottage, and I'll tell you what I know." "Galatius here?" Moran was stunned. "I thought she lived in London." Jerry shook his head. "Her husband died 3 years ago. She came home." Donald never said. My God, I'm amazed. Gaelish of all people. "Back of the high street, up the hill near the church. You'll see it on the right, blue gate, 7 o'clock. Jerry turned his back on Moran and went into the kitchen. 5 minutes later, he still hadn't reappeared. So Moran gave a brief nod to the bar's only other customer and left. Set slightly back from the lane on the gentle slope leading away from the village, the cottage was easy enough to find. Moran unlatched the blue gate and ducked under low branches to the front door. He found himself hesitating on the threshold. Gilles. It had been so long. Too long. Moran was seized by a sudden panic. The impulse to turn and walk back the way he had come was almost overwhelming. Before he could change his mind, he took the tarnished brass knocker in his hand and gave it 2 sharp raps, and waited, heart bumping in his chest. The sound of footsteps, but not from within. He turned in time to see a woman of around his age appear at the corner of the cottage, carrying a wicker gardening basket in the crook of her arm. Her hair was greying at the temples, but the flame-red tresses he remembered had not vanished entirely. They were tied in a long plait, which fell over one shoulder onto a lightly patterned pinafore dress. The green eyes met his, and for a moment all he could see was Janice. He opened his mouth but found no words. It was Gilles who broke the silence. "I heard you were in town." "My God, Brendan. But you don't look too bad. Not bad at all." Gilles smiled, and Moran's world rocked unsteadily. The similarities between Janice and her sister had always been marked, but time had closed the gap even further. It was Janice's smile which greeted him, her voice inviting him to come away in. They hugged, and Moran caught a faintly familiar perfume. At last he found his voice. "Nice to see you," he said, and realised how weak a greeting it sounded. "Jerry's just arrived." She tapped the basket. "I thought I'd have half an hour or so to bed in the last of the spring flowering bulbs before you joined us," she said brightly. "I'll put the kettle on." Gilles slid the front door open with a practised movement of a foot. "The wood's a wee bit swollen after the rain. Mind your head." Moran followed her in, ducking under the lintel as instructed, and found himself in a cosy front room which smelled faintly of roses and wood smoke, a homely, comforting female kind of fragrance. There was a 2-seater settee, a spindle-backed rocking chair, and a more serviceable-looking armchair by the unlit fire. Jerry occupied the latter, but made no effort to rise. He was nursing a glass in one hand and raised the other in half-hearted greeting. "You came, then?" "Of course." Moran wrinkled his nose as he caught the unmistakable tang of liquor on the man's breath. "Weren't you expecting me to keep this appointment, Jerry?" Moran held Jerry's gaze until the barman looked away, his fingers nervously stroking the rim of his glass. Gilles bustled back into the room and handed Moran a steaming mug. "Tea, strong, a dash of milk, no sugar." Moran smiled as he accepted the drink, seating himself on the settee. "You remembered? I'm impressed." "I remember a lot about you, Brendan Moran." Giles's eyes twinkled as she moved towards the rocking chair. There was more than pleasure reflected in those eyes, and Moran found himself responding with a nervous smile while a confusion of emotions raged inside him. He was saved from further embarrassment by Jerry's abrupt intervention. "She's left of her own accord, Brendan, I tell you that much." "And why would she do that, Jerry?" Moran said quietly, and took a sip of tea as he waited for Jerry's response. "Why, indeed?" Galesh agreed. "She has absolutely no reason to go off on her own to do anything. Her life is here. She was perfectly content when we met up last month. At least, she seemed to be. What have you heard, Jerry? Is she in debt? Has she had some kind of breakdown?" No, nothing like that." There was a sudden noise from outside, a scuffling, scraping sound followed by a metallic clang. Jerry jumped, and whiskey splashed from his glass onto his trousers. He sprang from the chair as if stung. Moran was at the door, shooting Galesh a quizzical look over his shoulder. He unlatched the front door and looked out. All was still. "It's probably our local fox or cats." Galesh was at his shoulder, "always trying to get into the bin." Moran waited for a few seconds, listening intently, as Galesh went down the side of the cottage, held up the bin lid with a grin and a shrug, and secured it in position, weighing it down with a brick for good measure. Jerry was pacing the floor as they went back inside. Galesh shut and bolted them in, and they drew a pair of heavy velvet curtains across the front door. More for Jerry's benefit, Moran suspected, than for any security concerns of her own. "It's all right, Jerry." Galesh placed a hand on his arm. "Just a fox." It took a few minutes and a large refill to calm Jerry down sufficiently that they were able to continue the earlier conversation. "You were saying, Jerry?" Moran prompted. "Anya had to leave. But why?" Jerry raised a shaking finger. "She left to protect them, Donald. Padraig and Caitlin, I reckon. I think she had to go, you see." "Protect them from what, Jerry?" Moran posed the question, but he already suspected what the answer might be. Anya's background had always been something of a blank page, which Moran had found easy to fill with questionable associations. But they'd all been aware of that, especially her husband-to-be. As promised, she'd cut all ties a long time ago, slipped the leash of her past, and made a new life for herself as a sheep farmer's wife. But now, Moran could see a bleak possibility in Jerry's terrified eyes. Perhaps the leash had been reapplied. Perhaps Anya had been recalled. Chapter 5. The stillness of the cottage wrapped itself around the three of them as Moran and Galesh digested Jerry's words. Galesh made a low sound in her throat and rocked gently on the rocking chair, one pale hand over her mouth and an arm wrapped protectively around her midriff. "Who, Jerry?" Moran placed his empty mug carefully on the side table by the settee. "Who are we dealing with here?" Jerry moistened his lips. "I've said too much. I should never have come. Just leave it there, Brendan. You wanted to know why. Now you know. You'll understand why she had to go. Donald knows. He just won't admit it." "No choice," Moran said quietly. "She had no choice. Is that it?" Jerry looked into his glass. Galesh went quickly into the kitchen and reappeared with a half bottle of whiskey. She poured a shot into Jerry's empty glass and returned to the rocking chair, shooting Moran a covert glance of encouragement as she passed by. Jerry took another deep slug. His face was grey and drawn, thinning hair dishevelled. Moran remembered him as a youngster from way back, up for anything, 2 years younger than the rest of their group, and always eager to impress. His pranks had passed into their and local folklore. But now here was this skinny, frightened, middle-aged man who looked 10 years older than he was, trembling over his whiskey like a drunken informer from some gumshoe TV series. Jerry allowed his gaze to fall somewhere between Moran and Galesh. Into the air he said,
No choice. You're right, of course. Like you always were, Brendan. On the button, as they say nowadays. Moran leaned forward. I need a name, Jerry. Jerry's tongue flicked nervously over his bottom lip. No, you do. But I can't give you one, God's truth. Think hard, Jerry. At least give me something to go on. The last thing I want is to compromise your safety. Oh, is that right? Jerry snorted. These folks don't mess around, Brendan. They'll kill me, I'm telling you. Knowledge is empowering, Jerry. The more you tell me, the more chance I have of getting to the bottom of this and making an end of it. If that's what you want. It's never over, is it? No one can make an end of it. It doesn't matter what bloody agreements the politicians put in place. Jerry stared miserably into his tumbler. There's always a few who'll not accept it. Galesh broke her silence. You said it, Jerry. A few. That's the point. The majority have moved on. It's just the remnant that's left. And that's the cancer that's got to be cut out. Her voice trembled a little, and she lifted her cup, took a sip of tea. Easy to say, Jerry's voice quavered. I thought things had changed for the better when I decided to come home, Galesh went on. And they have. But we have to keep it that way. We have a responsibility. Responsibility? Jerry's voice rose. To get ourselves killed? To make sure that peace is kept. To make sure we have a stable country for our kids' generations, Jerry. Galesh's voice carried a slight tremor. I have no kids. But Donald does, Jerry. Caitlin's a fine young woman. And like me, she'll want to come home one day, I know. So let's make sure she and the others like her have the option. Caitlin's living away, Moran asked. Donald never mentioned that. There's a lot Donald doesn't mention. Galesh's mouth was a thin line. And that's the problem. Where is she? London, I believe. But Donald tells me she's buying in Reading. Nice flat, apparently. Boyfriend, too. She's doing well. My patch, Moran said, half to himself. You should look her up, Galesh said. She'd be pleased to see you. I wouldn't recognise her, Moran said. Last time I saw her, she was running around the bay with a sun hat and little else. She'll just love being reminded of that. Galesh smiled broadly for the first time, and Moran's heart lurched. Not just the smile. Janice was in the eyes, too. He hid behind a cough and took a sip of tea. Jerry had fallen silent during this exchange. However, he had apparently reached some decision, because he got up rather unsteadily and addressed them both. You'd best be talking to the Islander, Brendan. He's out of it now, but he'll have the information you need. The Islander? That's what they call him. Galesh looked slightly alarmed. He lives on Great Blasket on his own. His name's O'Shea, Joseph O'Shea. On Blasket? Moran frowned. No one lives on Blasket. Well, O'Shea does. Jerry waved his tumbler. Nowhere else would have him. He laughed, a cracked, strained sound. Ex-para? What do you think? ONH? Jerry shook his head. Even they rejected him. Unmanageable, they said. Okay, now we're getting to it. Moran paused as Galesh recharged Jerry's tumbler. Once the operation had been completed, the barman sat back into the armchair. Moran pressed home his advantage. So, this guy O'Shea can point me to the organisation responsible for Anya's recall? Depends how he is when you find him, Jerry shrugged. Like I said, he's not an easy one to manage. It's a question of approach, Jerry. I've done this sort of thing before. Moran sounded more confident than he felt. He became aware of Galesh's eyes on him. Just keep me out of it, okay? Jerry's hand shook as he raised his tumbler to pale lips. We're already past that stage, Jerry, Moran said evenly. We're in it already. So we pull together and we finish it together. Just like the old days. After they'd seen Jerry off, a little unsteadily, down the lane, Galesh turned to Moran with an unspoken invitation, and moments later he found himself in the lounge with a stronger drink in hand. He's terrified, Galesh said, arranging her plait to fall over her right breast.
She sipped from a glass of red wine, her long fingers curled around the stem. He knows more than he's letting on. Moran settled into the sofa and sipped the Irish, enjoying the smoothness as it slipped down his throat. It was easy to drink, far too easy. Are you really going to visit this O'Shea? Gilesh's eyebrows drew together in concern. He sounds wild, dangerous. You don't know what he might do, or what he might tell, she added, nipping her bottom lip in consternation. Why not leave it to the guard, Brendan? They'll know how to handle it. They made a grand job of it so far, right? But you're just one man, Gilesh pointed out. I mean, you don't know what you're up against. If it's something to do with, the parliamentary, then... Oh, I don't know. It's far too risky, Brendan. Moran nodded slowly. So what would you suggest? I tell Donald, sorry, brother, it's out of my league. You'll just have to wait and see what happens. No, I mean, obviously not. Oh, I don't know what you should do, what we should do. Gilesh drank deeply from her glass. When she looked up, her eyes reflected the firelight. Will you stay for something to eat? I've made a casserole. It's too much for one person. I could freeze the rest, I suppose, but thanks. I'd like that. There was a brief lull in the conversation as Moran digested the implications of the offer and the alacrity of his positive response. Is this wise, Brendan? Gilesh broke the silence. We both...
This audiobook is freely shared with you. Take a deep breath, enjoy the music, and let your mind unwind. Thank you for watching and listening.
That there's an elephant in the room, Brendan. We can talk about it if you like. Moran took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. It's hard, Gilesh. I nearly didn't come. I wasn't sure how I would handle all this. He waved his hand vaguely. I mean, seeing you all again, being back here, coming home. He trailed off. Gilesh rose from her chair and joined him on the sofa. She placed a hand on his knee and he tensed. It's all right, Brendan. I know it's hard. God knows it's hard for us all. Moran felt a mixture of emotions at the physical contact. He cleared his throat. It's good to see you, Gilesh. I didn't know you'd come back. Her hand remained. You could have called me. I wasn't that far away. I know, it's just that you're a man, and men handle things on their own way. Gilesh smiled. And we know what men do, don't we? Battle it up and hope it'll go away. Moran shook his head. You're wrong. I know it'll never go away. Every night I see her, Gilesh. Every night I remember I see it all, the rain, the car, the smoke. I don't blame you. You know that, don't you? I never blamed you. He nodded, not trusting himself to speak. He got up and moved to the fire, stood with his back to the flames. A spark spat in the grate as the wood settled. Gilesh said nothing, just watched him, one leg crossed over the other. I know you don't, he said eventually, but I'm not sure about Donald. It wasn't your fault, Brendan. It wasn't any of our fault. Donald knows that. Maybe, logically, but emotionally? He shook his head. Different story. Gilesh rose gracefully from the sofa and held out her hand. Let me get you a refill. He nodded and handed her the empty tumbler.
He watched her walk to the kitchen, hips swaying as she moved, head held confidently. She'd lost none of her poise. The quieter of the two sisters, Moran had always been conscious of Galatia's warmth towards him, even after he and Janice had got together. If his relationship with Janice had caused her pain, then she had masked her disappointment well. She'd treated him as the close friend he was, as a brother, and in a way, that's exactly what he was, or had been, to the Hannigans. Moran settled into the sofa, remembering the day his parents had broken the news of their impending move north. Before he could open his mouth to object, his father had held up his hand. "It's all right, son. You're staying put. The Hannigans will take you in, as long as you behave yourself and bring credit to the Moran clan. Think you can do that?" His father's eyes twinkled. "I've no choice, son. The firm wants me moved, and that's how it'll be. But your mother and I know that your life is here. Your friends, your school, everything. Am I right?" "Right, Dad," Moran muttered to himself. "What's that, Brendan?" Galash reappeared with 2 recharged glasses. He shook his head. "Nothing, just daydreaming." "That'll be right, sure. It'll do you the power of good to relax a little." She smiled and handed him his drink. "Thanks, but I'm hardly here to relax." Moran managed a stiff smile. "Let's just call this evening a minor diversion." "Agreed." She raised her glass. "Well then, here's to us." "To us," Moran reciprocated, "and to Anya's safe homecoming." They drank and set their glasses down in unison. It felt orchestrated, and they both laughed. The tension lifted a little. Galatia's expression became thoughtful. "I was thinking, Brendan, maybe Jerry's got it wrong. Maybe Anya has just taken off, on her own like." "It's possible," Moran agreed, "but unlikely for 2 reasons. Galash cocked her head to one side. "Namely?" "Number 1, the state Jerry's in. Would he be as jumpy as he is for no other reason than some sort of paranoia concerning the past? I don't think so. But number 2 is the clincher for me." "Go on." "I was followed here. 2 guys." "Are you sure?" "As eggs is eggs." "What happened to them? I mean, are they still watching you?" Moran sipped the Irish. His head was remarkably clear, and he was enjoying the excellent quality of the whiskey. Galatia's taste was impeccable. "I last saw them east of Yule. They'll catch up soon, I imagine." "God, you will take care, Brendan, won't you? This doesn't sound good at all." "I'm used to this kind of stuff, Galash. It's what I do. My DCS would rather I spend my time behind a desk, but somehow that never seems to happen." "Because you don't let it happen, I'm guessing. There's plenty of youngsters able to do the dangerous work, Brendan. You should let them. You've done your bit." "It's not about doing my bit. It's just, I don't know how I am, I suppose. The thought of being trapped in an office all day fills me with horror." Galash shook her head and laughed softly. "I'll bet. You were always an outdoor lad, as I remember. Hiking, climbing, whatever. You'd be the first in line." Moran smiled ruefully. "Those days are gone. Time just seems to go faster. I always seem to be working." He shrugged. "That's how it is." "Maybe you need to slow down, Brendan. We're not getting any younger. Why not give yourself some space and a little time to think and reflect?" "God, that's the last thing I want to do." "I know, I didn't mean—" Galash's face fell. Moran gave a dismissive wave. "I know you didn't. It's all right." There was a moment of silence, not awkward, just pensive. "Anyway," Galash said eventually, "we should eat before the casserole morphs into a burnt offering." Moran laughed. "Sure, I'll give you a hand." "Gosh, a domestic policeman, I am impressed." "Ask Donald about my mixed grill the next time you see him," Moran countered. "Once eaten, never forgotten." Chapter 6. He couldn't remember the last time he'd enjoyed a meal so much. Galash was sparkling company. The wine was on a par with the whiskey,
and the casserole one of the best he'd tasted. Afterwards, Gillespie served coffee, 2 perfect double espressos. Moran sat back in his chair and gave a sigh of contentment. The purpose of his visit temporarily forgotten. Somewhere in the recesses of the cottage, a clock chimed 11, each stroke a short but insistent reminder. Good grief, is it that late? He glanced at his watch for confirmation. What's the hurry? You don't have to get up for work. No, but I want to make an early start. I have a boat to catch. I can't dissuade you. I'm only going to talk to the guy, that's all. What's the worst that could happen? Gillespie shivered. I don't want to think about it. She reached over the table and took his hand. I care about you, Brendan. I always have done. You know that, don't you? I know. We're family. That's why I'm here, to help. Gillespie's hand applied a light pressure. You never married? No. The amber light, which had begun to glow dully in Moran's head, now switched to a vibrant red. I was sorry to hear about your husband, he added. Yes, thank you. Gillespie looked down at her shoes, gathering her strength, Moran thought, so that she could comment appropriately. He was a good guy. Solid, dependable, you know. Bit dull, I suppose. Moran, slightly taken aback, gave an awkward laugh. Well, he was, Gillespie smiled, but I do miss him. What happened wasn't fair. He went through a lot of discomfort, but then, she sighed, we're all headed that way, aren't we, at our age? Something ghastly comes along and whoosh, that's it, we're done. Well now, Moran said, you are the cheery one, aren't you? But it's true, isn't it? We have to make the most of what we have, I suppose. You know, enjoy life as much as it allows us to. Gillespie sighed, withdrew her hand, and gave him an ambiguous look, which Moran interpreted as rather more than family-friendly. He felt himself wilting under Gillespie's scrutiny, and made a play of finishing the non-existent contents of his coffee cup. Time to go before things get out of hand, Brendan, old son. He scraped his chair back. Let me give you a hand with the clearing up. Don't worry. Gillespie gathered up the coffee cups and went to the far corner of the kitchen. I'll just pop the lot in the dishwasher, it's no bother. If you're sure, then. Moran stood irresolutely by the kitchen table. Maybe just collect the glasses from the living room, then you can be on your way. You're early starting all, remember? Gillespie's tone had become more formal, as if he had somehow mishandled the intimacy of their conversation and was now being penalised for his ineptitude. Sure, I'll bring them in. He went into the lounge and found the empties. Was about to return to the kitchen when the half-open drawer of a small bureau caught his eye. Some ingrained sense of tidiness impelled him to cross the room to close it. But as he reached down, he caught the glimpse of something metallic. A moment's guilt gave way to a policeman's curiosity, and he slid the drawer fully open. A small automatic pistol lay half-covered in a soft muslin cloth. 3 loose bullets lay beside it. He stepped away quickly and returned to the kitchen. Here you go. Gillespie looked up from the dishwasher. Just put them over by the sink. I'll hand-wash those. Well, Moran spread his hands. It's been a lovely evening, thank you. Gillespie wiped her damp hands on a dishcloth and held her arms out. They hugged. I can't tell you how nice it's been to see you, Brendan. You too. The image of the gun was forefront in Moran's mind as she leaned forward and kissed him lightly on the cheek. You can't keep your heart locked away like this, Brendan. You're not giving yourself a chance, nor anyone else, she added quietly. Moran cleared his throat, found no words. You know the boat times? She asked quickly, covering his embarrassment. She smiled as she read his expression. Of course you do. Well then, take care. See you later in the week. You will. Good night and thanks again. As he made his way along the lane towards Donald's farmhouse, he asked himself 1,000 questions. Was it her gun? Why would she have a gun in a cottage? Maybe it belonged to someone else. If so, who? He passed the local bar and thought of Jerry. Had Jerry lent it to Gallage? Was he that scared? The churchyard was a field of irregular shapes to his left, the lights of Donald's farmhouse just visible in the near distance. Down the slight incline of the lane to the unmade road, and he was home and dry. He felt slightly light-headed and regretted the last glass of wine. No matter. Tomorrow he would begin to get to grips with Anya's disappearance, with O'Shea's cooperation. Moran was confident in his ability to obtain information. It was just a matter of approach. And what did O'Shea have to lose anyway? The guy had not only opted out of whatever para-involvement he might have had in the past, he'd also apparently opted out of society altogether. It would be no skin off O'Shea's nose to share a little information. Moran just had to get alongside him, to get him talking. He made a mental note to bring a bottle. A little lubrication might help loosen O'Shea's tongue, if it came to that. He was so engrossed in working through his strategy that he failed to notice a shadow detach itself from the hedgerow a few meters ahead. The first blow came out of nowhere, and Moran reeled to his right, for an instant imagining that he'd collided with some unseen object in the dark. Then someone caught his arms from behind, yanked them back and held them. Reflexively, he tried to tear himself away, but whoever had pinioned his arms was strong and very determined. He could feel breath on his neck, a sour smell of garlic or something stronger. Moran tensed, guessing what was coming next. But instead of a fist, a masked face appeared an inch from his nose.
"You're not welcome here, see? So you get in that wee car of yours and head back to the ferry, understand? First thing tomorrow if you've any sense."
Moran tried to place the accent, but it was obvious he was deliberately masking it. Speaking in a low and clipped tone, the guy behind pulled Moran's arms further back than they were anatomically intended to go, and Moran winced.
"Get this," the first spoke again. "If you're still here in 24 hours, you won't be driving anywhere again, ever, understood?"
Moran was checking the eyes out, the only visible part of the face in front of him. They were deep-socketed, maybe brown or dark grey, hard to tell.
"I said understand!"
The punch came fast and hard, doubling him up as the breath was driven from his lungs. He managed a croaked response, and the pressure on his arms ceased. He heard their retreat, a pattering of rubber soles on the road's unmade surface. After a few minutes, he felt able to straighten up and walk the 300 meters to the farmhouse. He fumbled for the key Donald had given him and let himself in. The house was in darkness. Donald no doubt fast asleep in preparation for his customary early rise. Moran took the stairs slowly and found his bedroom door ajar. He edged it open cautiously. The bedside light was on, and a note was sitting on his pillow. He closed the door behind him and checked the ensuite empty. He went to the bed and picked up the note. Blasket Ferry might be cancelled tomorrow. Incident at Dunquin Pier. Jerry mentioned you had a mind to go over to Blasket. I thought you'd like to know. D. The grapevine had lost none of its efficiency then. Perhaps Jerry had called in on his way home, or perhaps Donald had been out and about and helped Jerry on his way. In any case, the news about the ferry was a potential spanner in the works of his planned trip. Moran cursed silently and returned to the bathroom. The mirror revealed an impressively swollen area just under his left eye, the skin unbroken, but already turning an interesting shade of blue, which was only going to get worse before it got better. He soaked the face flannel in cold water and applied it gingerly to his damaged flesh. His head was pounding, a combination of the whiskey and the blow he had received. After a few minutes, he removed the cold compress, went back into the bedroom, and sat heavily on the bed. His stomach ached where he'd been punched, and he felt 100 years old. His watch told him it was 1:45.
Sure. You've made a fine start, Brendan.
Chapter 7. Dunquin Jetty was clearly not designed for motor vehicles. It was accessed via a high-sided, narrow walkway which twisted down to the small harbour. No one in their right mind would attempt it in a car, let alone a 4x4. Moran stood by the road and looked down at the Land Rover wedged securely between the two walls. There were always exceptions, of course. While human beings walked the earth, there would always be exceptions. Moran shook his head ruefully and wondered how long it would take to unwedge the vehicle so that he and a handful of other hiking hopefuls could reach their intended journey across the Great Blasket. 2 Garda vehicles and a small fire engine were attending the task in hand, but it looked to be touch and go as to whether the walkway would be cleared for the scheduled morning crossing. It then occurred to Moran that there might be more to the 4x4 driver's ineptitude than first met the eye. What if news of his intentions had reached the wrong ears? What if this was a deliberate attempt to delay his crossing? Moran elected to loiter for a while and observe. He felt the wind on his face and grimaced. Pretty much all of him hurt. His cheek and the area around his eye socket being the worst. He'd skipped breakfast, despite Donald's comprehensive and hospitable preparations. His stomach just wasn't up to it. He'd also drawn a few curious glances on his way through the village, and no wonder. He looked as though he'd been the loser in some dodgy bare-knuckle sweepstake. Maybe O'Shea would be impressed. Maybe he wouldn't care. Maybe he'd think Moran was just plain stupid to get involved. He wrapped his coat more tightly around him. It was getting colder, the sea choppier. He watched the fireman hooking up the 4x4 chassis. A guy in a duffel coat and a cap was gesticulating urgently at the fireman. The driver, no doubt. He looked pucker. Hard to imagine he was anything to do with last night's reception committee. Raised voices drifted over, floating on the sea breeze. Duffel man was clearly concerned about damage to his vehicle. Should have thought of that before, pal. Moran jammed his hands deeper into his pockets and sat on a nearby wall. He glanced at his watch. At this rate, it was going to be a wasted day. No boat, no Blasket, no O'Shea. Even when he reached the island, he still had to find the guy, and that could take a while. 4 square kilometres didn't sound too bad, but on foot it was a lot of island to cover. Still, he was well prepared. Moran had found a bag on the farmhouse doorstep earlier containing some basic provisions: water, a bottle of whiskey, an apple, a flask of coffee, and 3 rounds of chicken sandwiches. There'd been a note. Thought you might need these today. Keep warm. G. He glanced at the other hikers, stereotypically bearded, bespectacled, earnest-looking bog trampers, all waiting patiently like himself for news. They all sported rucksacks of gargantuan proportions, as if they were expecting to spend the rest of their lives on Blasket Island. It was hard to imagine, Moran mused, that as recently as the 50s, an entire community had done just that, eked out a basic, ascetic existence, cut off by the sea and solely dependent on each other for survival. The ruined village, with its decaying shells and grass-covered pathways, was the only reminder of that long-vanished community. Perhaps O'Shea had commandeered one of the old buildings and made a rudimentary home for himself. Or maybe he'd elected to move further into the island and build a shelter of his own in a more remote location. A few houses at the top of the old village had apparently been restored, and Moran reckoned that the hikers had probably reserved rooms in these. He hadn't had time to organise a room himself, but he felt confident that he could beg a little floor space from whoever might be officially renting. If there was any strong objection, he could always produce his warrant card. Not that it carried any weight in Ireland, but the sight of it might swing things in his favour if it came to that. His preference, however, would be to spend as little time on the island as possible, find O'Shea, see if he had anything useful to impart, and board the evening boat back to the mainland. If it runs to schedule. Moran got up and walked towards the gaggle of firemen in the Garda. Duffelman was still talking animatedly to one of the officers, but as Moran approached, he jumped smartly into the police car's passenger seat. There was a further brief exchange between Duffel and the driver before the vehicle reversed smartly and took off up the lane. Moran frowned. Had the driver been arrested? Had the guard found something in the Land Rover? "Half an hour or so, sir." One of the guard, interpreting Moran's quizzical expression as the unspoken question on everyone's mind, delivered his estimate with good-natured bonhomie. It sounded optimistic to Moran, but at least there was some expectation that things might get moving before midday. He raised a hand in acknowledgement. That was better news, the first of the day. Moran hoped to add that to the tally once he got to Blasket. As it turned out, it wasn't difficult to find O'Shea. The man was waiting for him. Moran knew it was him, just by the way he was standing. There was something unhurried, laconic, almost idle, about the way he was watching the passengers disembark. A tourist would be more animated, while anyone affiliated to the island's nascent tourism industry would be acting more purposefully, and would probably sport a more welcoming demeanour. Not that O'Shea looked hostile. Moran reckoned he just looked indifferent. The islander was lean and tall, dressed in jeans and a black jumper, bearded, with grey-streaked hair, caught in a long ponytail. Moran stepped gratefully onto dry land. Boats weren't on his hobbies list, especially dinghies, and approached O'Shea with his hand outstretched. "I'm Moran. How did you know I was coming?" "Does it matter?" O'Shea's voice was soft and low, his eyes guarded. "I don't have many visitors." "Well, I appreciate the welcome anyway." "What happened to your face?" O'Shea's expression was difficult to read. He probably knew exactly what had happened. Moran dissembled. Difference of opinion in a bar. "Yeah, right." O'Shea seemed amused. "And you're a policeman at all?" "Not here, I'm not. Anyway, thanks for taking the trouble to meet me." "You'd never have found me in a million years. Thought I'd save you a wasted visit." "Very kind. Is there somewhere we can talk?" O'Shea looked Moran up and down. "We're talking now." "I meant somewhere more comfortable. Somewhere I can offer you a drink." "Ah, no. That's my kind of talk. No bars on the island, more's the pity." O'Shea turned and began to lope up the slipway, sure-footed on the seaweed-strewn rock. He was wearing knee-length boots, which glistened with some water-resistant coating. Moran followed, taking extra care on the uneven ground. His stick would have been handy, right enough, and for a moment Moran regretted his hasty decision to abandon it. Stubborn as ever, Brendan. But O'Shea was lengthening his stride, leaving Moran and his dingy companions behind. Moran be damned if he'd asked O'Shea to slow down. He scrambled up the slipway and eventually found more solid ground beneath his feet. It was an uphill climb, but Moran found himself shivering in spite of his exertion as he passed the village's crumbling remains. He could sense the ghosts of the long-gone islanders in the shadows and maudling, decaying piles of stonework. "Is it far?" he called out to O'Shea's back. The tall figure stopped and turned, silhouetted for a moment against the horizon. He shouted, The Englishman not keeping you fit, Brendan. Then he presented his back once again, and Moran concentrated on placing one foot after the other. To the east, the smaller island of Begnish, home of the local grey seal population, lay like a flat green disk in the blue waters of the Sound, while far away on the mainland, the fin-like elevations of the Three Sisters stretched heavenwards towards the sky, filled with bloated grey-white clouds. It was a warm afternoon for late September, and soon Moran was sweating profusely. After 20 minutes, he detected a slight slowing of O'Shea's pace and took the opportunity to rummage in his bag for a drink. He found the plastic bottle of mineral water and drank deeply, wiping sweat from his brow with his free hand. Shortly, the route began to slip into a gentle decline. O'Shea made a slight course alteration and gestured. Moran shielded his eyes against the sun and found himself looking at a long, low building on raised decking set into the lee of the hill. It looked like one of those eco-houses Moran had seen on some prime-time TV show a while back. O'Shea was evidently taking his long-term survival seriously. You'd have to, really, Moran thought, living in this kind of isolation. As he got closer, Moran noticed the solar panels, the large plastic containers beneath the building, the charcoal burner, and a smaller outhouse, the purpose of which was self-evident. As he approached, O'Shea's head appeared from one of the windows of the main building. "Are you coming in, or what?" Chapter 8. Moran climbed the wooden steps onto the decking, ducked his head, and entered. The house was more spacious than it appeared from the outside. It was split into 3 areas: a main living room, a bedroom, and the last, presumably a kitchen or food preparation area of some sort. In the centre of the room, an open grate beneath a conical central chimney was packed with wood, ready for a fire to be lit. "Sit down," O'Shea pointed to a threadbare armchair, "and tell me what it is you want." He perched on the edge of a plain table, its surface covered with an ephemera relating to, as far as Moran could tell, the outdoor life. Fishing lines, saws, a hunting knife, a few blocks of shaped wood. There was also, he noticed, a shotgun propped up against the far wall. The islander rapped the table with his knuckles. "See this? Good stuff. Spanish. From an Armada wreck. Made it myself, like most things here." Moran set his bag on the floor, which was dry, clean, and bare apart from a thin oriental rug which extended beneath the table and was speckled with loose wood chippings. "Take a look at this," O'Shea offered, with a gleam in his eyes, showing that despite his gruff exterior, he was enjoying the rare opportunity to show off his creation. "When I built the place, I didn't just opt for natural resources. I wanted to recycle what I could, whatever was practical to get over here from the mainland." Moran joined him at the rear of the cabin, a translucent arrangement of small windows forming an interlocking wall of glass. "Surplus stock. Aircraft windows," O'Shea explained. "Got them from Shannon. Cheap as chips. There's an English expression for you, Brendan. Make you feel at home. Come take a look out here." O'Shea held the back door open, and Moran stepped cautiously onto a shorter area of decking upon which a peculiar contraption was sited, a kind of cross between a forklift truck and a fence trellis. "Observation platform," O'Shea explained. "Finished it last month. What's this?" O'Shea stepped onto a squared-off sheet of metal, closed the gate behind him and pressed a button. Moran stepped back in amazement as the islander was hoisted rapidly into the air. "Old scissor lift! Fairground junk," O'Shea called down. "No mains power. I built a wooden dung furnace to fire up the generator." Moran waited for the platform to make its descent and watched O'Shea disembark, closing the gate behind him with an affectionate pat. "See for miles up there. Like it." "Remarkable," Moran agreed. "Anyway, you're not here to be impressed by my DIY, are you, Brendan?" "So?" O'Shea motioned for Moran to walk ahead of him into the house. "What is it you want?" "Simple. I'm looking for Anya Hannigan, wife of a friend of mine." "Sure, Donald's wife." Moran wasn't surprised. There were connections going back here, maybe a long way. "I was told you might be able to shed some light." O'Shea picked up a hunting knife and began to whittle at a piece of wood. "Light? I haven't shed light for a long, long time, Inspector Moran. There's not much light in a human heart as far as I can tell. But you'll know that anyway, being around the same age as myself." O'Shea's eyes glinted with what might have been amusement, even if the short, deft strokes he was making with the knife seemed to contradict that interpretation. "I'm not here to discuss philosophy," Moran said, "and I'm not here to delve into what you might or might not have done in the past. Let's get that straight to begin with. This isn't about you." A gull shrieked somewhere above the house, and in the short silence which followed, Moran could hear waves breaking against the shore below in a slow, rhythmic wash. "No." O'Shea rested the point of the knife on the table and rotated it slowly back and forth. "Well, that makes a change right enough. So can you help me?" Moran found the whiskey bottle in his bag and held it up in an unspoken question. O'Shea clattered the knife onto the tabletop with a thump, disappeared into the kitchen, and returned with 2 glasses. Moran went to the table, poured 2 shots, and held up his glass. "Your health." "And yours." O'Shea resumed his half-standing, half-reclining position at the table. Moran studied his new acquaintance. He was a man used to being on the alert, never able to relax, always ready for action. Moran had little doubt regarding the nature of his past actions. Everything about O'Shea proclaimed his trade: warrior, freedom fighter, survivor. "Anya heard that someone was looking for her," O'Shea said finally. "Figured she'd get out of the way while she could." "Where?" O'Shea shrugged. "She's gone off the radar, for a time. But he'll find her." "Who?" Now, I can only go so far, Inspector." "Someone from your old organisation, I presume?" Moran sipped his drink, watched for O'Shea's reaction. "Now, what would you know about my old organisation? A fella who took off to work for the English." "I have my reasons for leaving," Moran replied evenly. "No political agenda." "True enough," O'Shea agreed. "A broken heart, was it, Brendan?" Moran stiffened. "We're talking about you, O'Shea, and Anya Hannigan." "You don't mind me calling you Brendan?" O'Shea drained his glass. "This is a friendly visit, right?" "I don't care what you call me. I just need to know where I can find my friend's wife." O'Shea scratched his beard. "You'll need to get her before he does. He doesn't like to be crossed. Don't play games, O'Shea. I want a name." O'Shea clunked his glass on the table. One stride and the shotgun was in his hand, barrels pointing at Moran's stomach. "The last time a fella came over here making demands, Brendan, I sent him off with someone else to think about. He's not been back since." Moran was unfazed. Even O'Shea wouldn't be rash enough to shoot a serving detective chief inspector, English or otherwise. "Let me guess," Moran said. "They don't like you cluttering up their nice, shiny heritage site." "Spot on," O'Shea nodded. "But it's a free country, right? I don't give a toss if they bought the Great Blasket or the whole of the USA. There's no one going to tell me where I can or can't choose to live." "I'm sure your point of view will be carefully considered." O'Shea frowned and his face darkened. The shotgun moved a fraction, shifted in the islander's grip. His lips twitched. A gust of wind made the rafters creak. The distant sound of an engine suggested a passing motorboat. An end-of-season outing, perhaps?
Moran felt sweat trickle down his neck. O'Shea gave a snort of laughter, lowered the shotgun, broke it, and propped it against the table.
You've picked up the English humour, I see, Brendan. Only thing I like about the English.
Moran relaxed a fraction. Not for the first time, he wondered at the wisdom of tackling O'Shea alone. Jerry's terrified face swam through his mind. The face of a man in fear of his life, in fear of people like O'Shea. He dismissed the image, got to his feet, and refilled both their glasses. O'Shea nodded his thanks.
It's about family, Brendan, isn't it?
Isn't it always?
But they're not your own, are they? Not really.
This time Moran was taken aback. O'Shea knew a lot about him, which was a little unsettling, but in a stranger way also curiously reassuring. Moran felt as though he were on the verge of discovering something deeper than a missing woman's whereabouts. He hid his discomfort by raising his glass to his lips, aware of O'Shea's analytical gaze resting upon him. The whiskey seared his throat and warmed his stomach. After a moment he said, "They're family to me, and that's all that matters." O'Shea gave him a long look.
I don't know why I'm even entertaining this. First, you'll be giving me your word you'll not do anything rash.
I just want to get Anya back safely. That's all. O'Shea gave a bitter sigh.
All right. But the guy I'm talking about, we've not seen eye to eye for many years, and it's got worse since I found out what he's planning.
Moran nodded. A close friend, then. He studied O'Shea's body language. No, not a friend, more than that. O'Shea shot Moran a knowing look.
You're not a DCI for nothing, eh, Brendan? You've sussed it. Sean's long since lost the surname, but he's still my brother. It's Sean Black you're dealing with, no less. Heard of him?
Indeed I have. Moran tried not to show any emotion, but it was a struggle.
Sean Black?
Sean Black, who had worked closely with Rory Dalton back in the day. Rory Dalton, who had come close to ending Moran's life at Charnford, the same way he'd ended Janice's.
See, Brendan, O'Shea went on, the trouble is, the authorities have a habit of putting everything in nice, neat boxes. So if Sean's in one, they'll put me in it too. Nice and tidy like.
Moran nodded.
Only it's not.
O'Shea studied his glass and looked up again after a long moment of contemplation.
It's not tidy at all. I'm done with it, Brendan. Finished. I like it here, and I want to keep things the way they are.
I can understand that.
I think you can, O'Shea nodded. But Sean, you see, he's different.
He can't let go.
That's exactly right. He can't let go.
O'Shea emphasized the last two words, the imperative his brother had ignored. He's planning something, and he needs Anya. O'Shea banged his glass on the table and began to pace the room.
I must be out of my mind. Spilling to the likes of you.
He went to the door and raised his arms to the top of the frame, leaned forward into the gap and stretched long and hard, as if trying to exercise the realization that he needed help. From a policeman. Moran sensed the inner conflict. He had to clinch a deal before the moment was gone. "We'll work it out together," he said, "for our mutual benefit."
"Oh, God! Mutual benefit? Will you listen to him?"
O'Shea disengaged from the doorframe and stood over Moran.
"You'll not harm him, understood? That's the deal. He's me brother, whatever he's doing."
"I understand. I had a brother. Our relationship was—" Moran searched for the right words. "Strained, to put it mildly, but in a different way."
"You worked it out, though?"
Moran shook his head. "Not really. He died unexpectedly. I'm sorry to hear that. Thanks. It was a while ago. No point bringing that up, going into the detail. Patrick Moran had been murdered along with Kay Kempster, an ex-girlfriend of Moran's, during the Charnford case at the hands of Rory Dalton. Moran had dealt with it, shelved it after Dalton had gone down, excised the fresh atrocity from his mind. It was hard, although, not to be softened by O'Shea's curiosity. He opted for a kind of forced levity, worked up a tight smile. Life carries on. O'Shea gave him a strange look. It does that, Brendan. But the ghosts are always there, right? Yes, he nodded. He hadn't expected to feel quite so vulnerable. The guy seemed to have the knack of getting under his skin, almost as though he'd cast himself in the role of confessor specifically to figure out what made Moran tick. So, we have an understanding, but do we have a deal? Deal. Moran got to his feet. O'Shea nodded, helped himself to another drink. It'll not be easy, he said quietly. I tell you now, I don't rate your chances. He shook his head. Moran extended his hand. Our chances? O'Shea's grip was firm. I'll be in touch. Now get the hell out of here before I change my mind. Sean Black. Moran let the name ring in his head. The spray kicked up as the boat tacked its last few metres towards the jetty, and Moran tasted salt on his upper lip. His leg was killing him and he was hungry. It had been a long trek back from O'Shea's, and he was impatient to get to his car.
No need to pay. This audiobook is free for you. Take a short pause, listen to the gentle music, and allow yourself to relax. Thank you for joining us.
O'Shea had hinted that he had been in Anya's company recently. She was scared, compromised somehow, and whatever the reason, she had been compelled to go into hiding. Had she gone already to O'Shea for help, knowing that he was the only one close enough to understand his brother's psyche, the only person qualified to offer advice? Did O'Shea know where she was, and had simply declined to share the information? And what of Sean Black? Once described by the British press as a loose cannon during a lengthy and protracted peace process, he was known to have masterminded a notorious shooting at a border town and claimed responsibility for a number of bombings. Despite his unstable reputation, he had evaded capture primarily, it was said, by having friends in influential places. Moran wondered if these friends would describe themselves as such. Unlikely. He was pretty sure they'd be too scared to reveal anything much. The thing was, if Anya had been summoned by Black, but had cut and run instead, there was plenty of emotional leverage at Black's disposal. Donald and Padraig were vulnerable, so why hadn't Black made a move in that direction? Moran fingered his bruised face. Sure, he had people keeping an eye, but nothing Donald had said gave Moran the impression that his friend considered himself to be in any danger. Moran raised a hand to the skipper as he disembarked. It was just himself and an older couple making the return journey. The others, as predicted, had stayed on Blasket. He wondered if they'd have been so keen if they'd have known who was living on the far side of the island, and what he had stashed in his eco. Moran hadn't missed the long wooden boxes, stacked almost out of sight in the kitchen. Explosives, and maybe guns and ammunition. But O'Shea wasn't active. Of that, Moran was pretty certain.
Sure, the islander might have squirreled away a stash for a rainy day, but it would have to be some thunderstorm for O'Shea to ever use it in anger. Moran was so absorbed that he only looked up when he reached the top of the walkway and began his customary pocket-patting in search of car keys. That was when he noticed the two Garda vehicles boxing his own into the verge. As he approached, he could see the yawning boot and the expression on the approaching officer's face. "This your car, sir?" "It is." Moran's stomach contracted. This was going to be bad, no question. "In which case, sir, I'd like you to accompany me back to the station." "Why? What's the problem?" "That's the problem." The officer pointed to the open boot. Curled up in a fetal position, Jerry's body looked even smaller and more vulnerable than ever. But vulnerability wasn't something Jerry was likely to be worrying about anymore. Jerry was dead. Chapter 9. Moran's mind was racing faster than the Garda driver. Donald would vouch for him, of course, and Gilesh. And there was no proof. Moran hadn't laid a hand on Jerry. Or had he? Had he touched any of his old friend's belongings, personal effects? Even if he had, so what? They couldn't pin this on him, no evidence. Except that the body was in his boot. The car braked to a halt. The door opened. Hands reached for him. They led him down the side of a grey rendered building and ducked his head under a weather-beaten wooden door. Moran resisted. "Wait! Aren't you going to book me in officially?" "Shut up. We do things our way here." A narrow corridor, a row of cells. What the hell was this? "You can't just get in." The push sent him staggering forward. The door slammed. The cell was tiny, as Moran had anticipated. This was a small village. The occasional drunk on a Saturday night, or maybe the odd punch-up outside O'Reilly's, would pretty much sum up the extent of the lawlessness the local Garda would have to deal with on a routine basis. The harsh smell of disinfectant and the ingrained stench of urine appeared to confirm his analysis. Moran sat on the bench and put his head in his hands. What could he remember from the assault on the road? The first thing the Garda would want to know is why he hadn't reported it, and also what he'd been doing on Blasket. O'Shea would be known to them. The boat skipper had been close enough to observe their meeting. 2 and 2 make 5. The cell door clanked and swung open. An officer he hadn't seen before beckoned with an impatient gesture. Moran knew the drill. He followed the uniform into a small room. 1 table, 2 chairs, a recording machine. Another officer came in. He was shorter, dark, no smiles. "Interview with Detective Chief Inspector Brandon Moran begins." The first officer looked at the wall clock. 8:32 p.m. Sergeant James O'Mahony. Garda Liam Buchanan also present. O'Mahony fixed Moran with a level gaze. "Visiting a friend, Inspector Moran?" "Yes." "Donald Hannigan. Old friend?" "Yes, I lived with the Hannigans in the 70s. O'Mahony nodded. "You knew Jerry O'Donoghue well?" Moran cleared his throat. "He was in my social group at the time. Yes, I knew him well." "What happened to your face?" the dark guy Buchanan asked. "I was set upon last night, late." "And you didn't report it? Looks painful." O'Mahony tapped the pencil on the table, rubber side down. "No, I didn't want to make a fuss." "They take anything?" Buchanan again. "No, I don't believe so." "Then why did they attack you?" O'Mahony tucked the pencil behind his ear and steepled his hands. "I have no idea." "Yes, you do," Buchanan said. "You're just not letting on." "Listen," Moran spread his hands. "I've been on Blasket all afternoon. The car's been parked up since late morning." "Did you shove old Jerry in the boot last night, maybe?" Buchanan picked his teeth with his pinky nail. "I used to enjoy a dram in his bar, you know. A kind of warmth on the man." Moran took a deep breath. Rain spattered on the small window. "When did you last see Mr. O'Donoghue?" O'Mahony again. "Yesterday evening at a friend's house." Nods. "He was fine," Moran went on. "He'd had a few drinks, but no more than usual, I wouldn't say." "Oh, you wouldn't?" Buchanan said. "The guys who went for me, you're better off questioning them." Buchanan leaned forward. He had a shaving cut on his chin, a tiny piece of tissue clinging to the small wound. "See, here's our problem. We haven't a description of these people. You didn't report the attack. No one has seen any strangers about, apart from yourself, that is. What were you doing in Jerry's bar yesterday?" "Having a drink." "Asking questions is what I heard. You have an old score to settle against Jerry. That why you're back here?" "No. Really? Look." Moran leaned back in his chair, which creaked ominously. He quickly redressed the balance by leaning forward again. "You're aware, I'm sure, that Mr. Hannigan's wife is missing. I felt that I might be able to support Mr. Hannigan in the meantime. He's an old friend and very upset. I'm sure you can understand that." "Bollocks," Buchanan said. "You thought you'd have a crack at finding her yourself." "The investigation into Mrs. Hannigan's whereabouts is continuing," O'Mahony broke in smoothly. "And we don't encourage members of the public to get involved. I'm sure you'd take the same line in your own patch, Inspector." "Are you charging me, or just warning me off?" Moran felt his face reddening. "You know damn well that I didn't kill Jerry O'Donoghue. OK, the body was in my car. I can't explain that, except to say that whoever attacked me more than likely dumped him in there last night. I didn't open the boot this morning. You haven't a scrap of evidence to link me to Mr. O'Donoghue's death. Forensics will confirm that." He paused, read their expressions. "You have handed the car over to forensics, haven't you?" O'Mahony and Buchanan exchanged glances. "Who's the SIO on this?" Moran posed the question in a calmer tone. No point getting them agitated. "It's a local affair," Buchanan said. "You're kidding. You've a murderer in town, and you're treating it like a minor burglary. Come on, really." "That'll do for now, Moran." Both men got up. "Interview suspended 8:45 p.m. Officers O'Mahony and Buchanan are leaving the room." O'Mahony stabbed the tape machine button. "Now wait a minute." Moran was on his feet. "After you." O'Mahony indicated the door. Moran went out, walked a few paces to the cell. Buchanan opened up. Moran stepped reluctantly in and turned to face them. "How long do you intend—" But the cell door heaved to. Bolts clunked into place and footsteps receded. Silence. Moran stood by the cell door a while, cursing silently. He knew they couldn't hang on to him for long without evidence, but the one thing which had struck him about the two Garda gave him little confidence in the prospect of his release. O'Mahony and Buchanan were acting as if they had all the time in the world. Patience was their watchword, it seemed. They'd been patient all the way from the ferry, more so now with the suspect in custody. Suspect or target? Moran favoured the latter. It was Buchanan who'd given the game away. He knew Moran had got a good look at him on the N25, so he'd done the obvious. He'd shaved his beard off. Chapter 10. Someone was trying to insert a screwdriver between his ribs. The pain was tolerable at first, but worsened in a matter of seconds. Moran twisted, tried to pull the steel out of his body, but it was no good. He couldn't reach it. The point of the screwdriver probed his body, searching for the most sensitive areas. It gave a final twist, and Moran sat up with a cry. Sweat was pouring down his torso. He felt behind him and found the culprit. A screwhead had come through the surface of the bunk. Moran cursed. The place was falling apart. He looked at his watch. It was just after 4. Then he heard a scraping sound. Rats, more than likely. A bolt was drawn. The cell door creaked on its hinges. Moran! It wasn't a question. The shape in the doorframe knew he was there. Well, are you coming or staying with your wee whiskered buddies? O'Shea shone a thin torch beam into the small space. A moment. Moran slipped into his shoes and joined O'Shea at the door. The building was silent, wrapped in darkness. I won't ask how. Best not, O'Shea said, sotto voice. You'll have guessed by now that this building isn't part of the official Garda station. Moran followed O'Shea out the way he'd come in. The fluorescent light flickered dimly as they passed, like a failed attempt to capture photographic evidence. Moran hesitated, imagining for a moment that he heard a muffled voice behind a door marked toilets. But O'Shea was already outside, holding the door open. Moran hesitated at the threshold. Technically, he was under arrest, and his departure would not only be considered unlawful, but perhaps also an admission of guilt, at least in the minds of O'Mahony and Buchanan. However, the fact that he'd been kept in some dodgy lockup was confirmation enough that the two were acting independently of the official Gardaí. So, Moran reasoned that a choice between the cell and O'Shea's alternative was no choice at all. They walked quickly across the road and into a narrow alley. O'Shea turned left at the end and clicked a key fob. A 4x4's twin headlamps lit up like cat's eyes. Moran stole a glance behind, but the alley was still and lifeless. He sank gratefully into the passenger seat as O'Shea gunned the engine. He didn't ask where they were going. He'd find out soon enough. O'Shea drove fast but accurately. They hit the coast road for a bit, then turned inland again. Moran checked the dashboard clock. It was 4:25, felt like it too. He rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands. Coffee's what you'll be needing. Plenty available presently. The Garda. They followed me from Rosslare. Why would they do that? Sleepers. O'Shea indicated right and they turned off the roundabout into a row of nondescript terraced houses. He deftly parallel parked the 4x4 and killed the engine, turned to Moran with a raised eyebrow. On Sean's payroll. He'll have heard you all coming. Sent them to keep an eye. To begin with, at least. O'Shea withdrew the ignition key and mimed a locking motion. Looks like they decided you needed to be kept out of the way. They'd have just left me there. O'Shea nodded. Until it was safe to let you out. Moran raised an eyebrow. And that would be when, exactly? The islander gave him an odd look, half pitying, half amused. There you go with your questions again. He opened the driver's door. Wait for my signal, then follow. O'Shea cast a practiced eye up and down the street. Satisfied, he motioned Moran to join him. Not the first, second or third house, but the fourth. O'Shea waited, performed his checks again, then quickly mounted the steps to the front door. The hallway was dark and narrow. Moran peered into the gloom. The house smelled musty, slightly damp. O'Shea went right in and flicked the light switch. The room lit up slowly as the power-saving bulb illuminated. Sparsely furnished, peeling wallpaper, a coffee table, 2 used mugs, a pack of cigarettes. Standard safe house vibe. Moran shook his head ruefully as he recognized a turn of phrase he clearly picked up from his DI, Charlie Pepper. Pepper was Moran's right-hand officer, capable, ambitious, and making slow but steady progress following a recent attempt on her life. Moran had initially been hesitant to leave the team in her hands during his absence, but the medical reports, and Charlie herself, had eventually convinced him. She was back, and hopefully for good. Moran could hear O'Shea rattling around in the small galley kitchen. He reappeared presently with 2 mugs of coffee. No sugar. Thanks, Moran gratefully sipped the hot liquid. O'Shea sat himself down on the threadbare sofa. So, what happened?
Moran shrugged. They made a hit on Jerry O'Donoghue. Planted the body in my boot. Laurel and Hardy turned up to make the arrest. He made imaginary speech marks in the air to emphasize the word. That's it. O'Shea nodded. And now Sean will guess I'm involved. He took a sip of coffee. Not good. A footstep on the staircase brought Moran's heart to his mouth. He half rose from the armchair until O'Shea brushed his alarm aside with a wave of his tattooed arm. A figure appeared in the living room doorway. Slight, tousle-haired.
What the hell kind of time do you call this, Joseph O'Shea?
Moran did a double take as he tried to reconcile the person in the doorframe with the Anya Harrigan he'd remembered from yesteryear. Her features swam in and out of focus, like a familiar photograph which has been retouched, or an old painting which has been restored. The familiar blended with the unfamiliar in one discombobulating moment of confusion.
How's your pal?
Anya cocked her head at Moran.
What happened to no one else'll know?
Anya? Moran managed at last. It's Brendan. A hand went to her mouth.
Oh, my God! It is too? What on earth?
Moran held out a hand, but Anya brushed it away and hugged him, pressed her cheeks to his. She stepped back, studied his face.
It's been too long, Brendan, but I can't say I'm pleased to see you as I might have been. Not the way things are.
I'm here to help. She shook her head vehemently.
You can't. Not with this, not with him.
Arms folded, she looked him up and down.
Just go, Brendan. I don't know what Joseph told you.
This with a glare in O'Shea's direction.
But whatever he didn't tell you enough, or you'd never be here at all.
Donald and Padraig, what about them? Anya looked away, bit her lip.
How are they?
As you'd expect.
When did Donald call you?
Last week. I came as soon as I could. Anya nodded. O'Shea, who had been listening to this exchange in silence, interjected. And a right bloody cock-up he's made of it so far. Anya ignored the interruption. Still addressing Moran, she said,
Does Donald know anything?
Moran shook his head. No, you should send word. It's not right to leave him like this, just hanging. Anya put her face close to his.
If I so much as breathe, Sean Black will be on to me. Do you know what that means? Have you any idea?
He wants you back on duty? She sighed, folded her arms.
I could hardly believe it. It's been so long. I'd all but forgotten.
She squared up to Moran.
It's like another life, Brendan, a long time ago.
Sure, Moran said, for you, maybe, not for him. Anyways, O'Shea said, you'll both sit it out here until I say so. No phone calls, no going out, no curtain twitching, nothing, got it?
I just about had enough of here, Joseph O'Shea.
Anya's cheeks had coloured.
With no change of clothes, no flaming hot water, no nothing.
O'Shea had raised both hands. All right, I hear you. It's not the Hilton, but it's safe. I can't. Being safe isn't going to get me very far, Moran broke in. We do this together or not at all? O'Shea shook his head. Don't start, Brendan. You're not in Berkshire now. Moran was looking at Anya. If Black can't find you, he'll try something different. Another way, another approach.
Like what, exactly?
Anya's arms were still folded. She was wearing an open-necked blouse which emphasized her cleavage, the more so by the supporting action of her posture. Moran noticed O'Shea's eyes straying. The islander took a packet of gum from his jeans pocket and offered it to each in turn. Both declined. He carefully unwrapped the stick for himself. Our policeman's right, Anya. He'll want to flush you out.
Oh, God. Padraig.
Moran shook his head. He'll start with the weakest. The target that'll be sure of success. Padraig is a big lad. Might be problematic. Donald's on his guard. Who are you closest to?
Well, Caitlin, but she's...
He'll not touch her, O'Shea broke in. No way. Moran was taken aback by the islander's reaction.
O'Shea's hands were balled into fists, and his mouth was twisted into a grimace of what? Anger? Fear? Anya plunked herself on a faded armchair. A faint cloud of dust rose with the small impact of her behind on the cushions. Her fingers worked busily, twisting her wedding ring around her finger. Her face was drained of colour.
He wouldn't. He can't. Not Caitlin, I mean, she's in England.
O'Shea chewed vigorously on his gum, went to the window and checked the street. Moran noted that he did this without disturbing the curtains. Satisfied, the islander turned and faced the room again. He composed himself, but Moran could see that some weighty conclusion had been arrived at in the preceding few moments.
Aye, he might. You'd better believe it.
Moran frowned. You're saying he'll send someone that far afield? The UK's well out of his jurisdiction these days, surely. O'Shea shook his head, swept a hand through his hair.
Not at all, Brendan. The UK's bang in the centre of his thinking. Always was. You'll have people there already.
Chapter 11. Best get word to your daughter. Moran spoke to Anya gently just in case.
She's in the process of moving to Reading,
Anya said, after herself, her voice quavering.
London's too expensive. And there's Crossrail coming, you see. She'll commute. Let me think. She's moving this weekend, or was it last weekend? Oh, God. Now I'm losing track of time.
Well, Reading is my jurisdiction, Moran said. I'll get my DI to contact her. What's her address? Mobile phone number, email, whatever you got.
It's a new apartment, Anya said. She's doing so well.
A brief smile.
I've got the address somewhere. Hang on. It's in my handbag.
She made for the stairs. There was an uneasy silence as they listened to Anya bumping around in a bedroom. Eventually O'Shea shook his head.
You'd better get this right, Brendan.
That sounds like a threat. We're on the same side, remember? My DI can handle it, trust me. Moran finished his coffee and grimaced. Cold dregs. O'Shea grunted. I have a laptop, registered to a dummy name and address. Fine. So we could use social media. Traceable, but not easily. IP addresses take time. Wi-Fi? Hacked into the local bar's Wi-Fi. It's down the street a wee bit. Signal's pretty dodgy. Won't give you long if he susses you, but maybe long enough. Okay, we'll have to risk it.
Here.
Anya came back into the room, her face flushed. She applied a little makeup and had a cardigan thrown over her blouse. She handed Moran a scrap of paper. I'll fetch the machine and other stuff while I'm about it. O'Shea went out. They heard the front door close, a key turn in the lock. Anya shot Moran a look. Precaution, Moran said. He's not taking any chances.
Joseph's all right,
Anya said.
I don't know what I'd have done without him.
Right. An angel compared to some of his friends.
What's that supposed to mean?
Forget it, Moran said. Let's focus on Caitlin. Get her into protective custody. We'll worry about us later.
Where is he?
Anya paced the front room. She lit another cigarette, took a long drag and exhaled. Blue smoke filled the air, and Moran coughed. He wanted to open the window, but O'Shea had been insistent that they open neither windows nor curtains.
Sorry. Bad habit, I know.
She flicked the filter with her thumb, an automatic gesture Moran had grown used to in the preceding hours. Moran waved a dismissive hand. Not a problem.
What's the time?
He glanced at his watch. Just after 11.
Where is he then?
Moran studied Anya. She was a few years his junior. 5'2" or 3, still slim, quite attractive. They'd never hit it off right from the word go. Nothing unpleasant had occurred between them. It was simply that they were different. The times they'd spent together had been as members of their social group with little one-to-one interaction. Donald quickly discovered he'd landed a girl with strong political views, which Anya hadn't shied away from sharing whenever the opportunity presented. The occasions when she and Moran had chatted, argued, maybe, about life, the world, and everything, had been few and far between. Moran had been as good a listener then as he was now, and so he'd listened, maybe proposed the odd counter-argument, perhaps begged to differ on occasion, backed off when things got a little too heated. Anya's background had been implied rather than fully known. Now it seemed there was more to her politics than anyone in the old group could have guessed at the time. Moran wanted to know more. He cleared his throat. Probably nothing to worry about. He doesn't strike me as the sort of guy who'd say one thing and do another. What if he's run into trouble? Anya dragged on the cigarette. What if they know where we are? Like I said, he's probably just being cautious. That's how he operates. At least, that's the way it seems to me. I have to call Caitlin. What if they got her already? Oh, hell! She stubbed the cigarette out in the already overflowing ashtray. 10 minutes, then I'll go to the bar and make a call. All right, yes. She sat on the sofa, face pinched. Thank you, Brendan. She felt in her pocket, took something out, a small photo booklet. Here, look. This is Caitlin. Anya flicked through the clear plastic leaves, selected one, held it up. Moran examined the print. A pretty girl sitting in a restaurant, smiling. The red hair, the warmth in the eyes, the inherited Hannigan good looks, all in place. Moran smiled appreciatively. She's a beauty. You must be proud. I am, very. Anya gave the photo a long look before closing the booklet and returning it to her pocket. Tell me about Sean Black. You knew him pretty well, I'm guessing. Anya compressed her lips. Well enough, I suppose. You were involved in frontline stuff back in the day? Hardly frontline. Anya smoothed her jeans with both hands. I knew people who were, of course. I suppose I moved in those circles a little. Then I met Sean. He was young then, just a boy, really. As were we all, Moran murmured. He had a compelling kind of personality. He was charismatic? Yes, that's exactly right, charismatic. People had often listened to him. Even as a young man he had something about him. A passion, or a vision, maybe. Anya examined her nails, first one hand, then the other. You were an item? She looked up. No, maybe I'd have liked that. I don't know. It was a long time ago. But he hasn't forgotten you. Why's that, do you think? Anya's brow furrowed. Are you interrogating me, Brendan? Or telling me how unmemorable I am? No, I didn't mean that. Listen, the more I know, the more I can help. You have to be 100% honest with me, Anya. If you're not, you're putting more lives at risk. What do you mean more? Who? Jerry O'Donoghue was murdered. Jerry? Oh my God! Anya's shoulders slumped. What happened? Not sure yet. Someone killed him, put him in my car, wanted me to take the rap for it. Anya's head lowered. When she looked up, she said, It's 10 minutes now, nearly. Moran nodded. Okay, stay put. Do not leave the house. The bar was pretty typical. No frills, formica top on the counter, fluorescent lighting. Mary Black easing her silken voice through the speakers. Last night I dreamed you were back again, larger than life again, holding me tight again, placing those same kisses on me brow, sweeter than ever now. Lord, I remember how. Black. No relation, Moran supposed. It was a common enough name. The song played on. I wonder if I'm past the point of rescue. Is no word from you at all the best that you can do? No word. He thought of Donald waiting, not knowing. Maybe he should call, tell him Anya was all right. No, he couldn't risk it. What'll you be having? Half a Guinness, please. The barmaid nodded. Her hair was scraped back into a tight bun. Essex facelift, Gov, one of his sergeants had once described the style. A deft flourish with the knife took the head off the Guinness, and he paid. Thanks. Do you have a payphone on the premises? In the corner, by the fruit machine.
Thanks. He walked across the lino to the old-fashioned perspex hooded booth. It had seen a bit of life, right enough. 4, maybe 5 taped repairs across the nicotine-stained plastic barely held the canopy in place. Moran picked up the handset, in a similar state of disrepair, and dialed the operator. 2 minutes later, he was speaking to D.I. Charlie Pepper.
Why is it I always get a bad feeling when you're away and you call in?
Moran sighed.
I can't imagine. Everything's okay, Gov, honest, and I'm fine.
It's not you, Charlie. I know you're fine. Listen up. Moran outlined the situation, leaving out much of the detail regarding himself, the Gardaí, and Jerry Donohue's murder. Those events didn't concern Charlie and the team. Instead, he majored on Caitlin Hannigan, the potential threat to her life, and the possibility of a UK incident in the making.
I'll get on to the chief, Gov. He'll have to sanction any action, of course.
He will, and that's fine. The Met will be on high alert as it is after Westminster, but whatever Black's planning may wrong-foot them. It may not be London, and his M.O. is likely to be quite different.
Got it?
I'll get back to you when I can, but don't wait. Just get after that girl and keep a close eye.
Will do, Gov.
Thanks, Charlie.
Gov?
Yep.
Take care, won't you?
You know me.
That's why I said it.
Right. Bye, Charlie.
Bye.
Moran hung up. The smell of cooking was drifting into the bar from the kitchen, and he realised how hungry he was. He hadn't eaten since the night before. A scrappy plate of fish and chips, courtesy of the 2 Gardaí. He ordered sandwiches, 2 rounds, one for himself and one for Anya, and kept an eye on the street through the narrow window. No sign of the 4x4. For the first time, Moran considered the possibility that something had happened to O'Shea. The sandwiches came. He paid, left the bar, crossed the road, and took the steps 2 at a time to the front door, which was ajar. Moran stepped immediately to one side, and the sandwiches hit the ground. With his left arm, he eased the door open to the point where he could slip through the gap. A cigarette packet lay on the hall floor just outside the living room door. Smoke still hung in the air. Moran shuffled along the internal wall and stole a careful glance into the living room. Empty. He went upstairs, came down, less cautious now. Downstairs toilet, kitchen, nothing. An empty house. Chapter 12.
George, you busy?
DC George McConnell looked up from his screen. Always. Charlie plonked herself on the end of George's desk.
This is probably more urgent.
McConnell frowned. It was Friday. He'd told Charlie once that he hated Fridays. Something to do with his Catholic upbringing, when his convent junior school had forced the fish thing. His refusal to comply had drawn the attention of a particularly sadistic nun, whose modus of encouragement had apparently been to beat the young George with a steel ruler. Charlie supposed that McConnell hated fish as well. George was a short, wiry Scot with a close-cropped ginger beard, which no one was allowed to refer to as ginger. It was a banned word in McConnell's vocabulary, and countless new joiners and visitors had fallen foul to his acerbic wit through ignorance of this simple rule. George was a good copper, though, forensically thorough in his investigations. He was one of Charlie's go-to officers when an unscrambling of potentially conflicting facts, alibis, or conundrums of one sort or another was needed, even despite his sometimes irritating tendency to over-summarize the current status of an investigation or find a point of detail. Her only real concern was George's liking for a drink. But he was a Scot after all, so maybe that was just hardwired, and maybe she shouldn't worry about it too much. Maybe. She became aware that George was looking at her expectantly. "So," she said, before George had time to interrupt, "we have a young woman potentially under threat. I'll fill you in with the details later.
But can you pay a quick visit and go over McConnell's patent security brief, chapter and verse? Right-o, where? Town centre, new apartment block. She's in the process of moving in. Porsche? Irish? Can't be both, I suppose. Hey, my grandmother was Irish. Oops, sorry. George McConnell grinned. And our source? The Gov. What, really? I know. He dishes out more work when he's away than when he's sitting in his office. But this sounds serious. Could be a potential terrorist threat in tandem. What? Not those IS bastards again. The clue is in the nationality, George. Ah, got it. George tapped the side of his nose. But not the IRA, surely. I don't know any more than you know right now. Charlie ran a hand through a spiky blonde cut. But the Gov will be back in touch soon, so he tells me. Can I take Brett? Tess might be better. Female empathy and all that. Charlie handed George the address Moran had provided. And keep me posted. OK. Modern apartment will have good security, I'd have thought. George was on his feet, but Charlie still had a high advantage of 2 or more inches. Video entry system and so on all helps. They might have installed one of the new... All right, George, spare me the gadget show highlights. Just make sure this young woman is extra vigilant, OK? Do you want Tess to stay with her? Let's see how the land lies. George nodded, an action that never failed to put Charlie in mind of a small terrier. Right-o, he said brightly. You're the boss? There you go. DC Tess Martin's finger jabbed at a large building, swathed in 2 enormous banners which read, Luxury apartments for sale. 1 and 2 bed. Available now. All right for Sammy. George McConnell steered the car into the service road alongside the block and eased into a parking space. The girl's doing good if she can afford this, that's for sure. Several calls to Caitlin Hannigan's mobile number had gone straight to voicemail. Her old apartment was empty. Her employers had apparently given her the week off. Ergo, George reasoned, she must have moved, or be in the process of moving into a new place. A motorbike exploded into life a few metres away, and Tess flinched. You okay? George shot her an anxious glance. Yes. Stop taking my temperature, George, will you? Sorry. George raised both hands apologetically and killed the engine. It had been just over a year since Tess had been maliciously wounded in a revenge attack linked to the Ranadan drug cleanup op. The woman responsible, a young Chinese by the name of Xu Fu, was behind bars, and likely to remain so for a good many years. The assassin's M.O., a custom motorbike, garrote and knife, still made George shiver. They'd lost one colleague, strangled in his bed, and almost a second when Tess's maisonette had been targeted. Tess's attitude had been commendable from the start, but her determination to bounce back after her encounter with Xu Fu had transformed George's admiration into something else altogether. He knew he was being overprotective, but what could he do? She was his partner in a potentially dangerous job, which meant that he was obliged to lead her into dangerous situations. It went right against George McConnell's grain. He bit his tongue and nodded. My bad. Let's go. The foyer of the new apartment block was plush and locked. George shaded his eyes and spied a desk strategically placed dead centre just above the short stairway leading from the foyer. Behind the desk, a suited individual was shuffling papers and speaking into a mobile phone. Sales rep. New apartments, so rep on site. That figured. He rapped on the glass door. The man looked up, finished what he was doing, and came down the stairs at a brisk trot. Tess showed her ID. Oh, right. Nothing amiss, is there, officers? The guy was what George would have termed a typical new homes estate agent. Smart, a little obsequious, not unpleasantly so, but way too heavy on the aftershave. I'm John. I work for the agents. How can I help? Tess explained. We're trying to trace a young woman. We understand she's bought an apartment here recently. I see. Well, quite a few people have. They're very nice apartments. I'm sure, George said. You have a name? Caitlin Hannigan. Tess told him, "26 years old, fair, reddish hair just above shoulder length." "Irish," John nodded. "Yep, I know her. Very pleasant. In fact, she was the first to complete." "Right," said Tess. "So she's not moved in yet?" "Not yet, no. She has keys, though. I expect she'll be moving in any time." He scratched his bald pate with his biro. "I can't recall if she said this evening or tomorrow. This weekend, at any rate." "You have security cameras?" George glanced around the foyer. "On all floors, or just down here?" "All floors," John told them, with a hint of pride colouring his voice. "State-of-the-art IP camera system. You can monitor all floors and the car park in real time online. From your phone, if you want." "Security guards?" "Sadly not." John allowed himself a regretful smile. Too much of an overhead. "But the cameras obviate the need for human intervention." "I see. Well, thanks for your time. You're here until 6 o'clock. Tess gave the agent a card. "If you see or hear from Miss Hannigan, can you ask her to give me a call as a matter of urgency?" "Nothing serious, I hope?" "We hope not." Tess smiled her professional smile. The smile stayed with George as he led the way back to the car. He guffawed as he unlocked it. "Obviate the need for human intervention? He's in the wrong job, that fella. He should be on Countdown with Carol Vorderman." Tess giggled. "Carol Vorderman? She left the show years ago, George." Well, whatever. So now what? We wait until Caitlin turns up?" Tess turned the sunshade down and checked herself in the mirror. "Don't bother," George thought. "You look just fine to me." "Better idea." George unclipped his seatbelt. "Technology is our friend, remember?" George returned a couple of minutes later. "Simples. Courtesy of Countdown John. I have the app name, login and password for the security system. We can monitor on my iPhone. As soon as she turns back up, we come." "Impressed?" Tess raised her eyebrows. "So you are entering the UK Mr. Multitasker Awards 2017 after all. I heard a rumour, but I wasn't sure if it was your thing." "Funny." George started the engine. "Let's away. I'm in the middle of a car reg trace," he glowered, "as it happens." But deep inside, he felt a pleasant warmth. He'd impressed Tess. That was one cool way to close off the week. They queued to get onto the main road. Traffic was bad and getting worse by the minute. Something was going on. "It's Friday evening," Tess reminded him. "It's always bad." "No," George shook his head. "This is definitely a lot worse than usual. Can you get hold of traffic?" A swift call confirmed George's assessment. 2 lanes of the M4 westbound were shut. 1 lane eastbound, too. RTA, multiple vehicles. Damn! George drummed his fingers. The inner distribution road was clogged as far as the eye could see. He wanted to knock off by 6:30, maybe squeeze in a pint or 2 on the way home. Think about his next move with Tess. The car in front had turned its engine off. The driver was standing on the door, still peering ahead to see what could be causing such an irritating obstruction. George turned his own engine off and sat back in exasperation. Fridays. He hated Fridays. "Okay, George," Charlie said. "Thanks for that. Keep a close eye, please. I'm not 100% on the IP camera thing. We need closer obs until we found Miss Hannigan and briefed her." "It'll be all right," George said a little tersely. "I've checked the tech. I can see all floors and the lift interior too. Reading's gridlocked. We'd never get the car over there now in any case. Soon as she shows, you can call her up. If she has her phone on." Charlie knew that George was like a dog with a bone once he'd made his mind up. Best to reinforce the details and let him get on with it. "She will, won't she? It's probably out of charge just now. Or something." "Or something?" Charlie held her tongue and left George to his vehicle checks. She wanted to calm the nagging feeling that Caitlin Hannigan had already been found, but by other interested parties. What had happened to the Gov's promised update? This was too like the Kernam case. Gov goes away, finds a problem, phones in, goes offline. Not good. Chapter 13. When in doubt, keep moving. It was an imperative Moran had always stuck by. Yes, he was wanted by the Garda, or at least some unofficial version thereof. Yes, it was probably unsafe to move around freely, and yes, he was now beginning to have second thoughts about O'Shea. He'd therefore concluded that to stay in the safe house would be anything but. So, keep moving was the first imperative, but the second was to find Anya. She couldn't have gone far, not without transport. But he supposed it was possible that O'Shea had returned while he was speaking with Charlie, and that for whatever reason Anya had simply gone with him, in which case they could be anywhere. But then why didn't they wait for him? Moran reached the end of the street and turned into another, wider and longer, dotted with shop frontages in a variety of contrasting primary colours. The first, a butcher's, told him what he'd already suspected. He was in Dingle town itself. He'd been here before, of course, a long time ago, and before it had become the tourist hub it was today. A gentle breeze ruffled the shop awnings, and Moran tasted salt on his lips. Memories, poignant and insistent, flooded back. He lifted his face to the weak sun and felt the warmth of a time long gone by. Donald, Galesh, Janice, Jerry, the Ald group, and someone else. But who? The face swam in and out of focus, defying recognition. Probably unimportant. Nevertheless, as Moran continued up the street, peering into each shop in turn, he couldn't shake the nagging feeling that the missing memory was significant in a way he couldn't quite put his finger on. He let it go, consigned it to his subconscious while he concentrated on searching for Anya. She was a mother, and a worried mother at that. Contact with Caitlin would now be an all-consuming need. No phone. So what would he do? Did they still run internet cafes here? Maybe, with 4G not yet fully rolled out. He passed a coffee bar, cheeky but worth a punt. The proprietor was friendly and gave him directions. Next street, turn right, third on the left. He couldn't miss it. Moran thanked the guy and bought a packet of biscuits to salve his conscience. The internet cafe was painted a lurid green, and Moran didn't miss it. Sitting at the rear, face glued to a screen, Anya was concentrating hard and didn't look up as he approached. Any joy? Anya started as if stung, her shoulders slumped. How did you find me? It's not rocket science. If O'Shea didn't abduct you, this was an obvious alternative. Have you got hold of her? Anya shook her head. Not responding. She's moving house. Busy girl. Moran opened the biscuits and offered one. No thanks. Look, Brendan, this is not your problem. I don't want you involved. Bit late for that. She sighed, pushed her hair back from her forehead. The cafe was half empty. A backpacking couple were busy at a neighbouring PC, no doubt looking at B&Bs or cheaper alternatives. The remaining computer stations were empty, and the waitress looked bored. Season's end was closing in. I can look after myself. I have friends. Like O'Shea. He's all right, I told you. Then you should get back to the house. He obviously has a plan. Drink? The waitress had appeared at his shoulder. Sandwich? Coffee, black, thanks. The waitress hovered, more interested in the raised voices than a sale. Moran waited until she'd sidled away. He lowered his voice a little. O'Shea warned you about Caitlin, so he is thinking about her. She nodded. Of course he is. But it's my welfare which concerns him too. Moran pulled up a stool. Ah, now it makes sense. We're not an item, Brendan. There was something once, but this is about friendship, loyalty. That's not how it looks from where I'm standing. Ah, thanks. Moran nodded to the waitress and placed a few coins on her tray. I'll not be staying long. Whatever. Anya fumbled in her handbag. I'm going outside for a smoke. Keep out of sight. Moran tasted the coffee. Lukewarm. He called after Anya. Don't go wandering off. Flat chance with you on me case the whole time. Moran drank his coffee, all the time keeping Anya's slight figure in view. She was standing half in, half out of the cafe, taking short, nervous puffs on a cigarette. If it wasn't for the small matter of his being wanted for murder, he'd have no difficulty in reaching a decision about the way forward. He'd frog-march Anya back to the farmhouse, leave her with Donald to sort things out and be on his way. Or would you, Brendan? He finished his coffee, leaving a centimetre of sediment at the bottom of the cup. At least it was real coffee. Moran hated instant coffee almost as much as he hated loose ends, especially loose ends like a potential terrorist threat in the UK and a possible abduction on his patch. So no, he wouldn't walk away now. He'd see this through, whatever the consequences. Moran returned his empty cup to the counter. The waitress gave him a smile, which could have been coquettish or it could have been his imagination. "The girl's taken off," she gestured with a chin. "Let's go after her." "What?" Moran spun on his heels and strode to the door. He looked right, then left. Anya's sprinting figure was just visible threading through the crowds. Muttering expletives under his breath, Moran followed, breaking into a run when he realised he'd never catch up at a fast walk. A few seconds later, he knew he'd never catch her. A diesel engine roared behind him. Moran turned, imagining a vehicle mounting the curb, intent on mowing him down. It was the 4x4. O'Shea's head appeared through the window. "Get in!" Moran got in, and O'Shea floored the accelerator. "Your ideas or hers?" he asked tersely. "Watch out!" Moran tensed as O'Shea spun the 4x4 past the family group. He looked back, the father with a raised fist, shouting, the mother clutching a toddler. "Take it steady!" Moran took out a handkerchief and mopped his brow. "Her idea, since you asked." O'Shea's mouth was set in a determined line as he urged the vehicle down the street. Anya's blouse came into view. She slowed down, thinking she'd lost him. O'Shea pulled over. In a second, he was on the pavement and had grabbed Anya by the arm, dragging her into the Land Rover. Anya turned the air blue as O'Shea took off with a screech of tyres, scattering tourists and shoppers. "Welcome back," Moran said. "I got you a phone," O'Shea said over his shoulder. "You can call from the house." Defeated, Anya lapsed into fuming silence. "Sorry to keep you hanging around, darling," O'Shea said. "Had a few things to sort out." "Oh, I bought you some clothes too, on the back seat there. Look now, in the bag. Jeans, a couple of tops, underwear. Hope you like them. Shampoo as well if you want it." "Thanks," Anya said grudgingly. "Can I use the phone now?" Her voice was laced with irritation. O'Shea fumbled under the dash. "Help yourself." He threw the device over his shoulder. Anya caught it deftly in one hand. "Burner, chuck it when you're done." They turned into the Safe House Road, and O'Shea performed his customary circle around the block. Satisfied, he found a space and parked up. "Hello? Hello? Oh, thank God! Where have you been?" Anya's tone veered unsteadily between relief and anger. A pause as Anya listened. O'Shea was making irritated gestures for them to follow him into the house. They did so, Anya still glued to the mobile. "Right, that's good. Now listen to me, Caitlin. There's no need to be alarmed. I have an old friend here, a policeman. He's going to have a word. I want you to do exactly as he says." Another pause. "No, I can't explain everything. It'll be all right. You just need to listen carefully and do as he says, please." Anya held out the handset and Moran took it. "Caitlin, my name is Brendan Moran. I work for Thames Valley Police. Where are you now? In your apartment? Good. Now listen." As briefly and gently as he could, Moran explained their concerns. Caitlin understood. She sounded frightened but in control. A chip off the maternal block. She'd moved the remainder of her furniture into the new apartment, or rather, she'd overseen the move. The furniture guys had gone. No, she wasn't intending to go out again that evening. Traffic was apparently bad, some issue on the M4. Yes, she had everything she needed for a night in, her first. She was excited. Her own apartment, first sleep. No, she didn't think anyone else was in the new block yet. She was the first. The sales rep had gone for the day, so yes, she supposed she was alone in the complex. No, that wouldn't normally have worried her. It did now. Moran understood. The apartment had a security entry system. Could she check it? Sure. 30 seconds elapsed. Anya riveted to Moran's every word and gesture. Caitlin came back on the line. Yep, all good. Video entry working, no one outside. Door double locked. Sit tight, of course. Yes, she was happy for Moran to send somebody to check on her later. Would she like the number just in case? Absolutely. Moran gave it. Ask for D.I. Charlie Pepper. If she's not available, D.C. Tess Martin, okay? Now, I don't want you to worry unduly, Caitlin. You're safe where you are. He listened to the response and nodded. I can't tell you any more just now. I'm sorry. Your mother is fine, and I saw your father a couple of days back. No need to worry on their account. Just be vigilant and stay put. We'll give you chapter and verse soon. I'll hand you back now. O'Shea came down the stairs 2 at a time, checks complete, but he looked worried about something. Anya signed off, handed the phone to Moran. Call your people, please. Seems like a level-headed girl. Moran took the phone and began to punch in Charlie's number. Took it well, considering it's the last thing she'll have been expecting. She's always been strong, Anya said, lighting another cigarette. Ever since she was a wee thing. She inhaled deeply. Once on the farm, she fell and cut a leg badly. There was blood everywhere, but Patrick scratched his arm on a bramble patch while they were out together, and all she could think of was a brother. I'm away out for a while, O'Shea broke in. I strongly advise you both stay put. If there's something I need to know, O'Shea, Moran began. But O'Shea was in the hall and out the front door. They heard the 4x4 start up. Moran was holding the phone to his ear, no loudspeaker, just in case there was something Anya shouldn't be party to. It rang and rang. Come on, Charlie. Dear Charlie Pepper? Moran clocked the tension in her voice immediately. What's up, Charlie? Gov? George has the apartment block security cams on his iPhone. Someone's outside. Hoodie, something under his arm. Could it be legit, workman? I think not, Gov. He's looking through the glass. Oh, what? He's pushed the lock open, Gov. He's in. Get someone over there, Charlie. It'll have to be on foot. Redding's gridlocked. What's happening? What is it? Anya was at his side, grabbing at the phone. Moran held up his hand, flicked it over to loudspeaker. Charlie, you're on speakerphone. I have Caitlin's mother here. Right, understood. Stay calm, please, Mrs. Hannigan. Your daughter is safe in her apartment. She's double locked in. Oh. Talk to me, Charlie. Hang on. Sorry, Gov. It's just that George has the security cam app open. He switched to the atrium view. And? The guy's taking the left-hand door from the atrium. Let's see. Apartments 3 to 15. Odd numbers. Caitlin's in 5. Anya's voice was barely a whisper. He knows, Moran said under his breath. He knows exactly where she is. Well, do something for God's sake! Anya's hand was shaking as she reached for another cigarette. Gov, Bowler and Tess are on their way. Okay, thanks. Listen, can you get Caitlin on her phone? I want to keep this line open. Will do. They heard Charlie punch the number into a landline desktop. Then her voice again slightly fainter. Hello, Caitlin? This is dear Charlie Pepper from Thames Valley. Pardon me? No, wait! Do not answer it! Caitlin! Caitlin! Chapter 14. Charlie gripped the handset. Seconds passed. George's lips moved in a series of silent curses as he navigated the app. His iPhone screen stubbornly refused to refresh. All he could see was the entrance lobby. Caitlin's voice, back in Charlie's car, tremulous now. There's someone outside. He's wearing a mask. Caitlin, listen up. You're on the ground floor. Your window's open to the internal quad, right? Yes. He's banging something on the door. Can you hear? Caitlin's voice was a tense whisper. Charlie and George exchanged glances. They could both hear the sound of a determined assault on the door. Yes, I can hear it, Caitlin. You're double-locked. and the door is solid. You have time. Please be calm and listen." She turned aside and muttered to George, "Where are Bowler and Tess?" George held up his hand, spreading the fingers. 5 minutes is too long. Yes, I'm here, Caitlin. Go to the window in the living room. It'll probably have a security catch." "Boss!" George held up the iPhone for Charlie's inspection. The image showed an internal corridor. Odd numbers, 3 to 15. Someone was battering at one of the apartment doors with a fire extinguisher. The hoodie was pulled back. The head was enclosed in an eye-socketed balaclava. They watched as the intruder stepped forward and slammed the metal container against the wood. They felt the silent impact. The door held. Charlie was still speaking to Caitlin. "You found the catch? Good. Now there'll be a way to open it fully. He'll be through the door in any minute. It won't hold. Oh, God! It'll hold. Concentrate, Caitlin. My officers will be in the building very soon. All right. The window's open. I'm climbing out." Charlie heard banging and scraping, the apartment door shaking under a fresh assault. She held the phone to her chest, muffling the mic. "George, can you get me a visual on the quadrangle?" "Trying." George stabbed at the phone, scrolled up and down. "Hang on. Got it." They examined the screen. Caitlin was visible in the central space, running from door to door, trying each, looking for a way out. George stabbed the screen with his forefinger. "There! Service door. Looks ajar." Charlie spoke into the handset. "Caitlin, you see the narrow door to your right, by the corner? It has a short ramp. Yes? There. It looks open." They watched as Caitlin lunged for the service door. She glanced back and her face froze in shock. "He's at my window, climbing out." She wrenched the service door open and disappeared from view. Seconds later, the intruder appeared, something long and metallic in his right hand. A rifle or a shotgun, maybe? He traversed the quad and went through the service door. "Hello, he's carrying." George was back on the app. "Hey, how are you, job?" "Where does it lead, George? Come on." George's radio sprang into life. "George, we're here. Status update, please." Tess sounded breathless. George spoke quickly. "Caitlin Hannigan is on her way down to the car park. There's a garage door by the canal. I'm calling up ARU. There's a guy in there and he's armed. Do not engage. Repeat, do not engage." "ARU won't get here, George. I've got to get that girl out." Tess spoke matter-of-factly. "No, wait. Is Bowler there?" "Yes, he's here." Charlie glanced up. George's face was pained. "Look, just stand by, Tess." She held the phone up to her ear again. Caitlin, are you there?" "Yes, I'm here." A whisper. "Where, Caitlin? What can you see?" Barely a whisper now, then. "I'm in the car park, in the bins area. He's coming." "Sit tight. We're going to get you out of there." DC Bowler Odunsi was a good cop, and he knew it. He'd had a few wobbles, sure, particularly after Detective Sergeant Steve Banner's murder and the ensuing DCI Wilder debacle, but he'd got over that. He was on the good guy's side now, and proud of it. He and Tess worked great together, and Bowler had a lot of time for his tenacious but talkative partner. Thing was, there was an armed guy in the building, and his sense of, rightness wouldn't allow him to rank Tess lower than himself in the safety and due diligence stakes. That meant she stayed outside while he went in for the girl, if there was a way in. But it wouldn't be easy. Tess wasn't one to hang fire, and he'd have to insist. They were at the rear of the apartment block, by the concrete ramp which led down to the electronic car park door, which was shut. Their heads were close together. Bowler said, "You can open these from the inside. Button to open, button to close." Tess looked the metallic slats up and down. "Helpful?" Bowler made a frustrated face. "What I mean is, if she can get to the door, hit the button, she's out." Tess shook her head. "He's in there, close. He has a gun. He'll pick her off as soon as she breaks cover." "Maybe he won't shoot her. Maybe he just wants to put the frighteners on her." "We don't know enough about what's going on here, Bowler." "Do we ever?" "Point taken, but we can't risk it."
"So what then?"
"I'll talk to him."
Bowler shook his head. No way."
"Then we'll check with the boss." Tess thumbed her radio. Charlie's voice. "Go ahead, Tess." "George, there must be another way in," Charlie said. "Let me take a look." Just what's on the screen, boss, that's it. George proffered the iPhone. Charlie peered at the small screen. Garage door closed. Refuse service door to the right locked. Combination. Electrics, door to the left, no good. She was about to go back to Tess when she gave a cry of alarm. What? George grabbed the phone. For a second he couldn't see anything. Then he saw what Charlie had also clocked. A face had appeared behind the mesh of the bins area. Pale hands gripping the fencing, looking for a way through. Tess. Boss, she's here. Hang on. Tess and then Bowler came into view. Tess was up close talking to the girl. Bowler was trying the door, getting frustrated, pulling at it. No go. A voice, harsh and metallic. Moran now on the other phone, patience exhausted. Charlie, update, please. At that moment, there was a flat, backfiring sound through Charlie's phone speaker, and Tess screamed, staggering back. They all recognized the sound. A shotgun discharge. Chapter 15. He's got a gov. Charlie's voice was flat, but Moran knew that to be a poor indicator of his number two's emotional condition. When Charlie reached her point of highest tension, she switched into ice woman mode, except when she's rammed her car into a shop front, seriously wounding a suspect, a small voice reminded him. But that was a while back, and Charlie had had an extended convalescence. She was over that. The shrinks had given her the all-clear. Anyone hurt? Moran's patted Anya's shoulder, as reassuring a gesture as he could make. He felt her flinch and withdrew his hand. She moved to the far side of the room, chewing her finger. Negative, Gov. It was a warning shot. Made a mess of the wire fencing, but Caitlin's okay for the moment. Tess and Bowler? Shaken, stirred, but intact. Good. What's ARU's ETA? That's the problem, Gov. Reading's a mess this evening, gridlocked. Last ETA was 10 minutes. That was 3 minutes ago. Has George still got a visual? Moran heard Charlie ask the question, and George's gruff response. Negative. iPhone's not playing ball. So much for high tech, Moran said. The roof, then? Gov? There'll be some kind of service ladder, bound to be. You might find a rooftop service door open. They have to do something. Tell them they have to... Anya was at his side, pale and trembling. Moran's hand went up. A moment, Anya. Charlie? Here, Gov. We checked, no ladder. Okay. ARU will cover front and back when they get there. Keep Tess at the rear and Bowler covering the front for now. Any uniforms in the area? Called them up any time now. Right. A siren wailed somewhere outside. Moran went to the curtain, drew it back, all clear. Someone else's problem, for now. He sat on the armrest of the faded sofa and tried to picture an empty building, a desperate gunman, and a frightened girl. Outside, 2 unarmed detectives. It could end badly. He said to Anya, It'll be fine. Try to relax. Anya blew smoke, forced to smile. Gov? Yep. Caitlin's mobile phone is still on. She must have put it in her pocket. Can you get a fix? A pause. Then, not yet. Sounds like they're back in the main building, on the move. No echo. I can hear Caitlin, she's talking. Bowler in position? Affirmative, Gov. Brendan? Anya was at the window. Guard! Hang on, Charlie, I have a problem. A quick glance through the curtains confirmed Anya's warning. Hell, where was O'Shea? The Garda vehicle came to a halt at the top of the street, and 2 uniforms got out. Not Buchanan or his buddy. Moran watched them approach the first terrace. Door to door, old school. Gov, everything all right? Charlie still sounded calm. Moran returned his thoughts to the drama unfolding in Reading. I think so, for a while, he told her. But I may have to relocate in a hurry. If I drop out, I'll come back to you when I can. Got it. ARU's arrived. They're deploying down the side street and... The line went dead. Charlie? Hello? Hello? Moran glared at the mobile. Damn. Dropped signal, he muttered. 2 hefty clatters on the door. Moran froze. Anya motioned him upstairs. I'll answer it. You're in no state and you're a missing person. If you want to stay missing, probably not a good idea. They're not looking for me right now, Brendan, are they? Anya cocked her head as she replied. Moran nodded. She had a point. They might search the house, he said, if they smell a rat. Just get up there, Brendan. Leave it to me. Through the letterbox. Hello, Garda. Open up, please. Open up now. Chapter 16. Donald, come in. Galeish moved to one side and caught a waft of stale alcohol as her brother ducked his head under the beam. Whatever's the matter? It's Jerry. Donald had never been one for preamble, and as he collapsed into an armchair, Galeish felt a zigzag of shock as she caught a first glimpse of his pale, drawn face and heard the agitation in his voice. This was going to be bad. She took a deep breath. What about Jerry? He's dead, Galeish. What? He's dead. They found him in Brendan's boot. Galeish's hand went to her mouth. Oh, God. But where's Brendan? Donald passed a brawny hand over his eyes. That's the thing. The Gardaí took him, but he's disappeared. I need a drink. Galeish went into the kitchen and returned with 2 glasses, each a quarter full. She offered one and Donald took it gratefully. The spirit did little to dispel Galeish's shock. She composed herself and sat on the settee. Jerry's dead? I can't believe it. Why? I mean, who? Not Brendan. That's the only certainty in my mind. Galeish looked down at her glass. Her stomach was unsettled again today, and she'd been about to make herself a hot chocolate to calm it. She sipped the unplanned whiskey and grimaced as it found its way to the root of her discomfort. She cleared her throat, coughed. Brendan went to the Blasket to find O'Shea. He did what? Donald shook his head angrily. Sleeping dogs should be left well alone. What the hell's he trying to stir up? It was already stirred, Donna. This isn't Brendan's doing. I thought he'd gone inland, then maybe to Dingle. Galeish shook her head. Jerry told him about O'Shea. I didn't want him to, but, well, you know what Jerry's like. Oh, was like. After a drink, and Brendan was very insistent. Jerry said O'Shea would know what was going on. With himself, I meant, and his wider family. Donald frowned. What's O'Shea got to do with Anya? A pause. Is there something I should know? Galeish looked away. A fine drizzle was spotting the leaded windows of the cottage. A blackbird perched on the ledge for a moment, fluttering its wings, and was gone. You know something, don't you? Donald's voice was low, but his disappointment was loud and clear. I didn't want to say anything. Galeish spread her hands. In case it was nothing. One of my oldest friends is dead. Another's missing. Anya's still missing. Hardly qualifies as nothing. Don't be angry, Donald. I've been so worried. Donald's eyes narrowed. Do you know where Anya is, Galeish? No, absolutely not. Donald was on his feet now. I'll talk to this feller O'Shea myself, if he's the man with the answers. No, Donald, please, leave this to Brendan. Donald leaned in close, his nose an inch from hers. Brendan's my guest, Galeish. I invited him here. If he's in trouble, I've got to help. Galeish put her arm on his. Be careful, Donald. Keep an eye on Padraig. Padraig? What's the boy got to do with this? Nothing. It's nothing. Just take care of yourselves, that's all. Donald gave her a long, penetrating look, slammed his tumbler on the table, and in 2 strides was at the front door. He turned as if to speak, changed his mind, and clacked the latch open. I'll ring you if I hear anything, she called after him. I promise. The door shuddered on its hinges. Galeish downed her whiskey in one and set the heavy tumbler onto the mantelpiece. She covered her eyes, fighting back tears. Pull yourself together, woman. Do something useful, why don't you? She said aloud. Her voice sounded weak and frightened in the sudden silence of the cottage. The thick walls and low ceiling absorbed her words, flattening their bravado. She went into the kitchen, took her coat from behind the door, wrapped a scarf around her neck, and selected a hat from the dresser drawer. She checked herself in the mirror. Not bad. A little puffy around the eyes, maybe, but he probably wouldn't notice. A moment's hesitation. Could she do this? And the answer came back, yes.
You have a part to play in this.
Galeish carefully locked the front door, took a deep breath, and began to walk towards the village. Jerry's was closed, shutters down, no sign of life. It would be the other bar she knew at the far end of the village. It was a bar frequented by a certain type, predominantly male, with an air of exclusivity about it. It wasn't the sort of place a woman on her own would be drawn to, but he'd said that's where he'd be found, if ever she was looking. At the time she'd thought, right, and that'll be never. But she kept her counsel, because she knew things about him already. His name was Liam Buchanan, and they'd got to talking at a local dance a while back, just after she'd moved into the cottage. He was 10 or maybe 15 years younger, but that hadn't stopped him making advances. She'd been having a good time up to that point. She'd been introduced to a few of the locals she'd not yet met, had enjoyed the music and atmosphere, and the dancing. They were a friendly bunch, by and large, but she'd always known that would be the case. It was very much a part of the reason she'd come home. Anyway, Liam had chatted, given her a dance or two, made his loyalties clear. He wasn't bad looking, but he wasn't her type. Not that she was in the market. He was way too fond of himself to be with a chance that she would find him attractive in that sense. They got on all right, though. They had a bit of crack together, plenty of banter. It had been fun. She'd run into him on a couple of other occasions, including one lunchtime session, which had turned, inevitably, given the backgrounds of those in the bar at the time, to politics. She'd mentioned the old days, her youth, maybe a reference to a few people she'd known who'd been involved in various initiatives. Drink talking, probably. But then he'd opened up as well, started bragging about who he knew, some big stuff that was still going on. And it had frightened her, so she made her excuses and left. And then Anya had disappeared. Galeish nodded a greeting to one or two folk she recognised as she made her way through the narrow streets. The community had seemed a safe place to her, a refuge from the madness of London. Now it felt secretive, oppressive. She turned a corner and there it was. It looked as unfriendly as she'd remembered it. "You here now?" She went in. It was half empty, but there he was on a stool by the bar's end, reading a newspaper as he usually did, often commenting aloud if there was an audience to hand. He looked up as she approached.
"Well, look what the fair wind has blown in. Have a seat."
He patted the empty stool next to him, and Galeish shuddered inwardly.
"Hello yourself," she said casually. "I was on my way past and I just fancied a livener."
Buchanan folded his newspaper and called the barman over. Galeish settled on the stool, edged it a few inches further away.
"I thought you'd be on duty."
When you ask a question, make it sound like it isn't a question.
Who told her that?
Brendan, probably.
"I will be shortly,"
he said, looking wistfully at his watch and empty half-pint.
"You should have said you're coming."
"Just popped in on spec, like I said. Really thought you'd be busy, what with the murder and all."
"Who told you about that?"
Buchanan said sharply.
"Jerry was a friend of mine, Liam, and this is a small village in case you hadn't noticed."
Buchanan paid the barman.
"It wouldn't have been Brendan Moran who told you by any chance?"
"No, it was Donald, actually."
"Was it indeed? And have you seen Brendan Moran today?"
"Why all the interest in Brendan?"
Galeish asked innocently.
"He's just visiting Donald."
"Because we think he might have something to do with what happened to Jerry."
"What? That's ridiculous."
Buchanan seized her wrist.
"Don't you be going telling me what is or what isn't ridiculous now. If you see Brendan Moran, you tell me right away, got that?"
"You're hurting me, Liam."
He released her with a muttered apology, withdrew his hand.
"Sorry, it's been a long day."
"I have to go now," she said.
Time for a tactical withdrawal. She wouldn't get anything more out of Buchanan today, that much was clear. The Garda was rattled under pressure. Buchanan protested.
"No, listen. Oh, I'm sorry I snapped."
"Another time, maybe." Galesh smiled sweetly and left. Galesh's heart was pounding as she retraced her steps. So, Brendan had successfully escaped the Gardaí's attentions, which meant her appeal for help had been heeded. That boded well. Her concerns that her old friend had been heading for trouble had been proved right. Now he had an ally, was less vulnerable. Galesh glanced behind her as a sudden commotion made her jump. A small terrier had spotted a cat and had collided with a metal bin in its haste to catch it. The bin rolled and clanked, came to a rest against the little picket fence delimiting the post office garden. Galesh placed a hand on her chest, tried to calm herself. Sure, Brendan had someone watching her back, which was a relief. But for now, she was on her own. Chapter 17. Moran heard voices at the door, followed by Anya's careful response. No, I haven't seen anyone of that description. Yes, I'm on my own here just now. Another low voice, not one he recognised. Anya. I will, of course. The door closed. Moran breathed again. He made his way downstairs to rejoin Anya in the lounge. Given the current situation in Reading, he admired her coolness. As Anya's mouth formed a question, Moran cut her off. I'm doing it. He tapped out Charlie Pepper's number. 2 rings. Charlie Pepper? Update, Charlie. ARU just showed up. Hang on. They're forcing the door. Now. George, can you get that view any bigger? Sorry, Gov. We got the app on the desktop. Easier to see what's happening. Moran heard familiar Scottish muttering in the background. Okay, he told her. That's good. All exits covered. About to be, Gov. That's better. Thanks, George. Gov? I'm here. Any update on the girl? No further shots. That's all I can say at the mo... Silence. Anya's face paled. What? What is it? Hang on. Moran held up his hand. Charlie. Low conversation at the other end, but Moran couldn't make out what was being said. George McConnell's voice. Charlie's then. Gov? Yes, Charlie. He's out. With the girl. How the hell did that happen? What say are you doing? Just on the scene, Gov. He came out the back, crossed the canal. Wait. Silence. Charlie's voice came back cold, stiff. We got an officer down. Who? Who is it? Tess Martin. It's Tess. Gov, I've got to go. The line went dead. Bola O'Dunsey was relieved to see the commotion at Jackson's Corner, which signalled the arrival of the ARU. It only took a few seconds before the traffic, just starting to move again, ground to a fresh standstill as drivers slowed to get a look at the action. 6 guys, 1 woman, heavily tooled up, which was fine because that's what they did. Bola approached the lead officer, a thick-set, hefty bloke around the 30 to 35 mark, and introduced himself. The rear entrance is being covered by DC Tess Martin. Your marks inside armed. 1 hostage. Single shot fired in the underground car park at the rear of the building. Suspect and hostage believed to have returned to level 1. Thank you, DC O'Dunsey. We'll take it from here if you and... The second shot seemed louder than the first. The sound of a twin-barrel discharge echoing up the service road, bouncing off the polished glass of the apartment complex. Bola froze. Tess. Before the ARU sergeant could intervene, Bola was herring down the service road. The hooded man was out of the car park, running, ducking low, pulling Caitlin Hannigan close to his body, the shotgun bumping against his thigh as he ran. He reached the canal bridge steps, didn't look back. Caitlin Hannigan was pulling, fighting him, trying to get free. Her abductor cuffed her on the head, and Bola flinched, but he had a higher priority. He left the gunman to the ARU, rounded the corner and froze in his tracks before taking off again at a sprint. As he ran, he yelled behind him, "Officer down! Ambulance, now!" Tess Martin was lying face down by the car park entrance, groaning softly. Bola could see the blood seeping from her midriff onto the concrete ramp as he skidded to his knees beside her prone body. He bent to tend to her, only dimly aware of the clanking of multiple boots as the ARU pursued the gunman over the Steel Canal Bridge.
Sorry, Bowler.
Tess tried to sit up.
I let him go.
He pressed her gently down.
No, you did great. Stay put. You're going to be okay.
Sirens in the distance, ululating.
It hurts.
Tess's face was white.
Bowler cradled her head. Shh, you're all right. The medics will be here in a minute.
I'm making a mess of your jacket.
Bowler felt Tess reach for his hand.
It's not your fault,
she whispered. He stripped off his jacket and pressed it to her side.
Might as well use it now, eh?
Sirens very close now, and the thrum of an engine almost on top of them. Paramedics, and a voice which seemed to come from a long way off. All right, officer, we've got this. Just stand back, if you would. That's it, thank you. Some time later, Charlie appeared at Bowler's side. Her hand rested on his arm.
What happened?
Bowler's mind was in status. He couldn't think.
I don't know. I thought the rear was secure. He just came out, took a shot.
Okay, Bowler. I'm staying with the ARU. Our man's headed up the side roads near the RBH. Still got Caitlin with him. Get yourself a hot drink and get back to the station. I'll need someone there.
You can't go alone, Bowler protested.
I've got George and an ARU team. This bastard's not getting away.
I'm going with Tess.
Charlie nodded. All right, yes, you do that. Keep me posted. I'll see you later. Bowler clambered into the ambulance and took a bucket seat by the door. He watched the paramedics bend over Tess's body, juggling tubes and saline as the driver took off and swerved between the curb-clinging traffic. 5 minutes to the Royal Berkshire Hospital. Bowler bit his lip and held on. Eldon Square, a satellite residential area of the Royal Berkshire Hospital, recalled the ambience and grandeur of a bygone era. In its centre, the small but tranquil King George V Gardens provided a peaceful lunchtime sanctuary for both office and medical staff. Many of the honey-coloured, stone-clad houses had been converted into flats, convenient and popular with hospital locums and registrars. Charlie's mental health specialist owned one of the larger, more secluded houses. As she arrived, breathless from sprinting the quarter mile or so from the town centre, she could see immediately what had happened. The ARU had horseshoed a building 3 or 4 houses in on the left-hand side. A for sale notice explained the gunman's choice. A basement flat, potentially unoccupied, 1 entrance, maybe another round the back, but inaccessible from the road. Charlie showed her ID to the 2 uniforms standing guard by their vehicles, parked across the entrance to the square with lights flashing. She was a few paces inside the cordoned-off area when her mobile rang. Charlie hesitated, but decided it might be important. "Dear Charlie Pepper."
"Ah, I was told you had a good phone manner."
The voice was soft, almost soothing, but Charlie's antennae were immediately on red alert. "Who is this?"
"Does it matter?"
It was a male voice, but it wasn't the gender that bothered Charlie, it was the confidence and the accent. An Irish accent. "Who gave you this number?"
"Oh, come on now. Let's not propagate the blame culture. Not getting what I want isn't one of my problems, D.I. Pepper."
"So what do you want?" Charlie watched the ARU sergeant discussing the approach with his squad. It wasn't going to be an easy one. Judging from the raised voices, there were a few options being bandied about. She began to move towards them.
"I want your friend, Brendan, to come out of the woodwork, and I want him to bring his friend with him."
"You're not making any sense," Charlie said. "Don't call this number again." Her finger was poised to kill the call.
"She'll die," the voice said, "your wee girly hostage. And then it'll be down to you to tell her ma why you wouldn't listen."
Charlie's stomach lurched. Whoever this guy was, he was no crank. "All right, I'm listening." She reached the ARU team, flapping her free hand to get the sergeant's attention. The voice went on, the tone reasonable, conversational.
DCI Brendan Moran has been poking about in my business. I believe he solved a wee problem for me, but I can't be sure.
The problem being?
Someone I need to find.
So what you want me to do?
Put me through to Brendan. Don't tell me you don't have his number.
If I refuse?
Then I'll tell me man to cut the wee gill's throat. He's done this kind of stuff before, a lot. No skin off his nose, if you get my meaning. A soft laugh, all in a day's work, you might say.
All right, wait a moment. I'll speak to the ARU sergeant.
You do that, the voice purred. Stand them down. No cowboys and Indians today.
He finished with a low chuckle that set Charlie's skin crawling. She broke into the gaggle of armed police. Please, all of you, listen up. The sergeant listened, nodded. All right, how long do you need? Not sure. I'll liaise with DCI Moran. Bear with me. She took a deep breath and went back to her call. All right, ARU has stood down. This is DCI Moran's mobile number.
Much obliged. Keep your line free and those guns in their holsters. Be back to you as soon as I've had a chat with Brendan.
Right. Charlie squeezed the phone until her knuckles whitened. The caller rang off. Chapter 18. Moran's phone buzzed, and Anya started, fumbled for a cigarette. Moran?
Brendan, it's been too long.
Who is this?
I believe you're keeping company with a friend of mine.
Moran knew who it was.
Black, as the night.
Sean Black laughed softly.
Now listen, I have a wee situation here, Brendan. I reckon you can help me out.
What do you want? Moran was thinking about mobile phone traceability, triangulation, but his handset was a burner. Should be okay for a bit.
You know what I want.
Anya's not keen. Why's she so important to you?
That's between me and her. Important thing is, I have a gun to her baby's head.
Moran glanced at Anya, chain-smoking on the sofa, watching his every expression. She seemed to have aged 10 years in the last 2 hours.
Did you get that, Brendan?
Yep, I got it.
So, I have the royal flush, agreed?
For now, maybe.
Listen to me, Brendan. I won't hesitate. You'd better believe it. My man doesn't give a toss about pulling the trigger.
Okay, so he pulls the trigger. You still don't have what you want. What's your next move? He turned instinctively away from Anya, drew the curtains back. The street was deserted. Sean Black laughed heartily.
I don't think you'd let that happen, Brendan. You're telling me you'd look Anya in the eye and tell her daughter's brains are all over a wall in Redden? No, that's not you, Brendan.
So you want me to do what, exactly?
You bring Anya to me. I'll tell you where. When I have her, you say goodbye and the girl walks free.
And what about your man?
Between me and him, Brendan, he's a robust kind of character.
He'll need to be.
Oh, no threats, please, Brendan. Not even empty ones.
All right. When and where?
That's the spirit. Send the lady to find a pen and paper, why don't you? She is there, isn't she?
Moran made a writing gesture, and Anya scrabbled around, found an old envelope, a biro. Black gave an address. It meant nothing. Some obscure coastal village.
Got that?
The voice purred. Yes.
So you're somewhere near Dingle. It won't take you more than 40 minutes. Just you and her. Is that clear?
Clear. The line went dead. Anya's upturned face was chalk white, inquiring, almost beseeching. We have to go. She nodded. Get them to back off, will you? At least 10 metres. Charlie called to the uniforms at the cordon. The press hadn't wasted any time. Cameras, tripods, intense-looking young reporters with tablets and smartphones had gathered like ants at a honey spillage. The roads are bad enough already, she barked. Get onto traffic. We need a couple of motorbikes on the London Road by RBH. Keep it moving. Ma'am, one of the uniforms stabbed the button on his radio. Charlie went back to the ARU team. 2 had their guns trained on the narrow passage which led to the flat's entrance. Another was covering the window. "What about the rear?" she asked the sergeant. 2 covering Eldon Terrace. High wall protecting the gardens. He can't get out that way without being spotted." "Okay." Charlie chewed her lip. Doing nothing didn't sit right, not with Tess injured, maybe even... No. She wouldn't think about that possibility, not yet. "How long do we wait?" the sergeant asked. She shrugged. "I don't know, Sergeant. I just don't know." She mussed her hair, chewed her lip, aware how unsatisfactory it sounded. She added, "As long as it takes, all right?" "Ma'am." Chapter 19. The first problem was Wheels. The second was Anya. She was half walking, half running to keep up with him. "Let me talk to her, please, for God's sake, Brendan. She's a hostage." "Not yet." He waved her objections away. "I need to think." Moran's leg was giving him hell after his earlier exertions, but this was not the time for hanging about. Not with the Garda out searching, and not with O'Shea missing, whatever that might mean. "For the love of God, Brendan, anything might be happening." Moran found a car he thought he could work with. "Wait, keep an eye out." "What are you—" The side window caved in under Moran's elbow thrust. He was in the front seat, feeling under the dash. An older car, so in theory it should have... There. The engine started with a burst of black exhaust, while Anya dithered on the pavement. He leaned out. "Get in!" Moran knew his way out of Dingle. It was more a question of avoiding the Garda. "I can't do this, Brendan. I can't be near Black." "Hopefully you won't need to be." Moran threw her a sideways glance. "But you better fill me in, Anya, truthfully this time. Your daughter's life might depend on it." He gave Anya a moment to ponder this as he guided the car through the network of back streets and came to a halt at a set of traffic lights. A Garda vehicle was waiting at the lights on the left-hand side of the junction, engine idling. The lights changed. The Garda passed by. Moran breathed again. Anya broke the silence. "Look, Brendan, I have no idea why Black wants me. We knew each other, sure, back in the day, but not well, and that's the truth. I just know that whatever's going down is not something I want to be involved in. Now give me the bloody phone." Moran's reply changed to a curse as a speeding car failed to stop at a mini roundabout. It caught their vehicle behind the passenger door on Moran's side, slewing them to the right. Moran fought with the steering wheel, but it wasn't playing. A low brick wall ended their unscheduled diversion, and the engine died on impact. Moran's head hit the steering wheel with enough force to trigger an airbag. Had airbags been standard in the mid-80s when the car was manufactured? But it was just hard plastic. He saw stars, felt a stabbing pain in his shoulder. He was dimly aware of other voices, urgent, demanding voices, followed by Anya's scream, then nothing. Steam rose from the punctured radiator in a series of aggravated puffs. A diesel engine somewhere nearby burst into life, rousing Moran into semi-consciousness. A screech of tyres, a hint of burned rubber, and it was gone. Moran tried to figure out the direction, but his brain wouldn't comply. The lights went out. "He never intended for us to get to the rendezvous," Moran told Charlie. He was sitting in a bar 2 streets away from the scene of the crash. His head hurt like hell, and he was holding a damp handkerchief to his forehead. The Garda, fortunately, dragged their feet getting to the scene, and after he'd come to, Moran had been able to make himself scarce, waving aside objections and offers of help from a small group of bystanders. He hoped the Garda would file the crash under joyriders, but suspected that 1 or 2 upstanding citizens among the witnesses might offer a description, in which case it wouldn't be a great idea to loiter. "He wanted to catch me off guard," he told Charlie. "Make sure I didn't pull anything funny. He must have really wanted Anya where he could see her." "But why?" Charlie said. "I just don't get it." "Nor me. Not yet. But Black should be letting his man know that we've kept our side of the bargain, in a manner of speaking. Will he call you, do you think? Charlie asked. He may well. Moran winced as he shifted the handkerchief. The barman was regarding him with a mixture of sympathy and suspicion. Moran gave him a wan smile and raised his glass to his lips. Took a sip. Charlie said, I'll clear the line, Gov. Yes, you'd better. And Moran started as the sound of two muffled reports echoed through the handset. What the hell was that? Gunshots, Gov. Inside the flat. Gotta go. The line dropped. Moran paled, dropped the burner in his pocket, sipped his whiskey. It did little to dispel the cold knot in his stomach. Chapter 20. Bowler had almost worn a hole through the squeaky clean floor of the hospital corridor with his relentless pacing. Tess had been in surgery a long time. He looked at his watch. An hour and a half. That could mean anything. Something or nothing. It was the not knowing that was killing him. And the guilt. The if-onlys had started the moment they'd raced away in the ambulance. If only he'd stayed at the rear of the building. If only he'd sent Tess to meet the ARU. If only. If only. The rubber doors flapped, and a white-coated doctor appeared. Monsieur Dancy? Bowler found that he couldn't respond. His mouth opened and closed silently. In the end, he just nodded. I'm Dr. Koch, Mr. Harriman's surgical registrar. Bowler nodded again. DC Tess Martin isn't in any danger, Koch went on, but she will be weak and groggy after the anaesthetic. I suggest you come back tomorrow morning. She'll be more compos mentis by then, all being well. Hopefully we won't have to keep her in too long. She's all right. Bowler felt relief sweep through him like a shot of amphetamine. She's really okay. She was lucky, Koch said. The shot missed her vital organs. Most of the damage was superficial, you'll be pleased to hear. We had a good look around to make sure we didn't miss anything. She'll heal physically, but I suspect the mental support will be more important, he added, from colleagues and friends. Bowler pumped the man's hand. Of course, thank you. On his way out, Bowler met George McConnell on his way in. He grinned at the little Scot, an enormous, good-to-be-alive grin. She's all right, George. She's going to be fine. Can't see her tonight, though. Doctor's orders. What the hell were you playing at? George's tone was icy. Leaving her to man the fort on her own? Bowler's face fell. No. Wait. George jabbed a stubby finger in Bowler's chest. You were supposed to be looking out for her. Bowler took a step back. George, have you been drinking? Are you my minder now? Come on, George, not here. We can talk outside. Bowler touched George's arm. This wasn't good. Not good at all. George had been off the booze for a while, as far as he knew, but get your hands off me. George brushed him aside. Now, are you going to tell me where she is, or do I have to find out myself? George, this isn't a good idea. You can't see her right now. Look, she's just out of surgery and she's going to be fine. George opened his mouth to reply, but his mobile phone got there first. McConnell! He instantly modified his tone on hearing the caller. Oh, it's you, boss? Bowler watched George with mixed feelings. Would Charlie be able to figure out the state George was in? Right, got it. George signed off. He looked Bowler up and down. I'm wanted elsewhere, lucky for you. Standoff's over. Over? Bowler's eyes widened. So what happened? The girl's all right, George said tersely. She's safe. A group of nurses passed them in the corridor, and Bowler stepped to one side to let them pass. George was already walking away. He hurried after the bristling figure. George, wait. They've got the guy responsible, the gunman. George picked up the pace, striding ahead. He threw the answer over his shoulder. Yes and no. What's that supposed to mean? George burst through the exit into the overcrowded car park where an ambulance was unloading its fresh cargo of misery. It means, the Scot said in a louder voice, that they have his body. They shot him? You never take a shot unless there's...
George spun on his heels. "He blew his own head off. All right." Bowler watched George stride away, unsteady and angry. "Go home, George," he called after the retreating figure, only to receive a rude gesture in return. At least George wasn't driving, and at least he wasn't in uniform. Bowler glanced at his watch. Eldon Square was a couple of minutes away. He started walking. Eldon Square was doing a good impression of a war zone. Blue light overload, uniform on the perimeter, pressing against the cordon, and the ARU packing up, relieved maybe not to have been called upon to fire. Not that that was going to happen anyway, a last resort, and only in very rare circumstances. Just one shot fired, and that from inside the flat. He caught sight of Charlie talking to the ARU sergeant. He waited for her to finish before catching her attention. "Boss?" "Bowler?" Charlie scanned her DC's expression and liked what she saw. "Tess is okay, right?"
"Yep," Bowler confirmed. "She's going to be fine. Visitors tomorrow, the doc said."
Charlie let her breath out in a long sigh.
"Thank God for that. Have you seen George? He's supposed to be on his way."
"Actually, he's not well. Asked me to let you know. Gone home with a migraine."
Charlie frowned.
"Migraine?"
She studied Bowler's expression. "You're a rubbish liar, Bowler." Bowler shuffled his feet.
Damn. Now what could he say?
Charlie sighed again, this time in frustration. "Okay, never mind. I'll sort George out later. You heard what happened?"
"Just the main points. The girl's unhurt?"
"Yes, she's over there, back of the second ambulance."
Charlie gestured to the main road where the two ambulances had drawn up by the cordon. "Seems unfazed by it all. Quite a self-possessed young lady."
"So, why did the gunman top himself?"
"We're trying to establish exactly what went on in the basement flat. I'm second in the queue after the medics. Want to join me?"
"Sure," Bowler said, "if you want me to."
Charlie gave Bowler a hard look.
"Bowler, I don't blame you for what happened to Tess, okay? We'll talk later, but don't let it get in the way right now."
"Thanks, boss. Appreciate it."
Bowler tried a smile, which didn't come as naturally as he'd have liked. But the boss was on his side. That was a tick in the right box. George's reaction, however, was more worrying. It nagged him like a sore tooth. "Let's get to work." Charlie spun on a heel and set off towards the ambulances. But then a mobile phone rang.
"Gov? Yep, sorry. Here's what happened."
Charlie spoke quickly, gave more on the salient facts. She finished with a question. Should we tell Caitlin the latest? That her mother's been abducted? Charlie listened to Moran's reply and nodded. "Okay. Straight bat." Agreed. Chapter 21.
"Miss Hannigan, can we have a quick word?"
Charlie asked the question as much of the paramedic as the girl. Both nodded. The paramedic dismounting from the ambulance with a brisk, "All yours. Heart and blood rate pressure normal, but," he raised a warning finger, "a few minutes only, okay? I'm obliged to take Miss Hannigan to the RBH for further checks, just to be safe." "That's fine, thanks." Caitlin was sitting on the central trolley bed, back straight, legs neatly folded, hands clasped together. She looked calm and focused. Charlie gestured to Bowler. "Miss Hannigan, this is Detective Constable Bowler O'Dunsey, and my name is Detective Inspector Charlie Pepper. I'd like to ask you one or two questions if you feel up to it. I understand you're upset. That's only natural, but this'll only take a couple of minutes."
"Go ahead."
Charlie perched on the low stool opposite the trolley. Caitlin Hannigan held her gaze and maintained eye contact. She was a strikingly attractive redhead, hair fashionably styled in a face-framing cut just above chin length, which shaped and accentuated her well-defined but feminine jawline. A light dusting of freckles around her nose and cheeks added a gay-mind quality, which, judging from Bowler's expression, wasn't doing her any harm in the male attraction stakes. Charlie shot Bowler a cautionary look before addressing Caitlin.
First of all, we need to know as much as possible about your assailant.
Of course.
Bowler asked.
What happened in the basement flat, Caitlin? Did he say anything to you? Take or make any phone calls?
No.
She shook her head.
He only gave orders, like sit down or keep quiet, you know?
He didn't make or receive any phone calls. Caitlin's Irish roots were only just discernible, her accent more southern counties than Southern Ireland. Did he hurt you? Charlie asked.
No. He had a firm hold of my arm on the way from my flat, but that's all.
Or threaten you in any way? A headshake. Charlie glanced at Bowler. In which case, I'll tell you what we know.
Thank you.
Have you been in touch with your father recently?
I spoke to him a few weeks ago. Why?
You didn't get the impression anything was amiss?
No. What is it? What's happened?
Charlie explained. Caitlin Hannigan nodded at intervals, ran a well-manicured hand through her hair. If she was upset, she hid it well. Shock, perhaps? Charlie had seen it before when breaking bad news, the recipient too numb to react. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, Caitlin. Let me assure you that DCI Moran's doing everything in his power to find your mother.
Why can't the Garda find out what's happened?
It's complicated, Caitlin. DC Moran is doing all he can.
And this guy today, I mean, he was something to do with my mother's decision to run away? What did he want? I don't understand. Why would he want to threaten me?
Bowler frowned.
You said earlier he didn't threaten you.
Yes, sorry. Bad choice of words. I meant, what would he want with me?
Are you sure he said nothing at all, Miss Hannigan?
Bowler was leaning forward, his voice low and encouraging. Charlie suppressed an approving smile. Bowler was good at proactive prompting. Bowler continued,
He didn't ask you about anything? Ask you to do anything?
No. As I said before, he just told me to sit down, keep quiet.
And when he shot himself?
Bowler raised his eyebrows a fraction.
No warning? No reason? He just...
Bowler made a barrel with his fingers and pointed them at his temple.
Just bang, and that was it? He didn't say anything before he pulled the trigger?
Caitlin swallowed and looked down at her hands, toyed with a ring on her little finger, twisted it round and round.
No,
at last, a slight tremor in her voice.
He just...
Now the hand went to her mouth.
It was just like you said.
All right, Miss Hannigan, thank you. Charlie signalled to Bowler. Enough. Caitlin brought herself under control with an effort. The hands were reclasped.
I should call my father.
Of course, but I'd wait till the hospital has given you the once-over.
I'm all right, really.
Her voice broke a little, and she took out a handkerchief from her sleeve, blew her nose.
Sorry.
The handkerchief flapped. You've been through a traumatic experience, Charlie said. I've been through something similar. I can empathise with how you're feeling. You might feel fine now, but you might not later on. Caitlin nodded and returned a weak smile.
I'm sure you're right.
Would you like someone to stay with you tonight? I can arrange a WPC. She won't get in your way, just...
I'll be fine.
Caitlin nodded again, this time more decisively.
I'm a rather private person, and there's my boyfriend.
He lives with you?
Bowler was on to that one, smartish.
No, he lives in Early. He's coming over tonight to help me sort things out. With the move, you know. What I mean is, he'll make sure I'm all right.
Very well, if you're sure. Charlie got up and ducked instinctively as she remembered where she was. I'll arrange a car to take you from the hospital to your apartment. We'll have a specialist team on site now. They'll make sure everything's fixed up for you, door locks and so on. Check everything over, make sure nothing's been taken.
I see. Is that absolutely necessary?
Charlie caught the frostiness in the question.
Rather a private person. Fair enough.
It was no fun having a bunch of strangers poking around your apartment. A vivid flashback of the break-in, which had almost cost her her own life, caught Charlie unawares. The shattering of the front door glass, the desperate struggle with the knife man, the sliver of window piercing his gut. She shook the images away with a flick of her head, cleared her throat.
Well, for your security, yes, of course.
They won't touch anything they don't have to. Don't worry on that account.
A nod. Charlie took out her wallet.
Here's my number. Call me any time if you're worried. Thanks, I appreciate that, but Caitlin's composure faltered. It won't happen again, will it? I mean, someone trying to break in, or...
You'll be perfectly safe, Bowler told her. We'll keep an eye on the flats, don't worry.
Thanks, that's very kind.
She shot Bowler a wider, more relaxed smile, and Charlie sensed the electricity crackling between them, 1,000 hormones lining up for duty. The boyfriend thing wasn't something that would worry Bowler. She might need to have a quiet word.
We may need to ask some more questions in a day or so, Charlie said, in her best businesslike tone. She indicated to the hovering paramedic that they had finished. Thank you, Miss Hennigan. We'll be in touch. They clambered down the ambulance steps, and Charlie assessed the scene. The incident was being closed down. Police cars were departing with lights doused and sirens silenced. The ARU had left the square. Apart from the forensics team, only a brace of uniforms remained at the cordon. The gunman's remains were being stretchered up the basement steps, a body-bagged, anonymous shape. It would be interesting to see what pathology came up with. Their first job tomorrow, Charlie decided. But this evening, the first priority was to keep an eye on Caitlin Hannigan, a task to which, she suspected, Bowler had already assigned himself. A call to the Gov was in order too. He'd sounded pretty shaken up, but experience had taught her that it was a dangerous thing to shake up the Gov. It only made him raise his game.
Want me to stick around, boss, or
maybe pop up to the hospital? Charlie stuck her tongue in her cheek.
Yeah,
what? Charlie cocked her head, enjoying Bowler's discomfiture. She'd never seen a black man blush, but Bowler was getting pretty close.
Keep an eye on her, DC O'Dunsey.
From a distance, okay?
Yeah, sure. Got it, boss.
And the boyfriend, if he shows.
Right.
Professional at all times, DC O'Dunsey. Everything pace compliant, remember?
Sure, no problem.
Charlie watched him go and allowed herself a small grin. She turned then to the basement flat and the besuited comings and goings of the forensics team. She took a breath, went down the steps, lost the grin. Chapter 22. George McConnell had no intention of following Bowler's advice. What was the point? What would he do at home? Tess had been hospitalized by an Irish scumbag, and the guy was dead. That was good, but not good enough. It was too easy a way out. Someone had to answer for what he'd done, and George knew exactly where to get the answer he was after. They all met in the same place, these expat Republicans, which was obliging of them. The castle, off Oxford Road. George was one step beyond questioning the wisdom of what he was about to do. On the contrary, he felt empowered, full of righteous anger. He knew he'd had a few, but far from feeling light-headed, his mind was focused, his intention beyond reproach. The castle was tucked around the back of Reading's Oxford Road, in a quiet cul-de-sac of neglected, sad-faced terraced houses, homes to a wide cross-section of Reading's lowlifes, prostitutes, dealers, pimps, and, George felt it in his water, a generous sprinkling of Irish terrorists. As he turned the corner, the first thing he noticed was a trio of dodgy teens on bikes hanging around on the other side of the road, doing nothing but watching everything. Lookouts, George told himself, paid in fags and dodgy crack, which not only meant he was on the right track, but also indicated that there might be a big shot or two in residence. That was good. The more the merrier. George stuck his chin out and kept walking. The pub's exterior was crowded with smokers standing around in groups, or lolling on damp bench seats under the cheap yellow exterior lighting. George ignored the stares, whispered asides and hostile mutterings, pushed hard on the heavy reinforced door, and went in. J.C. took the bottle of Bud, paid the barman, and pushed his way through to the back of the pub. Multiple wide screens blared live football commentary, competing with the testosterone-fueled banter and backchat. A shaven-headed guy he knew from last time, one of their minders, stopped him, patted his pockets, checked around his waist, inside his ears, and waved him through. The end table had been cleared, a chair reserved for him, facing the bench seat opposite, which was occupied by 3 guys. 2 he'd met before, 1 he hadn't. Angry faces. Something had gone down, something bad, but what? He felt a knot of fear in his stomach. If this went bad on him, it was game over, permanently. These guys didn't mess about. Think of the money. Keep cool. You have something they want. Something they need. The guy in the middle looked up as he approached, nodded, pointed to the chair. J.C. took it, returned the greeting, sipped his Bud. We have a small problem, the guy in the middle said. Looks like Niall's out of the game. You'll remember he was after talking to our experts, seeing as how the individual concerns been a wee bit difficult of late. Well, we don't know why yet or exactly what happened, but while discussing the problem with said expert, he seems to have taken a bullet. This would be an hour or so ago. Thought you might be able to help, being in the know as you are. J.C. felt a trickle of sweat run down his neck. Niall Briggs, shot. Well, the guy had it coming. There'd been some disturbance near the hospital. Was that related? He'd seen the blue lights, the commotion, but he'd been on another, unrelated stakeout this afternoon. An ISIS connection near Slough. Inconsequential, as it had turned out. He'd only got back half an hour ago. Traffic was murder on the M4 after some pile-up somewhere near Newbury. I've heard nothing, he said. I expect I will later on if it impacts the team. Better get your ear to the ground then, the man said. His voice was soft, but the menace of the slow, precise delivery lifted his words above the background noise, loud and clear. And sooner rather than later. Niall finished his main job, so all's well there. But we might be needing a slight change to the execution plan, depending on our experts' availability. I'll be wanting to know you're still happily signed up. If things are as bad as they look, we might need you to take a more central role. Of course. A copper was hurt, the guy on the left said. She's been admitted to RBH. You might start with her. J.C. took another swig of his Bud. Where did you get this information? Now the man on the right spoke up. He was small but muscular. A long scar ran from his right eye to his chin. Young Brian's been keeping an eye, but you'd better connect it. You can get to the bottom of it faster. It might take a little time. I don't think it'll take too long. The small man ran his finger down his face, tracing the outline of the scar. Better get busy. Sure. I'll be in touch. He took a final swig from his bottle in what he hoped was a reassuring manner. But as he pushed his chair back to stand up, he became aware of a subtle change in the atmosphere. Something was wrong. He turned to look. Someone had come in, someone who shouldn't have. J.C. craned his neck to see. There, by the bar, a copper stood out like a bandaged thumb. What a dick. The law. Get red, Scarface said. If you don't, we will. Know him. J.C. took another look, shook his head. The copper was at the bar, oblivious, or seemingly so, to the effect his presence was having. He was short and angry-looking, but his whole persona telegraphed police. Trouble was, this type had been at it so long, they didn't twig that they stood out like snow in the Sahara. Obviously, this one hadn't done much, if any, undercover, and unless he got out quick, he wouldn't likely survive long enough to get any practice in. Last thing these guys wanted was the Rosa sniffing around. Not now they were close. He made a calming gesture, palm flat down.
Leave it with me.
He felt the triad's eyes boring into his back as he moved towards the bar. The TV crowd parted to let him through. They didn't care much for him. They knew his game. But they didn't give him any hassle. They'd seen who he was with. The copper looked up as he approached, all bristling and spoiling for a fight. J.C. could read the body language. What had possessed him to come in here? Ah, the eyes, slightly glazed and focused. This guy was half cut. That explained a lot. Should make the job a little easier. J.C. grabbed him by the shoulder, hissed in his ear,
Outside now, if you want to get out in one piece.
The guy pulled away, shook him off, reached in his pocket. The background banter quietened. All J.C. could hear was the TV, the ring of the cash register. He still had the bottle of Bud in his hand. He didn't want to do what he was about to do, but this copper was going to die if he didn't. He could feel the minder's eyes on him. The butterfly knives would be ready.
If you don't sort him, pal, we will.
J.C. took aim, swung the bottle. He had to hit the forehead dead center for the glass to break. If he was out, even by a fraction, the guy was going to be brain damaged. J.C. didn't want that. He had no argument with the police. As he brought the bottle down, he yelled, "Pig! This is for my mates you banged up last month!" The guy saw it coming, and his eyes widened. He'd come looking for trouble, but hadn't expected to find it quite so soon. The bottle was halfway through its downward arc when he moved to his right, just slightly, but enough for the bottle to glance off the side of his head and onto his shoulder. J.C. cursed, followed through with a push which sent the policeman stumbling backwards towards the door. A pair of tattooed punters helped him along with a further shove, and J.C. was right behind. He and the policeman spilled out of the door like a couple of stuntmen in a spaghetti western brawl. Smokers scattered left and right as they demolished a trestle table. Wood splintered, and an external heater went over with a loud crash. J.C. was on top. No one could see what he was doing. He stuffed his Sec 2 ID into the cop's face. The guy stopped struggling. His eyes blazed, but he'd seen it. He understood. J.C. made exit signs with his eyes, rolled off, stood up, brushed himself down. A crowd had gathered at the door, joining the smoking semicircle for a ringside seat. They all watched, jeering as the pig got up, pulled his jacket straight, turned on his heels. Someone pitched a beer can after him. It glanced off the Roz's back, more jeers and catcalls. J.C., breathing hard, accepted the accolades. 1 or 2 pats on the back. "Nice one, mate." He waited outside until he was sure the guy wasn't coming back. What an idiot. Hadn't done his own reputation with the clientele any harm, though, which might prove useful over the next 24 hours. J.C. went back in, the crowd parting before him like he was Moses at the Red Sea. It didn't feel half bad. He accepted his on-the-house bud, downed most of it in one, looked at his watch, caught sight of one of the minders. The guy tapped his watch, made a vamoose sign. J.C. drained the bottle. Time to get going. He had another Rosa to deal with. At least this one would be a little less lively. Chapter 23. Moran was sitting in the darkest corner of the bar, to the left of the toilets. Not the most salubrious position, but he had a clear view of the street. He checked for an alternative exit and found one in the fire escape door by the gents. He needed time to think. Charlie's call had added further unanswered questions to his already long list. He took a sip of coffee and began to arrange them in a rough order of priority. First, why did Black want Anya? Second, where had he taken her? No point visiting the address Black had given. It would either be non-existent or unrelated. Third, O'Shea. The islander was becoming conspicuous by his absence. Fourth,
Why had the Reading gunman shot himself? He made a mental note to follow up both forensics and the autopsy with Charlie. He drained his coffee cup. Maybe the gunman would leave some clue as to Black's whereabouts. The suicide was puzzling. It made no sense. Moran emptied his mind and began again. Black was planning a big job in the UK. He had men in situ, of which the dead guy had been one, expendable. Then, for someone with Black's background, that wouldn't be a problem. And sure, if the gunman had given himself up, he'd have been looking at a custodial sentence. Injuring a serving police officer, kidnap, threatening a member of the public with a firearm, breaking and entering. Possible membership of a terrorist group. 20 years, probably. But he'd chosen a bullet instead. Had that been pre-agreed with Black? No prisoners, no risk to the job? Moran scratched his head. Hell, how big was this job? And the answer came back clear as day. Very big indeed. So, Caitlin Hannigan's abduction had, in all likelihood, originally been intended to be much more covert an operation than it had turned out to be. A cock-up, in truth. Black's operative had been spotted on CCTV. Charlie and team had no time to warn Caitlin, on the strength of O'Shea's intelligence, Moran conceded. The islander had been spot on. Moran swirled his coffee dregs. The bar was quiet. Just a few solitary drinkers in various locations. 2 at the bar, 1 at the small table in the opposite corner. All men, all middle-aged, unthreatening. He watched the barman move up and down his workplace, tidying, washing, polishing, smiling and exchanging mild banter with the men at the bar. An image of Jerry came into his mind, trussed and lifeless in the boot of the car. Moran's mouth set in a firm line. He'd get to the bottom of this for his old friend's sake, as well as for whatever Black was planning. He rubbed his eyes, gritty and sore from lack of sleep, and tried to concentrate. Black had what he wanted, which had been Anya, and so he'd allowed Caitlin to walk. Risk had been minimized with the gunman's suicide, preordained or otherwise. Thing was, he just couldn't figure out why Black needed Anya, and neither could she. Or so she said. His mobile buzzed. A text. Come to Galatia's cottage. Take a cab, OS. Galatia's cottage? Why Galatia? Then he remembered the gun in the bureau drawer. The bullets. He reread the message. O'Shea seemed to be 1 step ahead, which meant, Moran acknowledged, that he himself was at least 1 step behind. Come in, Brendan. Moran did as he was told. O'Shea was sitting where Jerry had sat. He nodded a greeting. The evening was drawing in, and Galatia had lit a few candles, kept the lights off. From the road, the cottage had appeared unoccupied, lifeless. Moran hadn't known what to expect. A trap? An empty cottage or O'Shea and Galatia waiting for him? Not knowing who to believe anymore, he'd taken a chance. A moment. He went to the window, signalled to the cab driver. The guy raised a hand in acknowledgement and the car drew away. I have a little explaining to do, Brendan, Galatia said, hooking a hair over one ear in a gesture he remembered from their evening together. Have a seat now. Well, I'd love someone to explain something. Sure you weren't followed, O'Shea prompted. He was wearing a rough polo neck jumper and black jeans. His hands were muddy, oily perhaps, and his long hair was gathered as usual into a scruffy ponytail. Dressed for business. Galatia sighed. I didn't want to say too much before, Brendan. I didn't want you caught up in it all. I was caught up the moment I agreed to come. Well, maybe, Galatia agreed, but we were hoping that Joseph here, she gestured to O'Shea, could sort things out, you know, before they escalated. Moran narrowed his eyes, looked over at O'Shea. You got word to this fella that I got myself locked up, right?
I knew I had to watch out for you, Brendan, Galash explained. When you said you'd been followed, I knew something was going to happen to you.
Moran let his breath out slowly. He glanced at O'Shea. That's where the gun in the bureau came from, I did wonder. Galash looked at her hands. Just in case, O'Shea admitted. She never had to use it. There's more, I'm guessing? He directed the question at Galash.
He and Joseph have known each other for donkey's years. Since the time he and Anya were... they had a thing, together.
What are you telling me?
Just that Joseph has a personal interest in Anya, particularly because of Caitlin.
Moran glanced at O'Shea. The islander was nodding, agreeing. Moran blinked. You're Caitlin's father? He said slowly. Does Donald know?
Galash shook her head. No.
Moran gave O'Shea a long look. She's safe and well, he said. My team are keeping her under observation. O'Shea nodded. Thanks for that.
I've been trying to help, Brendan. You see, I have...
Galash paused and took a short breath.
Had a friend, an admirer. I met him at a local dance 2 months or so ago. He's in the Gardaí, but he's also one of Black's insiders. His name's Liam Buchanan.
We've met. I'm not a fan.
No, he's proved useful. He came round yesterday and wanted to know where you were. I thought he'd figured out I was using him, but it was all right. He thinks he's using me.
Moran shook his head in disbelief. I wouldn't have pegged you as a covert operative, Galash.
I'm hardly that. But how can I sit by and watch all this happen without doing anything?
O'Shea was on his feet. Time's marching on. I want to know what my brother wants with Anya, what she's got. It might give us a clue. Some idea of what he's targeting. We've all drawn a blank on that one, Moran observed. Anya's clean.
You know she has links, Brendan.
Galash was sitting forward on the sofa, her eyes alert and urgent. So what's her speciality? Communications? Money laundering? Electronics? He should know, right? Moran jerked his head towards O'Shea. It was a long time ago, the two of us, O'Shea growled. If I knew, I'd tell you.
Galash shook her head. I can't believe Anya knows anything about that kind of stuff.
We can't be sure.
Sure, she hung out with Sean Black for quite a while, back in the day, yes. But she's hardly going to sound off about what she learned, what she was involved with, at the time, is she?
Moran blew out his cheeks in frustration. Donald would have sussed her out, surely. If she'd been involved in illicit Republican activity, her own husband would be the first to know. He spread his hands. Don't you think? They didn't know about me and Anya, O'Shea muttered. We were careful. Right. So careful you had a child together, Moran countered. He tried to mask his disapproval, turned instead to Galash. You were telling me about Buchanan. What did you get?
Only snippets. The UK job. Black has at least 2 men in London.
Timescales?
No, I tried. All he said was it'd be this year.
Moran moved to sit next to Galash. Think hard. Anything, Galash. Even some throwaway remark might be significant. Galash shook her head, closed her eyes. A few seconds later she opened them.
It's probably nothing.
Go on, Moran prompted.
Buchanan was reading the paper. Something about Prince William and Kate. Oh, I know. It was the Middleton wedding.
O'Shea frowned, muttered something under his breath. Pippa Middleton, right? Galash nodded, remembering.
He said something like, "Oh, will you look at this?"
I tell you, Sean hates the royals more than anything else on that island. Chapter 24. The Royal Berkshire Hospital was blessed with an impressive frontage, built from the same Grade 2 listed bathstone as Eldon Square. But since the 80s, the main entrance had been relocated to Craven Road on the east side of the hospital. Bowler followed his nose a little further into the A&E department, which was, predictably for this time of the evening, beginning to fill up. He checked briefly with reception to make sure that Caitlin Hannigan had been registered. Yes, the receptionist had told him, with a patient but weary smile. Miss Hannigan was being seen immediately as a priority cause. So now it was all about waiting, inconspicuously. Not one of Bowler's favourite activities. He went outside where the usual evening clientele was gathered in mutual support beneath an awning, dragging nervously at cigarettes or chatting morosely out of earshot of their injured family members. Calm enough now, Bowler thought wryly, but come closing time, plus half an hour, the ambience would nosedive. Alcohol. The world would be better off without it. Bowler walked away from the smokers and down the concrete ambulance ramp to the pavement. The world and D.C. George McConnell would be better off without it. Bowler snorted under his breath. George was going to get it in the neck tomorrow, no doubt about that. Charlie enjoyed a drink like anyone else, but not on shift. Fine, so George was upset about Tess, they all were. But she was going to be okay, so, deal with it, George. Hopefully he'd taken Bowler's advice and gone home. Bowler paced for another few minutes. When the rain began, he moved under the awning a second time. But the conversations going on around him were depressing, and the smoke was getting up his nose, literally. A thought occurred to him. Why not pop over to see how Tess was doing, just for 10 minutes or so? Be better than hanging around here and waiting for A&E to do their thing with Caitlin Hannigan. She was perfectly safe in the hospital. Better get an estimate, though. He went inside. I have no idea, the receptionist told him, her earlier weariness giving way to irritation. Police, you say? Bowler showed his warrant card. All right, a moment, please. She disappeared through one of the doors. Bowler caught a glimpse of curtained cubicles, white-coated medical staff, heard a stifled cry of pain. Or was that just his imagination? He hated hospitals. The receptionist reappeared and produced her best professional smile. She'll be another 20 minutes or so. They have to check everything thoroughly, as you can imagine. Right, thanks. 20 minutes was plenty. Bowler made his way out of A&E and followed signs. The hospital was a maze through a bewildering connection of corridors and wards, and before long he had to admit to himself that he was lost. He spotted an information desk and cut his losses. The elderly lady bobbed and smiled. Take the stairs or lift to level 2, go through main entrance building into centre block, turn left at the welcome desk and along the corridor, follow signs to south block, then take the lift to level 3. Right, thanks. A few minutes and 2 wrong turns later, he arrived. Do you see Martin? She's in HDU. High dependency, a nurse explained in response to Bowler's blank reaction. But there's someone with DC Martin at the moment, I'm afraid, she told him. You'll have to wait. Bowler nodded. Sure. The doctor gets priority? No, a visitor. A friend, he said. A friend? Bowler showed his ID. May I? Well, the nurse hesitated. She was a pretty Indian girl in her early 20s. Just for a couple of minutes. I'll be as quiet as a mouse. He flashed his best smile and watched the nurse trying to imagine the characteristics of a small rodent applied to the muscular black policeman standing in front of her. She grinned. All right, if you're quick. Last bed on the right. Bowler relaxed the smile as he made his way into the dimly lit ward. A friend? Not George, surely. They wouldn't let a drunk anywhere near the ICU. HDU, he corrected himself. There was indeed a visitor. A young guy in jeans, T-shirt, and a beanie, sitting at the head of the bed. Looked like he worked out a bit. Not exactly ripped, but close to it. Tess was conscious and talking. That was good. Hello? Bowler spoke to Tess in a normal voice, then remembered his promise. He adjusted the volume to more mouse-like proportions. How are you? Tess nodded. Okay, sore. Now Bowler turned his attention to Beanie Guy. Do you see Bowler O'Dunsey? He extended his hand. The guy didn't take it. I'm just going, he said, and turned back to Tess.
If you remember anything else, D.C. Martin, you know where to get me. Tess gave a slight nod. The man got up and left. Bowler took his chair.
Hey, what's up? Not a lot. A girl's trying to have a rest, but all these blokes keep interrupting her beauty sleep.
Bowler grinned. Sorry, just wanted to make sure you're okay.
Look, Tess, Stop.
Tess waved a hand in a small circle, the best she could manage, while various drips and tubes impeded more expressive movement.
Not your fault, she said,
and let her hand drop.
Maybe, but I still feel bad about it. I should have been with you.
You were, she sighed. It could have been the other way round, Bowler, easily.
Bowler chewed his lip, lost for words. She was right, but still.
Did you get him, Bowler?
Bowler was aware of the Indian nurse hovering in the background. She would swoop any time now.
Tell you all about it later, he said. Before I go, who was Beanie Man? Boyfriend?
Funny,
Tess made a face.
I told you before. No time for boyfriends.
Then who?
He didn't say exactly, but it's not hard to guess.
Bowler's eyes widened.
A spook? You're kidding me, right? What did he want?
Chapter and verse on the gunman. Description, anything else I could remember. Did I see his face, blah-de-blah.
DCO Dancy, that'll do for now. The nurse was behind him, tapping the chair back with a fingernail.
Gotta go, Tess. Can I tell the boss?
Sure, why not?
Did he give a name, department, anything?
Nope.
The nurse prompted again. DCO Dancy. Bowler stood.
Okay. Catch you tomorrow, Tess. Get a good night's sleep.
In here? You're kidding. It's not going to happen.
Bowler shrugged, shot Tess a sympathetic grin, modified it a little for the nurse, and left. Just missed her, the A&E reception announced with something close to a smirk. Bowler did a double take. But you said, I can't be held responsible for how long the doctors take with each patient, can I?
Fine. She left on her own?
No, she was with a young man. Now, if you'll excuse me, officer, I have 1 or 2 other patients to book in. She indicated the heaving waiting room. Bowler exited via the smoker's entrance and ran down to the road, hoping to catch a glimpse. The apartments were within walking distance, but then Caitlin's companion might have brought a car. Bowler skidded to a halt on the pavement, looked right, left. The temporary pedestrian walkway skirting the waterboards, soon to be completed but never apparently worked on roadworks, were empty and silent. Bowler clanged along the metal ramp towards London Road, and there they were, under a street lamp. Bowler took a step towards them and checked himself. A heated discussion was in progress between Caitlin and the man, wiry, a little younger. Bowler stood back, leaned nonchalantly against the low wall of the A&E perimeter, withdrew his mobile to begin a fake conversation. I told you to keep away from me, Caitlin was saying in a low, angry whisper.
I just wanted to, I heard what happened and... You heard? This is all you're doing, I know. I swear to God I had no idea.
Bowler sidled closer, Irish accent quite strong. Caitlin. Oh, yeah, right. You had no idea. It was just coincidence then, was it? What do you mean? That I got accosted by one of his guys 2 weeks after our discussion.
Caitlin, let's go somewhere we can talk.
The man grabbed her arm, and Bowler tensed, ready to intervene. But the Irishman glanced round, nervous now, checking if anyone was clocking what was going on.
No way! He said what?
Caitlin shook the guy off. She was getting pretty agitated. I told you, it's no, no, no. What part of no do you not bloody understand? Please yourself. He dropped her arm, took a step back. Just remember, you're not dealing with me anymore. I can't stop what's going to happen. If you don't play ball, you know what he'll do. Go! Leave me alone! Caitlin turned on a heel and walked towards Bowler. He turned away, but she'd clocked him. As she passed, she shot him a knowing smile. The other guy stayed where he was for a bit, then set off in the other direction, hands in pockets, head down. Bowler waited 30 seconds or so, fought a brief battle with his conscience, pocketed his phone, and began to follow Caitlin Hannigan. Finally, JC slipped from the shadows and started to follow the black copper. Charlie 1-2, I have control on Red Rooster, leaving RBH and moving towards London Road. There's a friendly black in tow, but shouldn't be an issue. Confirm, Charlie 1, you have control of Red Rooster. The radio was buzzing with the team's chatter as they organised themselves. Normally it would have boosted his confidence knowing he wasn't alone, but these days he felt more of a loner than ever. Charlie 2-1 today, tomorrow something else. Back at base, just his initials, JC. Like he'd lost the rest of his name somewhere along the line, even before he was recruited back in his army days. A loner. All the more since he'd woken up one morning with the realization that he'd never live a normal life. That he was so used to working and operating in what his shrink called a hyper-vigilant state that he could no longer differentiate between normal life and life on the grid. This had been brought home to him one Saturday afternoon in B&Q, when he'd clocked a guy behaving suspiciously. He'd followed him, had been ready to take him out with a screwdriver if need be, but the guy had turned out not to be some crazy terrorist, but just a small-time thief working with an accomplice to nick a TV in broad daylight. Cheeky sod. But he'd been ready to kill the guy, no problem. JC's wife and 4-year-old daughter had seen it in his eyes, that look. Jane had smiled, said it was okay, but he knew it wasn't. He wasn't a normal husband and father, he was a dangerous weapon. He knew no other kind of existence. He looked after the British public. He hunted terrorists and foreign operatives, and he was damn good at it. And all was well until the dreams had begun, the shakes, the sweats, and that time he'd tried to kill Jane at 3 a.m. because he'd thought she was a suspect on his current op. His hands had been around her neck until he'd come to properly, realised he was strangling his wife, and his little girl, standing at the bedroom door. "What's wrong, Daddy? Why are you hurting Mummy?" "PTSD, the shrink said. You should think seriously about a change of career." But what else could he do? The family needed the security of a regular wage, even though for what he did the money was crap. There was no choice. He had to keep going. And so he had, but with a few punts at the bookies thrown in to supplement the money. He'd won at first, but that hadn't lasted. A few months later he'd been worse off than ever. The team had started to notice his mood swings. There'd been a few close calls. And then the Irish thing had come around. These people were organised, and to be that organised they had to be well funded, which meant that money wasn't a problem for them. But he was about to become a problem for them, and a big one at that. He was about to bust their onshore operation right open, unless they saw fit to make him an offer, of course. And what do you know? They'd been highly amenable to his suggestions, a little taken aback at first, naturally, because they thought they'd been so damn smart that their every move couldn't possibly be tracked by British intelligence. But he'd put them right on that score. How much, they'd asked, and they hadn't balked at his figures. It was a nice little arrangement. They needed to be one step ahead, and now they were. But for him it had come at a price. And that price was fear and isolation, not to mention shopping his mates. That was the worst part. What had happened to LK was down to him. The more he tried not to think about it, the worse it got. The dreams kept coming. They found LK in a garage, in 4 pieces. LK was a nice guy, nice family, wife, kids. The funeral had been the worst day of his life. Playing the supportive buddy, the family friend, when he was the one who delivered LK up to Niall Briggs and his torture team. At least Briggs was out of the picture now, but there'd be others. It wouldn't take them long to find a replacement. That guy with the scar, he looked like bad news. The idiot copper had got well lucky tonight. If he hadn't been there... What had happened made JC feel slightly better. He'd saved a good guy. But it was getting harder every day to live with the double game he was playing. That and the constant worry, of course, not about money, but when his luck was going to run out. Charlie 2-1 update, please.
Charlie 2-1. I still have control. Red Rooster approaching Kings Road apartment. Believe home to roost.
Base, Roger. Love the pan. Stay in position.
Roger, base. Will do.
Chapter 25. Galesh was preparing food. O'Shea was out front on duty. Moran was thinking. Or more accurately, he was dealing with the irritation that he'd been outmanoeuvred by Black. Black had been waiting to pounce the moment he'd given Moran an address. He'd known the route Moran would take. A simple matter to lie in wait and make an early move. Catch him off guard, and, Moran conceded, they had done exactly that. He was angry with himself, worried for Anya, and unsure what to do next. But he was also nursing a hypothesis, which went something like this. Black fails to entrap Anya, goes after Caitlin as leverage. He lets Caitlin walk after Anya is secured. Why? Maybe because now he's had the chance to brief Caitlin.
I have your mother. You better toe the line, do what I ask.
But what could a young, high-flying civil servant possibly have to offer a man like Black? The answer had to be one of three things: influence, information, or expertise. Moran favoured influence. Information could be extracted relatively easily, but influence? Having a key player at your beck and call, now that could be useful if Black was planning something big. But Caitlin was hardly a key player. Moran sipped his mineral water thoughtfully. Or was she? What if Black had gone for Anya purely and simply to get to Caitlin? And then, with Anya secured, Black contacts Caitlin, makes his threats, obtains Caitlin's cooperation. Very neat, Moran conceded. Black uses Caitlin to flush Anya out. And with Anya safely in the net, he turns the tables, applying the pressure of Anya's kidnap against Caitlin, at which point the gunman finds himself surplus to requirements. He's done the job, albeit a little ham-fistedly, and surely more publicly than intended. Maybe option 3 was the most likely then. Expertise. But what did Black want Caitlin to do? What was her expertise? Did the basement finally hold the answer? Perhaps. Sudden suicide, a bullet in the head, but why such a drastic ending? If the gunman had indeed shot himself, and there was a 50% probability that was precisely what had happened. Only 50% though, because there had been 2 people in that basement flat. The gunman and Caitlin Hannigan. His call went straight to Charlie's voicemail. Moran left a brief message. Call me when you can, and check out any dignitary visits due in the country. Royalty, celebrity, whatever. Could be something, could be nothing. Take care. Bye. Charlie was flat out busy, so Moran wasn't unduly surprised he couldn't get through. After they'd eaten, Galesh showed Moran into one of the spare rooms. He couldn't remember the last time he'd felt so exhausted. They embraced, and Galesh lingered at the door as he wearily removed his jacket. He sat on the edge of the bed and bent to untie his shoelaces. He didn't make it. Sleep ambushed him before his hand reached his shoe. He was dimly aware of someone swinging his legs onto the bed, the door closing softly. Then he was gone.
The where's not a problem, O'Shea was saying. It's the how.
Moran joined Galesh and the islander at the table, neatly laid for breakfast in Galesh's inimitable style, tablecloth and all. Crisis? What crisis? Seemed to be her watchword, and Moran admired her all the more for it. Well, good morning, DCI Moran, Galesh said as she poured him a generous measure of coffee. You're back with us then? 9.5 hours out for the count, I make it. and then a smile, the subtle evocation of Janice gripping his heart. Flowers. He would take flowers to the grave when this was over. O'Shea simply nodded a greeting. Moran wondered if the man had slept at all. "Couple of hours," the islander said, as if reading his mind. "All I need these days. Quiet night. I was half expecting visitors." Moran thanked O'Shea for his vigilance. He himself had been in no state for guard duty last night. "So why is the Ware not a problem?" Moran buttered toast and drank the coffee gratefully. "That'll be because I know exactly where they've taken her," O'Shea replied. "I'm listening." "Cottage, up on Sleigh Head. It's a partial derelict one, but rooms fit. Right in the cliff top. Stairs down to a small beach. Keeps a motorised dinghy there." "You're very well informed." O'Shea nodded. "Thought that's why you wanted to work with me." "You followed them after the ambush at the roundabout?" Another nod. "You were bound to cut and run. I had a few choices open to me for the ambush, but see, Inspector Moran," he leaned forward, "I know Sean. I know how he thinks." "Well, tell me how he's thinking now, about whatever's planned for the UK." Moran had considered whether to share his hypothesis with O'Shea, but had decided against, primarily because his trust of the islander was cotton thin. O'Shea was an ally now, for sure, but in Moran's head the guy was still working on his own. Moran was never comfortable with hidden agendas, particularly when they had the potential to blindside an investigation into potential acts of terror. "Let's worry about Anya, first of all," O'Shea said guardedly. "I have every confidence in your home team, DCI Moran. We'll all play our part, and things'll work out just fine." "Do you ever see Caitlin?" Moran asked. The islander shook his head. "What do you think? She's been brought up by Donald and Anya. She has her own life now." "She doesn't know, does she?" "More coffee," Gilesh broke in. Moran held out his cup, watched O'Shea's reaction. "Better she doesn't." "But you followed her career. I'll bet. She's doing well, her ma says." A trace of pride in his expression. The islander nodded. "She's a bright girl." "So you know what she does for a living?" Moran eased the crack of the conversation open a fraction. "Civil servant," O'Shea said shortly. "Ironic in a way, you'll be thinking, with their old man how he is." "Kids go their own way," Moran agreed. "Different politics, different approach to life." O'Shea was watching him carefully. "Where are you going with this, Moran?" "I'm just wondering which way she'd turn if push came to shove." "Meaning?" "Nothing. Just wondering. I need to make a call, excuse me." Outside, Moran breathed the unpolluted air. The contrast between his present location and Berkshire was polar. Perhaps he'd move back one day. He thought of Gilesh, the way she'd waited at the bedroom door. Perhaps one day. He dialed Charlie. "You've reached the voicemail of DR Charlie Pepper." Moran muttered a curse under his breath, pocketed the mobile, went back inside. Enough talk in any case. It was time to get things moving. Chapter 26. Charlie listened to Moran's message, tried to call back. No answer. Royalty? Celebrity? Surely not. She rubbed her eyes. Better get onto it, but first... Charlie popped her head out of her office. "George, a word, please." "Boss." Charlie returned to her desk and sat behind it, drummed her fingers. She wasn't a fan of the type of conversation she was about to initiate, but some issues couldn't be ducked. George fell squarely into such a category. George came in. He looked all right. A little tired, maybe, slightly red-faced. Wait, a bruise on his head? Looked nasty. Charlie came straight to the point. "Feeling better?" "Sorry, boss." "Bowler said you went home with a migraine last night." "Oh, yeah, right. I'm fine, thanks." "I can't have my team going AWOL with migraines." Charlie made bunny fingers. When they're supposed to be working a case. I know, it's just that it was, well, a really bad one. Maybe the VDU issue again. Like before, when I needed to change my glasses because... Oh, please cut the crap, George. What happened to your head? Banged it on the cooker hood. Always doing it. Bullshit. No, really. It's got a sharp edge, badly installed. I should really get a scene to. George petered out into an awkward silence. He looked at his hands, placed one on top of the other. Shaking again. Don't suppose for 1 minute that I haven't noticed, George McConnell. I may be younger than you, but I wasn't born yesterday. George nodded miserably. You're upset about Tess, I understand. But this is not the answer. Charlie sighed. Look, George, you're a good detective, a bit annoying sometimes maybe, but we all have our little foibles. Foibles are fine. Getting pissed on the job isn't. George nodded again. It was unusual to see the little Scot lost for words. Charlie pressed on. You're going to register with the AA. George looked up. I can't, boss. Why not? I can't sit there with all those saddos and they're not saddos, George. Just people like you who need help. George sniffed, took off his glasses, began polishing them on his shirt sleeve. You need help, George. If you register with the AA, keep off the booze, you get to stay on my team. If not, she shrugged, I don't have a choice. George looked up, checked she really meant it, looked down again. It's been going on for a while, hasn't it? I suppose. George cleared his throat, swallowed hard. And you want to fix it, don't you? You want to keep your job? You want to live to collect your pension, yes? Yes. Good. Go to the website. There's a national helpline, or just put in your postcode to find a local meeting that'll work for you. A nod. Right, that's that. Charlie pushed a sheet of paper over the desk. Business. 2 things. First, the Gov thinks this black guy is majorly anti-royal. Check on any visits due countrywide, OK? Second, mobile calls last night from the Eldon Square area. Contact the major providers, see what you can dig up. On it, boss. George folded the paper, got up and moved towards the door. Charlie called him back. George? George turned in the doorway, eyebrow raised. Don't let me down. So, you followed her back to the apartment? And she was alone? Charlie motioned for Bowler to sit. Her office blinds were open, and she could see George at his desk, head down, busy with the job she'd assigned him. After the guy left her, yeah. Bowler scratched his chin thoughtfully. She went into her apartment. That was it. No more visitors, just our lot finishing off. They were done by midnight. I checked them all out, but there's weird stuff going on, boss. First, the guy talking to guests was a spook if ever I saw one. Second, the argument I overheard between the other guy and Caitlin Hannigan sounded more serious than some lovers' tiff. And he had an Irish accent? Definitely. Coincidence? She's from Ireland, an Irish boyfriend wouldn't be too much of a stretch. They weren't discussing where to go on holiday, boss. Sounded heavy. Charlie nodded thoughtfully. OK. So maybe he's another link to Sean Black? Maybe Caitlin's another link to Sean Black. Charlie pressed the heels of her hands into her eye sockets, tried to massage the tiredness away. She'd been up most of the night, and the day wasn't getting any shorter. Maybe. Let's rewind a moment. According to the Gov, Sean Black is some A-lister Republican terrorist. He assembles his team for a new UK-based mission, but Black needs one particular person on his team, and she's not playing ball. Anya Hannigan, Caitlin's mother. Right, Bowler nodded. So he arranges for her daughter to be taken hostage, to put pressure on, flush her out. Yes, that's what the Gov reckons. Right, Bowler frowned. Then the hostage gunman tops himself, and Caitlin Hannigan walks free, which means what? Well, her being released makes sense, kind of, even though the method smells iffy. Because the guy and Anya Hannigan were jumped, and now Anya's nowhere to be found. They didn't need Caitlin anymore.
Bowler nodded. So we assume Black's responsible. That means he must have got word to his gunman that the cat was in the bag and he could let Caitlin go, right?
But instead, the operative turns the gun on himself. Why would he do that?
Bowler shrugged. Forensics reporting, yeah? Want to tell us something?
Any time now. Charlie pushed her chair back and stretched. I'm due at pathology shortly to find out what Dr. Baggery can tell us about the gunman. A thought occurred to her. Hang on. We didn't find the second mobile phone in the Eldon Square apartment, did we?
Apart from Caitlin Hannigan's, no. So, did Black contact the gunman via Caitlin's phone?
Maybe. Unless Caitlin removed the gunman's phone. Either way.
We need to have another chat with Miss Hannigan.
Charlie inclined her head. We do indeed. A tap on the door and George's head appeared. At Charlie's nod, the little Scot bustled in. Boss, we may have a problem. Go on. I checked the dignitary's calendar. We have something coming up. Who and when? Duchess of Cambridge opening a new orthopaedic wing of the RBH, state-of-the-art operating theatre. All supporting electrics controlled by a special IT hub, completely customised operating system. They've been planning it for years.
Bowler broke in. When, George?
This afternoon, 3:00. Charlie was on her feet. Bowler, get Caitlin Harrigan in now. George with me. Hang on, boss. There's something else. George almost tugged at her sleeve. Quickly then. George produced his iPhone, and Charlie clamped her lips together before she said anything disparaging about IT. George, will this take long? No. Here, look. He held the device up so Bowler and Charlie could see. I recorded this earlier. Caitlin Hannigan's apartment CCTV. The foyer. As they watched, Caitlin came into view, went through a set of doors and disappeared. Backstairs, George explained. He tapped a button on the app. Now they could see the underground car park. Caitlin appeared through the service door. She walked quickly to the garage doors and pressed a button. They slid open, and she went out. 20 seconds later, she came back in, closed the doors, retraced her steps up to the foyer. What time was this? Charlie shot Bowler a look. Last night, around midnight, George said. I'm betting she wasn't nipping out for a smoke.
No? Then what?
Bowler folded his arms. I reckon she was getting rid of something, George said. Charlie pursed her lips. Right. And where would you dump something if you wanted rid? Simples, boss, George said.
And the canal.
Right, get a diving team together pronto. Whatever it is, I want it found yesterday. Bowler, why are you still here? George caught Bowler in the car park.
What? Can't it wait?
Bowler had the car door open, was about to break a few speed limits. I only showed the boss half the story, George said, producing his iPhone. Thought you might like to comment on the rest. Bowler exhaled. He knew what was coming.
This will be around what? 3-ish? During your overnight observation shift?
George offered the iPhone, which was playing a video with a familiar backdrop. The apartments, the corridor, number 5. Bowler watched himself on the screen. The discreet knock, the smile, the invitation, the door closing. What the hell were you thinking? George felt his face colour. Are you completely off your head?
It was stupid, yeah. And you got me, I know.
But there was something about her. Bowler bristled, glanced around. So now you're going to arrest her? Awkward. Bowler compressed his lips and nodded.
I can trust you, George, right? Don't shoot me, will you?
You're a bloody idiot. George took the iPhone and pocketed it. If this goes to court, and I have a wee feeling that's exactly where we're going with Miss Hannigan, I'll have to produce any relevant recordings, won't I?
But this one, it won't be relevant, right?
Bowler wasn't begging, but he was getting close to it. George sighed, shook his head. Not clever, Bowler. Don't ever do this to me again. He thumbed the delete button.
You got it, George. Thanks.
I'd get going if I were you, George said, and give the florist a miss.
Ha ha. Hey,
By the way, what happened to your head? Knocked it on the cocker hood. Clumsy sod.
George worked up a smile, shrugged. He watched Bowler drive off with a squeal of rubber. His head didn't hurt that much. He gave it a short experimental shake, probed the bump with his fingers. Probably looked worse than it was. He wasn't worried about the abrasion itself, more the fact that he couldn't remember how on earth it had happened. Dr. Marinda Bagri's autopsies were not mere medical procedures. They were events. Consequently, there was always, inevitably, a gaggle of students assembled to watch the great man at work. Bagri's routine was always meticulously followed, to the extent that fast results were seldom forthcoming, even when urgently required. Today, Charlie needed fast results. It was 11:30. The clock was ticking, and she still had no idea what, when, or where the countdown would end. She chewed her lip as she waited behind the rectangular observation window, watching the little Indian begin his ritual. "Good, so we make the start," Bagri beamed at the students. "But an unfortunate end, isn't it? As always, therefore, we shall pay our respects to human life, whatever kind of life it might have been. And so, let us be silent." Bagri bowed his head, and the students self-consciously followed suit. One young man, with John Lennon glasses, nudged a fellow student and was rewarded with a stifled titter. Bagri looked up and uttered one word. "Who?" The students looked blank. There was an uncomfortable shuffling of feet. Eventually, when it became clear that Bagri would not continue without a confession, the Lennon look-alike raised his hand cautiously, tried hard to conceal a smirk, failed, and finished by shaking his head as he let out the burst of laughter he was unable to suppress. "Something funny, young man, is it? About death? About this devastated face?" Bagri inquired in a soft voice. "No, of course not." Lennon had turned a shade paler under Bagri's scrutiny. "Good. Because what do you see here," he indicated the ruined body, "is what we all shall become. I would not wish for my remains to be the subject of mirth. Would you, young man?" Lennon shook his head sheepishly. "Good. Then if you would be so kind as to compose yourself, this will be just like starting over." Charlie put a hand to her mouth. It was subtle, and there was no way the student would have got it, but Bagri had just name-checked the real John Lennon's posthumous chart-topping single. Beneath the dignitas, the little doctor concealed a wicked sense of humour. Sometimes it would leap out and surprise you, if you were ready for it. Ceremony concluded, Bagri continued. He leaned in to inspect the gunman's face. "Death caused in all probability by the shotgun blast." Charlie was puzzled. In all probability? She was no pathology expert, but what else would have caused such damage? However, Bagri looked up to Charlie's observation eerie. "One must not be too quick to jump to fast conclusions, isn't it?" He turned to his students. "We must never accept the face value. Always be looking for the deeper truth, especially in cases such as this, where a life is brought to an abrupt end. Poor fellow, we think, to take his own life like this. And in front of a helpless young lady. How desperate he was, how unhappy, how unable to face his future." Charlie was listening hard now. Something was coming up, something she wasn't expecting. "So we look deeper, isn't it?" Bagri's instrument probed the deep wound, and Charlie's stomach groaned in protest. She'd seen worse, but this wasn't the kind of thing you ever grew used to. "Ah." Bagri withdrew something from the tattered flesh and held it up for inspection. "Observe. A shotgun death? I think not. This is a round from an automatic pistol. I am sure that D.I. Pepper's ballistics team will confirm." Again Bagri's balding head turned up towards Charlie. "But which came first? The shotgun or the pistol?" To explore this question, I might ask, why shoot a pistol into this poor fellow's head when the shotgun has already brought about the desired result, Bagri looked at each student in turn. Charlie was already on her mobile. Bowler wasn't bringing in a harmless young woman for questioning. He was bringing in an armed and dangerous murderer. Chapter 27. O'Shea slowed the car as a herd of sheep came into view. He eased around the animals with a wry shake of his head and a wave to the farmer. "Only in Ireland," he said. "Main road and all." They were heading west on the R559, a well-maintained but narrow route, which, in the height of the summer season, would carry endless carloads of tourists, anxious to take in the sights of Europe's westernmost point. But the season was drawing to an end, and apart from a farmer and his flock, they encountered only one or two cars coming the other way, and a lone pair of young hikers slogging along the verge. "How's the head?" O'Shea asked. "I felt worse," Moran replied, keeping his eyes fixed ahead for further obstructions. In truth, his head was pounding. He'd hoped that the blows he'd received outside Galatius's cottage, and as a result of Black's car ambush, wouldn't result in any further congestion of his own neural A routes. Traffic control in that department had been temporarily compromised by events at Charnford Abbey, the same events which had also left him partially lame. His recovery then had been in doubt, since at the time of the Abbey explosion he'd also been recuperating from a near-fatal road accident. Black's roundabout intervention, by comparison, was small beer. Nevertheless, Moran fretted about his headache and promised himself a visit to Dr. Purewall, his long-suffering GP, on his return to the UK. "That'll be right, I reckon," O'Shea said with a sideways glance. "A man in your line of work will see some violence over the years, sure he will." "But not today," Moran said. "No guns." O'Shea spun the wheel and the Land Rover cornered smoothly. "Is that right, Brendan? Don't forget you're in my territory now." "It was mine too, once." "Sure it was. You can take the man out of Ireland, eh?" "Something like that." O'Shea was silent for a moment, then, "Look, at the end of the day, Brendan, he's my brother. Like I said, I want him stopped, but I don't want him hurt." "Let's hope Sean feels the same way, eh?" Moran said. "I wouldn't put money on it after what's gone down in Reading." O'Shea was about to reply, but Moran's mobile rang. "Moran!" Charlie's voice. "Gov! At last!" "Sorry, Charlie, the signal's a wee bit wayward out here," Moran said. "What's up?" "We're bringing Caitlin Hannigan in." Moran listened, throwing occasional glances at O'Shea as he absorbed Charlie's update. "Right, thanks. Get the boyfriend in as well, pronto." "We're on it, Gov. What about Sec 2? What's their take on this?" "They're covering the Duchess's visit, but only in lip service mode, if you ask me. I've just got off the phone. It was a palm-off. Some snotty fast-tracker by the sound of him, quietly confident. Can't foresee any problems, quote-unquote. I'll bet. Because they're not thinking Ireland. They're thinking ISIS, lunatics driving on the pavement, white vans and knives. They've dotted their I's and crossed their T's in all the wrong places. I'm starting on Caitlin soon as." Moran glanced at O'Shea again. "While Black has her mother, you'll have your work cut out." He looked at his watch. "Time is short. You better get cracking. Anya's your best angle. Caitlin and Amara close. Play on that, you know. She wouldn't want you to do this, and so on. I'll call you as soon as our cat's back in the bag." Moran signed off. He wished he felt as confident as he tried to sound. He'd been right, but that didn't make him feel any better. Caitlin wasn't just leverage for Black to get his hands on Anya. She was a significant part of whatever he was planning. She'd got cold feet, but Black had upped the stakes. Pulled her back on board. O'Shea pulled over and killed the engine. He got there, didn't he? There was a brief silence. Rain trickled down the windscreen, fogging the glass. "Hang on to the brotherly love," Moran said. Your daughter's not in any physical danger just now. She's just in a lot of trouble by the look of it. But at least she's safe, so let's concentrate on the job in hand. Getting Anya clear. If we don't, Caitlin isn't likely to back down, not with a ma's life at stake. O'Shea rested his hand on the seat back, pressed both hands to his cheeks, scraped his fingers down to the point of his chin until they met in what could have been interpreted as a gesture of prayer. For a second he looked old and vulnerable. I can't believe she's doing this, he said quietly. I thought she was well out of it. Normal job, normal life, away from here, away from all the fear, the danger, the madness. A different life is what I wished for her. Separate from the things I'd done, just a chance to have a happy life. Can you understand that, Brendan? Yes, Moira nodded. Yes, I can. That's all I ever wanted for her. And now, he trailed off. Well, enough sentiment. It's been a while since I played this kind of gig, Brendan. He fired up the Land Rover's engine. Still, old habits and all that. Let's get to work. Chapter 28. Charlie checked the camera position and hit record. 2nd October 2017, 11:25 a.m. Interview with Caitlin Hannigan. Officers present, D.I. Charlie Pepper, D.C. Bowler O'Dunsey. Ms. Hannigan has requested a lawyer, but has agreed to answer preliminary questions without a brief being present. Can you please confirm that for the tape, Ms. Hannigan? Yes, that's correct. Caitlin's eyes were on Bowler. Something there, different to before, something hostile. You lied to us, Ms. Hannigan. Your abductor was shot by a small-caliber automatic weapon. The shotgun came afterwards. Would you care to explain? No comment. Caitlin pushed a lock of hair off her forehead with a steady hand. We have reason to believe that you're involved in a potential act of terror. We're also interviewing your accomplice, so you may as well tell us everything you know. Caitlin's composure was faultless. A little pale, maybe, but confident. Where's your evidence? I was abducted from my apartment, you know the rest. Very confident. Charlie leaned forward. We have reason to believe that you're part of an organisation intending to cause harm to a visiting member of the royal family. You've been reading too many thrillers, D.I. Pepper. I don't read thrillers. What happened in that apartment? Black called you, didn't he? He told you he had your mother, that he'd kill her if you didn't go through with it, didn't he? Go through with what, exactly? So, you know Black, Bowler said. Thanks for confirming. He scribbled on a notepad. I never said I knew anyone of that name. But you do, don't you? Charlie pressed the point home. He called you, told you what to do. Not at all. The hair pushed again. That guy might have killed me. I'm the victim here, not the other way around, for God's sake. Why would I be speaking on the phone to anyone? As a hostage? That's what you're going to tell us, Caitlin, Bowler said. We'll have evidence within the hour. I'm sure you're adept at sniffing things out, D.C. Bowler. Bowler's face gave nothing away under Charlie's sideways scrutiny. D.C. O'Dunsey, he corrected her in a low voice. We have a diving team checking the canal outside your apartment building right now, Bowler said. If there's anything there, they'll find it. Like what, exactly? Like a gun, Caitlin, Charlie said. And maybe a mobile phone. A shrug. And now, Charlie noticed, an avoidance of eye contact. We'll trace the calls, find out who made them. Bowler looked up from his notepad. And then we'll know, won't we? Know what? That you received instructions from a mobile phone network in Ireland while you were a hostage. Charlie made the bunny quote sign. In the Eldon Square basement flat. Did you kill that man? Bowler's voice was steady, conversational. With a small handgun? And then blow his head off with a shotgun? Make it look like a suicide, a cornered rat's desperate last act? Charlie followed through smoothly. Absolutely not. Caitlin shook her head. I'm not answering any more questions without my brief. Bowler glanced at his watch. Should be here any time now. Suits me. He looked at Charlie for confirmation. Yes, all right. Interview suspended at 11:37. Charlie stood up. Don't worry. We'll be back soon. Guilty as hell, Bowler observed as they made their way along the corridor to the incident room. And here's the man to prove it. George McConnell's unmistakable figure had appeared at the far end of the corridor. He halted by the incident room door, and his bristling body language told Charlie immediately that the little Scot had plenty to tell them. Boss? A nod to Bowler. Let's have it, George. The IR was bustling, electric with activity. Heads looked up as they entered. George's customary conversational speed, Charlie estimated, had accelerated by 40 or so %. The gun's with forensics now, George was saying. And the mobile. There's no SIM, but they're doing what they can. The full model uses NAND memory chips, so in theory there's always the option of extracting. OK, thanks, George. As soon as we can prove anything conclusively about calls to and from Eldon Square, I want to know. Charlie looked at the clock above her office door. 3 and a bit hours, not enough. What were they looking for, a sniper, a car bomb? George, how much do we know about the gunman? Who was he? Where was he based? What did he do for cash? Did he have a job? If so, where and what? The team are working on it, George indicated a knot of busy DCs in one corner of the IR. Help them out. I want to know anything about our late friend. And Bowler, the boyfriend trace. Speed it up. You've seen him, you'll recognise him. I want him in here within the hour. Any problems, let me know and I'll squeeze Caitlin harder. Charlie went to her office, left them to it. This was the moment she had to share her fears with the chief. DCS Higginson was a good-looking man, meticulous to a fault. His office exuded an air of calm, tasteful efficiency. Nothing fazed him. Disorder was not permitted, either in his physical surroundings or in his thinking. He was a strong leader, approachable and supportive, traits which made him popular throughout the ranks. He was, however, a man who did everything by the book, and that was what Charlie was fretting about as she knocked on his office door. Ah, Charlie, come in. Something urgent, you say? The chief looked up from his laptop. How can I help? Please, have a seat. Thank you, sir. Charlie took a brief moment to compose herself. Higginson always made her feel like a schoolgirl sent to the headmaster for some minor classroom infringement. Did she fancy him? At times, maybe, if she was honest. She'd found herself on occasion concocting a dreamy fantasy or two. But recently she'd come to realise that the chief was more father figure than potential conquest. And that was fine, because an authoritative steer was what she needed right now. Higginson arched an eyebrow. Any news on these warehouse break-ins? Warehouse break-ins? Charlie was momentarily phased. It took her a couple of seconds to make the mental adjustment. The Portman Road raiders. They'd turned over 2 warehouses in the last month. She had D.C. Taylor and D.C. Butterfield on the case. Last thing she'd heard was inconsequential. Taylor and his sidekick were still on all-nighter stakeout duty. She blushed, ran a hand through her hair to mask her embarrassment. No, not yet, sir, I'm afraid. As soon as I have something, obviously. Of course. So, what's on your mind? Calm down, Charlie. She cleared her throat and brought Higginson up to date with the latest developments, leaving out unhelpful details such as the Gov's temporary working relationship with an ex-Republican paramilitary. Higginson nodded. I see. Well, my first inclination is to secure the evidence and pass all you have on to the Sectude team. They're covering the Duchess's visit, obviously. I'm quite sure they'll have taken every precaution. Charlie bit her lip. This was exactly what she had feared. By the time they'd secured sufficient evidence and completed and passed on the paperwork, the Duchess's visit would have already happened. I suppose I'm thinking that our concerns may not be taken seriously enough, sir, and we're almost out of time.
Let's run through where we are, shall we? Higginson folded his large, dry hands and placed them on his spotless blotter. We have a young girl, apparent victim of a kidnap or assault, whatever you will, a dead perpetrator, and a slight anomaly as to cause of death. Have we proved that the bullet was fired from the handgun found in the canal?
We will, sir. Forensics are on it.
And what about proving that Miss
Hannigan, sir?
Thank you. Miss Hannigan actually pulled the trigger. She denies it, I believe.
Well, yes, sir, but...
So?
Higginson gestured by moving his thumb slightly apart.
In theory, the handgun could have belonged to the deceased gunman. He could have shot himself, agreed?
Well, he could have, sir, but I don't think...
But it's possible, in terms of where we are at the moment.
Defeated, Charlie let her breath out. Yes, sir. I suppose so.
You see, we must be careful. You can't just pass speculative theories to the Sectu operation without hard evidence. And neither can we tread on their toes by conducting our own parochial anti-terror campaign.
Well, of course not, sir. But DC or Dunsey overheard a conversation which implied...
Implied? Implication is not hard evidence, Charlie.
There's an Irish connection, though, sir.
Should she go on? Too late. It was all going to spill out.
Well, it would just have to. What I mean is that, well, DCI Moran is visiting a friend in Ireland at the moment, and he's made a connection which sheds some light on what's currently happening.
Has he, indeed? Higginson sighed deeply. You really will have to make sure your governor is confined to his own county, D.I. Pepper. I'm experiencing a strong sense of déjà vu.
Sir, but actually, DCI Moran is in his home county. I mean, he was raised in Ireland, near Dingle, and he's there to support a friend whose wife's been reported missing.
I fail to see...
It's Caitlin Hannigan's mother, sir. That's what I meant by a connection.
Higginson sat back in his chair and fell silent for a few moments, stroking his upper lip with a broad forefinger. Charlie waited, the clock in her head ticking like a time bomb. I'll put you in touch with someone I know, Higginson said. She's pretty high up in the Sectu pecking order, so tread carefully.
Of course, sir. Thank you.
Run it past her just to make her aware. If you feel you're not being taken seriously, then... Higginson drummed his fingers. Then I might not notice if you decide to take appropriate action. Carefully and sensitively, mind.
Absolutely, sir.
The chief made a satisfied nod in his throat. But listen, Charlie. He leaned forward again and fixed her with his steady fatherly gaze. This is the royal county, after all. If our dignitaries aren't safe here... Higginson spread his hands. The Irish issue was put to bed a long time ago. Personally, I think this is a storm in a teacup. Moran's jumping to all kinds of conclusions. Don't you go following his lead. The forefinger was wagging now, kindly but firmly. I'm banning that man from taking any future vacations. You better warn him.
Yes, sir, I will.
Charlie tried to smile, but her face wasn't complying. Higginson picked up a ballpoint and scribbled on a notepad. He tore off the leaf and presented it. There you are. Keep me posted, D.I. Pepper. And look after our Kate.
Sir.
The DCS's attention returned to his laptop screen. The audience was over. Detective Chief Superintendent Sally Gilmore sounded peeved.
Irish? Are you serious? I can't imagine an Irish operation posing any kind of serious threat in 2017. But, ma'am, the intelligence we have points... Intelligence? We have specialist intelligence officers working around the clock here, D.I. Pepper. Do you not think that they might have alerted me to the possibility of a terrorist attack on the Duchess of Cambridge? It's so-called Islamic State terrorism we need to be on the lookout for, not some half-baked retro-IRA plot. Ma'am, if I may, we have the situation covered, D.I. Pepper. Now I suggest you attend to your crime-solving duties and leave bombs and terrorism to the experts.
Charlie gripped the phone hard, bit her lip.
If that is all, D.I. Pepper? But at least check the route perimeters, Mum. Charlie tried to keep her voice from adopting a pleading tone. The rooftops around the RBH, maybe. There are quite a few multiple occupancy properties. I do feel that it would be prudent. Prudent? God, sounded lame, but Gilmore was a big cheese. She had to take care. A slight hesitation. With your background, I can understand why you might be a little jumpy, D.I. Pepper. I heard the board were unexpectedly lenient. Well, jolly good, but you must learn to temper your reactions a little. I beg your pardon? Your disciplinary charge? Excessive force, as I recall? Charlie's eyes widened. The nerve of the woman. Yes, but I hardly think that is Well, thank you for letting us know, D.I. Pepper. You can leave this with us. But I haven't given you any... The line went dead. Charlie swallowed hard. Of all the arrogant, self-satisfied... A young D.C. appeared at her shoulder. Boss? Yes, Hannah. We found the Irish guy. D.C. Duncy's bringing him in. Chapter 29. I don't see a cottage, Moran said, as O'Shea pulled over and killed the Land Rover's engine. That's the point, O'Shea replied. It's tucked into the lee of the coastline a few 100 metres along the track. He jerked his thumb over his shoulder. The islander folded his arms and turned to Moran. Right, we're doing this your way, as I remember. So shall I take a stroll and knock on the door? I'm thinking about it, Moran said. How many would you say? O'Shea made a non-committal gesture. 2, 3. Will he be in residence? O'Shea laughed out loud. Sean, not a chance. But it'll be somewhere close, waiting it out. Moran got out, walked a few paces towards the cliff edge, and surveyed the landscape. It was a clear day, a light breeze blowing in from the Atlantic. The restless movement of the waves mirrored Moran's anxiety. He had to get this right. The stakes had been high enough before now. If he and Charlie were right, they were way off any measurable scale. Too late to stop the royal visit, too late for anything except to get Anya away from Black, pass the news to Charlie and pray. Security would be tight, he told himself, especially given the current UK climate. But Sectu knew what they were about, didn't they? Surely nothing could slip through. If it did, but best not dwell upon that. Moran turned away from the sea, where the humps of the Blasket Island floated, half submerged like a family of brooding plesiosaurs, and returned his attention to his immediate surroundings. Black had picked his spot well. You'd think you were in the middle of nowhere, and you wouldn't be far wrong. The critical thing was the cottage, its topography, entrance and exits. O'Shea would know. His lips were forming the first question when, at the edge of his peripheral vision, he caught sight of something large, half hidden by a crumbling dry stone wall and a few hastily placed branches. A car or... No, not a car. A quad bike. Damn. He signalled to O'Shea. The islander quickly pocketed the Land Rover's keys and followed Moran's pointing finger. His eyes narrowed. Well, picked at the post. Looks like you're not the only expert in covert operation around here, Moran said. This isn't going to help. Wait here. I'll bring the boy back. O'Shea made as if to take the cottage path, but Moran held up his hand. I'll do the recce. You watch the road. Before O'Shea could object, Moran started walking, keeping to the edge of the path where the untended bushes and stunted trees afforded at least some meagre cover. He advanced slowly, until the path brought him to a curved dry stone wall. On its far side, nestled in a slight dip, the cottage hugged the landscape like a rock formation, solid, impenetrable, and impossible to approach without being seen. Moran settled himself against the curve of the wall and peered around the corner. A single door, 2 covered windows, and a rusty Ford Transit parked to the right at a slight angle, facing out to sea. Something familiar. Moran felt a cold jab in the back of his neck, immediately followed by a terse whisper. "Back out. Easy now. Hands where I can see him." He did as he was told. "Slowly turn so I can get a look at you." The whisper was unsteady, the breath carrying it laced with alcohol. Moran turned. "Ah, God, Brendan!" Donald O'Hannigan lowered his shotgun. Moran was equally surprised. "What on earth? I thought Patrick—" "Aye," Donald said. "He's in there all right. I don't know what the hell he's up to, but he's keeping poor company." Donald's eyes were bloodshot, his hands shaking as he cradled the shotgun. Moran placed a steadying hand on Donald's shoulder. "You're right. Listen, Donald, I have someone here helping. You best come back to the road. Leave this to us." "He's my boy. It's going to be all right, Donald. Just come back with me, okay?" Moran threw a glance over his shoulder. The cottage was still wrapped in silence. Donald's face took on a bewildered expression. "Where have you been, Brendan? And what's this to do with Anya?" There was no easy way. "Listen, Donald. Anya's in there too, but—" "What? Why?" "I'll explain once I've got you out of here." Donald brushed Moran's hand away. "I'm going nowhere. My wife, my son. Donald, please." Donald pulled back and lurched into the open, fully exposed to whatever might be keeping a watch on the cottage's approaches. Moran watched helplessly as his friend weaved unsteadily towards the front door. A tread behind him, O'Shea appeared at his shoulder. "What the hell's going on?" The islander caught sight of Donald. "Oh, great." Moran hesitated. If he broke cover, both he and Donald were very likely to be shot before they reached the cottage. If he waited... No. He'd never forgive himself for not trying. "Stay here. Cover me." "Are you crazy?" O'Shea made a grab for his sleeve, but Moran was already out of reach. He was halfway across the open space when a window cover flicked like a blink of an eyelid. At the same moment, Donald let the front door have both barrels. The noise was shockingly loud in the confined area, a thunderous report that echoed against the cottage walls and bounced out to sea, carried aloft by the strong breeze. Donald's boot followed through, the door caved in, and Donald pitched in after it. Above the racket, Moran discerned a higher frequency, the tinkling of shattered glass. Something thin and black protruded through the window, following his progress, tracking his steps. Moran threw himself flat and felt the bullet pass over his head like an angry mosquito, a zipping thump of compressed air. He rolled again, grimacing as his leg spasmed in protest. Another shot, this time inside. O'Shea passed him, ducking, weaving, his ribs and leg telegraphing their objection. Moran scrambled to his feet, hobbled to the door, hugged the wall opposite O'Shea. "No further," a voice Moran recognised. "I'll put a bullet in his head, sure I will." Patrick's voice, raised and confused. "You said no one would get hurt. I'm with you. Why are you—" A muffled thump, the sound of metal against flesh. Patrick fell silent. A woman's voice now in a howl of protest. "Leave him be, you bastard!" Moran made a sign to O'Shea, held up one finger questioning. O'Shea nodded. "Let them go, O'Mahony!" Moran shouted through the wrecked door. "I'm coming in!" The female voice again. "He hasn't gone! Someone's hurt!" "Someone?" "I mean it, Moran!" O'Mahony shouted. "You want blood on your hands? Come right in and you'll have it in spades." "I'm unarmed. Just let me in and we'll talk." O'Shea had moved slightly to the left, adjacent to the broken window. A knife appeared in his hand, a conjurer's deft movement. "One more step and I'll pull the trigger," O'Mahony said. "The next one's all yours." From the corner of his eye, Moran could see O'Shea sizing up the odds. The broken pane was perhaps 14 to 20 inches across. The islander would have to risk O'Mahony taking a shot at him if he lined up with the gap. And before he moved into position, there was no way of knowing what sort of target O'Mahony would present, with Padraig or Anya potentially sheltering the bent Garda's body. O'Shea made another sign. 2 fingers, a count. Moran understood. Braced himself. 1 finger. Go. Moran stepped inside. His eyes, accustomed to the brightness of the early afternoon, struggled to adjust to the gloomy interior. A quarter second maybe had elapsed. Donald groaning on the floor, a woman sitting on a stool against the far wall, hands behind her, tied, probably. O'Mahony's closed fist just clear of Padraig's shoulder, gripping the handgun, the other arm pulling the boy in closer, tighter. The automatic's barrel, a tiny snub-nose aperture, growing in importance, suddenly the only significant object in Moran's world. He wondered if he would catch the slight jerk of the recoil as the bullet began its short journey towards him, or if the pain would come first. The numbing shock of impact as the sound tore through flesh and bone. Half a second gone. A whistle of air as something came whickering through the broken window. O'Mahony gave a surprised grunt. The automatic wavered, clattered to the floor as the Garda's hand instinctively went to the most significant object in his world. A 6-inch throwing knife embedded in the muscle wall of his shoulder. Padraig took this opportunity, driving his elbow deep into O'Mahony's solar plexus. He doubled up, and Moran waded in with a finely aimed kick to the side of O'Mahony's head. 2 seconds. O'Shea appeared at the threshold, took in the scene, looked straight at the woman, and voiced Moran's concurrent thought. "And you are?" "Mary O'Riordan." Same height, same hairstyle as Anya. Decoy. Moran bent to attend Donald. The bullet had penetrated his thigh. There was a lot of blood, but he'd been lucky. It was an in-and-out wound. Moran hoped the alcohol had taken the edge off the pain for his friend's sake. "Padraig, give me a hand here. Hold this against his leg. That's it, tightly now." As Padraig obeyed his command, Moran could see how frightened the boy was. His hands shook as he held a handkerchief to the wound. Moran quickly fashioned a makeshift tourniquet from the tail of Donald's shirt and propped Donald against the wall. "Where are they?" O'Shea was bending over the fallen Garda, had a hold of his lapel. "Don't make me work the handle." The insider raised his hand toward the knife, which protruded from O'Mahony's chest just below the collarbone. It had been a well-judged throw, Moran noted. Any lower, and the blade would have pierced the Garda's heart. Any higher, a miss. "Take a hike, O'Shea," O'Mahony grimaced. "Don't say I didn't warn you," O'Shea said. O'Mahony's scream set Moran's teeth on edge. He grabbed the islander's shoulder. "All right, O'Shea, that's enough." "Black's taking the woman," O'Mahony spat. "You can see she's not here, for God's sake." "Padraig, take the girl outside," Moran said, "and bring the Land Rover, quick as you can now. Your dad needs medical attention, and so does this fella. O'Shea, keys." O'Shea dropped O'Mahony, patted his pockets, pulled out the keys. But before handing them over, he fixed the boy with a level gaze. "Sure which side you're on now, son?" Padraig moistened his lips, nodded. "Right you are. Careful now, it's a fine vehicle." He dumped the keys in Padraig's shaking hand. The lad gestured to Mary O'Riordan, who allowed herself to be led away without a word. Her eyes said it all. "What just happened to me?" The muscles in O'Mahony's jaw worked as O'Shea turned his attention back to the wounded Garda. "Okay, who is she?" "No one. Works in the bar," O'Mahony replied in a pained hiss. "Get me to a hospital, O'Shea." "And Black?" "Gone to pay you a visit," O'Mahony said, this time with a trace of satisfaction. "Leastways, that's what I reckon." "He's taken Anya to Blasket. Why?" "Distance. Security. And he knows you're egging him now. Sure he does. I believe he's a mind to evict you from your cosy wee house." "Well, see about that." O'Shea aimed a kick at the Garda's ankle and found the spot. O'Mahony howled. "That'll learn you to scare an innocent young woman half to death. And what about the boy? What lies did you spin him, eh?" Another kick, another yelp. "I need the doctor, please." "Then talk!" The Land Rover coasted to a halt outside. Padraig's face the colour of cheese through the windscreen. "Leave it, O'Shea," Moran said. "Give me a hand, would you?" "All right, Donald, take it steady." Donald was trying to make light of his injury. "I'm all right enough, Brendan. It's Anya you should be attending to." "And I will, I promise." "O'Shea, for God's sake, man." Moran tried to pull the islander away, but O'Shea was getting into his stride. The next kick caught O'Mahony square in the ribs. All right. O'Mahony tried to make himself smaller, curled up, shuffled backwards. "Black told the boy about his man and you fornicating bastard." That earned another kick. O'Mahony was panting now. "The kid wanted to get back at her. Black told him he could be part of something really big, something for Ireland." O'Shea drew back for another blow, but this time Moran succeeded in restraining him. O'Shea struggled, but Moran's grip was secure. "Listen, O'Shea," Moran hissed in his ear. "I need help with this man, and we're short of time, remember?" He twisted O'Shea around, keeping the pressure on. For a second they were eye to eye, nose to nose, close enough for Moran to see the pores in the islander's skin. A second passed, another. O'Shea's mouth broke into an appreciative grin. "Not a bad move for an old fella, Brendan. Right enough." Moran let him go. "Patrick," he called, "come and help your da." Between the three of them, they got Donald into the Land Rover. Donald had sobered up, and he was losing more blood than Moran was comfortable with, slipping in and out of consciousness. "Hospital, Patrick, go!" "Mama!" Moran raised his hand. "Just go! Leave Anya to me!" They watched the Land Rover bump down the path. "Trust him!" O'Shea spat on his hands, rubbed them together. "Lesson learned, I think." O'Shea nodded. O'Mahony's yells and curses were escalating in volume. "What about him?" "I want to know what his buddy's up to," Moran said. O'Shea rubbed his hands together again. I'll ask." Moran pushed past O'Shea into the cottage. O'Mahony watched nervously as Moran approached. "I'm bleeding to death here. You're a policeman, for God's sake, Moran." "And so are you," Moran said evenly. "So don't tell me what I should or shouldn't be doing." He bent and inspected the wound. "You're not bleeding to death. It's in the muscle, nothing vital. When the blade comes out, you'll be stitched up good as new. Now where's Buchanan?" Silence. "I have to leave shortly, O'Mahony. If I were you, I'd be wanting that to happen when my friend here is feeling more kindly disposed towards you, if you get my drift." O'Mahony threw a glance at O'Shea, hovering in the doorway, rubbing his hands and massaging his fingers. "All right. He's gone to sort the women." "Women?" Moran's heart jumped. "The spy. Galash." "Get up." "I want a doctor." Moran hauled O'Mahony to his feet. "You'll go with O'Shea now, and you'll call your buddy and tell him to back off." "Can't. He's off-grid." "You'll be permanently off-grid if anything happens to her," O'Shea snarled. "Take the quad bike," Moran told the islander. "Do what you have to." "And you?" Moran looked at his watch. 1:10, under 2 hours left. "I'm going after Black." O'Shea made a gesture of mock astonishment. "It's walking on the waves now, Brendan, is it?" "I'll get the ferry. End of season. Next one's in April. What do you suggest?" "I'll drop you near Dunquin. I've a dinghy stashed there, near the ferry. Good motor." "What about me?" O'Mahony whimpered. "We'll call a medic later," O'Shea told him, "if I remember." "You can't leave me here." Moran shut the door behind him. Chapter 30. "I'm saying nothing. I've done nothing." "Keep your voice down, please, sir, if you would." Bowler guided his man along the station's familiar corridor, past the interview room where Caitlin was being questioned, and into an adjacent identical room. It had been relatively easy to pick the guy up. CCTV outside the hospital, a quick sniff around the local Irish pubs, and bingo. Second pub. Oxford Road. End to end, an hour and a bit. Bowler was pleased with himself. ID had been straightforward enough too. No prints on file, no previous, at least in the UK. but standard database queries revealed Bowler's caller to be one Brian Keelan, age 27, native of County Kerry, resident in the UK since 2015, currently unemployed, single, and judging by the noise the guy was making, possessed of a serious problem in the anger management department. Now they just needed the forensic report from the canal. Bowler ran through the formalities, set the camera recording. The clock on the wall above the small window pointed to 25 to 2. "OK, Brian, let's start with an easy one. Do you know a woman named Caitlin Hannigan? Maybe. Relationship? Just a friend. Right, how'd you know her? Friends. When did you last see her? A shrug. Try again. Couple of days, maybe. Keelan scratched his cheek with a grubby finger. Bowler raised his eyebrows. Yesterday, then, I don't know. Been here long? What? In Reading. A while. Where are you from? Ireland. No, really? Specifically? County Kerry. Thank you. Know a guy called Sean Black? Keelan's eyes darted this way and that, as if looking for an escape route. He licked his lips. Nah. Sure? Yeah. Bowler leaned forward. I don't believe you. You're a problem. A knock on the door. Bowler paused the tape. A moment, Mr. Keelan. He left the room. Yes, P.C. Bradley. Message from D.C. McConnell to phone him. Says it's urgent. Bowler found a quiet corner. Dialed George up. Listened. Great stuff, George. We took Keelan's prints half-hour ago. He went back into the interview room. Keelan looked up, cocky, still overconfident. You can't hold me for long, unless you're arresting me, which you're not. Really? Bowler sat down, folded his arms. Under the Terrorism Act, 2006, the pre-change detention period was extended to 28 days. Depends on your definition of long, I suppose. You can't do that. Keelan jumped up, banged the desk. Bowler wasn't alarmed. He was a big guy, a lot bigger than Keelan. Sit down, Mr. Keelan. I want to tell you a little story. Glowering, Keelan did as he was told. We found a gun in the canal. So? We have good reason to believe that gun belongs to you. Yeah? Even if you could prove it was mine, still not a crime to own a gun. Agreed. But if said gun was used to blow someone's head off, that would constitute a crime, right? Keelan sniffed, looked away. Anyway, Bowler went on, it was nice and clean, all fingerprints carefully erased. A trace of a smile now on Keelan's face. But you didn't clean the ammunition, Bowler went on. Did you know the fingerprints can be revealed on bullet casings, even if they're wiped clean? Silence. Well, there you go. You learn something new every day. And this isn't the first time forensic advances have come to the rescue for us hard-working coppers. Amazing what those guys can do nowadays, isn't it, Mr. Keelan? Even if there's very little of the casing to work with, all that's needed is a tiny bit of corrosion left by the sweat. They use powder and apply an electrical charge, you see. That makes the dust stick to the corroded areas and, hey, presto, we have a fingerprint. Keelan licked his lips. It's not foolproof. A lot of people don't secrete enough salt in their sweat to corrode the metal, so, Bowler shrugged, no print. Keelan sniffed again, relaxed a fraction. But you, Mr. Keelan? Well, you're a sweaty one for sure. You left enough salt on one of the bullets to mine a whole lab's worth of prints. Bowler leaned in. Did you give this handgun to Caitlin Hannigan, Mr. Keelan? No. Did you force her to take it? Did you load the bullets for her? No. What were you doing then? Giving them a polish? This is sounding like an accessory to murder, isn't it, Mr. Keelan? Did you threaten Caitlin Hannigan? Were you blackmailing her to do something she didn't want to do? Sweat was forming on Keelan's forehead. No! Are you crazy? I want a lawyer. Bowler sat back.
Thought you'd never ask.
We found the gun, Caitlin, Charlie said. Or rather, D.C. McConnell here found it. Remind me, which gun was that? Caitlin Hannigan replied smoothly. Her brief, a short guy with round glasses, ruffled his papers and took out an expensive-looking pen. The one you dropped in the canal, George McConnell slid a plastic folder across the table, showing Miss Hannigan Exhibit 1A. Caitlin gave the photo a cursory glance. Can you prove I touched it? Your friend did, Charlie said. His prints are all over the bullets. Well, that's not me, is it? What did Sean Black tell you to do? Sean who? You're an electronics graduate, right? Charlie continued. You're doing well in your career, I understand. Government engineering or so much? I work hard, I'm sure. No time for boyfriends. Attractive young woman like yourself. Caitlin gave her a brief look. Not much. But I ain't keel on an exception, George chipped in. Taste of home, maybe. Meaning? George shrugged. Nice Irish lad, not bad looking, so D.I. Pepper tells me. George glanced at Charlie for confirmation, who shrugged. He's just an acquaintance. Ever discuss politics, Caitlin? Charlie tried not to look at the clock. This had to be by the book, nice and steady, pace compliant. I don't really follow politics. No? Unlike your mother, then? You haven't asked about her, Caitlin. Why's that? She's missing, remember? I presumed you'd let me know if there was any news.
You're a cool one and no mistake, George said. Unless maybe you already know your ma's going to be all right.
Because you're keeping your side of the agreement, Charlie said. What agreement? The agreement Black forced you into. The agreement which means you're going to carry out your side of the bargain. I have no idea what you're talking about. Caitlin's brief nodded approvingly. His pudgy hands moved the pen across his sheet of foolscap. Charlie interlocked her fingers and rested her hands on the table. I'll tell you what I think, Caitlin. You're a bright girl. You're aware of the political thread running through the centre of your family, going back a long way. Maybe you subscribed to those ideals when you were old enough to understand, but you moved away. Life happened, time passed, and you found you weren't as completely sold on the ideals as you used to be. But then the past came calling in the shape of a guy called Sean Black. Your mother probably mentioned him from time to time. Bad news, very intense, very focused, a lot of hate. He needed a favour. Your background was right, an easy connection. But better still, you're an electronics expert. I like gadgets, George added, but I don't reckon I'm in your league, Caitlin. For the first time, Caitlin's composure wavered. She looked away, swept her hair back, folded her arms. A defensive posture. The truth was getting closer. The brief had stopped writing, his small eyes alert behind the thick lenses, hanging on for the next question. Is that what Black wanted? Charlie said. What did he ask you to do, Caitlin? Something clever, something technical? If you don't have any evidence, you can't keep me here, can you?
We can keep you here for long enough, George said.
Anyway, what's the rush? Got to be somewhere. Somewhere important, maybe, Caitlin, Charlie added. She sat back, folded her arms, appraised Caitlin from top to bottom, woman to woman. You didn't really want to do this at all, did you? You still don't? But Black's got your mother. You have no choice, am I right? Silence. If I can guarantee your mother's safety, will you call it off? Caitlin looked away, looked back, did the hair thing. Will you? Call what off? George abruptly got up. Hey, how about you, Ray? I'll have a chat with Mr. Keelan. Maybe he'll tell us more about what you've been up to. Whatever. I'm due an update on the mobile phone, Caitlin, Charlie said. I wonder what that'll tell us. Won't keep you long. George went through the pause interview formalities. Caitlin's brief put his pen down, spoke quietly in Caitlin's ear. She smiled, nodded. In the corridor, Charlie took a breath. It was nearly 2:00. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over her. She wanted to call high-flying Gilmore and tell her until she saw sense. "Fly with that, babe." "You okay, boss?" "I'm fine, George." Charlie set her mouth in a determined line. Yelling would make her feel better, sure, but there was no point trying to reason with Gilmore. It was down to her, and maybe the gov. She punched Moran's number. "George, get Bowler out here, now, and find out how they're getting on with the Canal Mobile." "Will do." Charlie put the phone to her ear. 4 rings, 5. No answer. She gave up, put the phone away. Whatever Moran was up to, he'd find a way to let her know. Just make it soon. Bowler appeared, looking slightly, guilty? Worried? She frowned, still annoyed that the big DC had tried to cover for George. She understood why, but still, she needed to have a chat with him later. "How's it going with Keelan?"
"Brief's due any minute. I think he'll cave in."
"I'll talk to him. I want you to chase up forensics and pathology on the gunman's identity. I need that info now, Bowler." "And where's George got to? Talk of the ginger devil." George, red-faced and clearly excited, materialised from the direction of the IR. "Got it. As the network. Calls made to and from Island to Eldon Square area at the time of shooting. They're working on tracing the exact location. But because the SIM's missing, it means they'll definitely have to analyse the—" "Prince," Charlie interrupted. It was a speculative question. There wouldn't be, she knew. Keelan was the weak link here, not Caitlin. "No, clean as a whistle." George shook his head. "Sorry." "And the gunman?" "Yeah, good progress, I believe. 5 minutes, okay. James and Phil are working on it." "Tell James and Phil 5 minutes is too long." "Right, will do." He turned and scuttled away. Halfway along the corridor, he stopped, turned. "Almost forgot. Tess is okay. They're discharging her this afternoon." Charlie threw him a grin. "Thanks, George. That's great news. That girl is not going anywhere near anything remotely dangerous until I say so. Bowler?"
"Boss."
"Keep an eye on Caitlin while I'm with Keelan, would you?" "Just an eye, no questions." Bowler spread his hands.
"I thought you wanted me to—"
"Just do it, Bowler." Tess Martin swung her legs out of bed and gingerly placed both feet on the floor. Her bandaged midriff made her feel like the Michelin Man, ungainly and awkward. She was sore, but feeling a great deal better than she'd felt during the night when she'd had to call for a nurse and a sick bowl. That was just post-anaesthesia nausea, though. Just. Being sick was the worst. Still, she'd felt so much better afterwards, and had even managed to sleep a little, which, in this busy ward, was nothing short of miraculous. She pushed forward so that her weight was on her legs. Nothing bad happened. Everything appeared to work. She began to shuffle along the row of beds towards the toilet. She was a bit light-headed, but that was also to be expected. She nodded at the nurse's station on her way past and received a tight smile from the ward sister in return. So far, so good. She was burning with curiosity about what had happened last night. Hopefully her mobile was still in her handbag. Number 1 priority, toilet. Number 2, nip out to make a call. Tess pushed the toilet cubicle door open and sat down. As she did so, she noticed that her hands had begun to shake. She pressed her palms onto her knees. It took a full 5 minutes to steady them enough to tear off a small piece of toilet tissue. She got up presently, a little unsteadily this time, and went to the mirror. The grey-blue eyes which looked back at her swam in and out of focus. It took Tess a good few seconds to realise that the woman in the mirror was crying. Chapter 31. Galash moved slowly around the cottage, clearing up and tidying, even though there was hardly anything left to wash, dust or put away. It had been good to have company, for a while at least. The feeling of emptiness had returned with Moran and O'Shea's departure, and to this she could now add the nagging worry, fear, that she might not see either of them again. What they were doing was crazy, off limits. Anything could go wrong, and probably would. Black was an animal, a lone wolf who'd stop at nothing to get what he wanted. But there was nothing further she could do. She'd done her best, helped O'Shea as much as she'd been able. She bent to retrieve her empty glass, and flinched as she felt the familiar sharp ache in her stomach. They told her it might get worse. The good couple of months she'd enjoyed following her last round of treatment had lulled her into a false sense of security. It had been easy to pretend that all was well, and when Brendan had arrived, even despite the less-than-ideal circumstances, she had found herself playing a dangerous game of make-believe. He liked her, that much was obvious. She wasn't Janice, never could be. But surely something good could be salvaged from such a tragic past. Surely they could learn to love each other in time. But time was a commodity she wasn't sure she could lay claim to. She looked up at the sound of car tires crunching on the gravel. A door slammed. Heavy footfalls outside. Oh no, surely not. The knocker rapped 3 times in quick succession. She opened the door. Liam! She tried a smile. It felt as though it would crack her face, but he didn't seem to notice.
Can a man get a drink around here?
Buchanan strode proprietorially into the lounge. Galache told herself to be calm, but she could sense the Garda's agitation. Oh, I'm not feeling well, Liam. A headache.
Is that right now?
He was beside her, reaching for her. Galache backed away. He grabbed her arm.
You're keen enough last week, he said softly. Are you going to reject me? Is that it?
Galache began to feel the first stirrings of fear. Her first thought, call the Gardaí, bounced back at her with plain absurdity. Buchanan was the Gardaí. No panic button these days. Not like her office in London. She was in the middle of nowhere with a man she hardly knew. Let go of me, Liam! He drew her closer, until she could smell the sourness of his breath. She flinched and cried out as his grip tightened.
I'm not messing about, Galache. I know Moran was here, and I know that he knows more than he should. Has he been back? Have you been helping him? All your questions, eh? You'll be knowing where he is, I'm sure.
Galache gasped in pain. I haven't seen him since Tuesday.
You know what happened to Jerry?
The grip tightened. Yes, I told you. Donald told me. Don't hurt me, please. Buchanan released her, and she staggered back, rubbing her arm. She felt faint. Buchanan looked her up and down.
God, look at you. I don't know what I ever saw in you. You're just an old, desperate woman.
Galache backed away until she bumped into the bookcase. Her hands went behind her, looking for a weapon. The gun was locked in the bureau on the other side, now the wrong side of the room, and the keys were in the kitchen on the hook. Her fingers closed instead over a brass candlestick. Buchanan advanced on her, wagging his finger.
You're lying, you old witch, aren't you? Moran's been here, I can smell him. What is it, eh? You'd rather have him than me, would you? Well, I'm going to end this little episode the way I should have ended it before.
Galache waited, biding her time. She moved back further and further until she was at the kitchen door. Something moved across the lounge window, just a flicker, but Buchanan had eyes fixed on Galache. Her heart beat wildly in her chest. Maybe there were others keeping watch outside the cottage. Buchanan lunged. She brought the candlestick around in a wide arc, caught him a glancing blow on the side of his head, ducked under his grabbing arms.
Oh, you bitch!
He felt his head, and his hand came away red.
Now you're dead.
He caught her by the throat, lifted her off her feet. The room darkened, stars blipped and fizzed across her vision. She could feel her feet kicking, trying to find purchase. Think! But her strength was ebbing. She stopped kicking, summoned her resources for one last effort, and brought her knee up into Buchanan's groin. The pressure on her throat lifted instantly as Buchanan doubled over, his mouth a wide O of agony. Galley staggered, almost fell, found her feet, and kicked out again, this time connecting with Buchanan's knee, which gave a satisfying crunch on impact. Buchanan howled. She hefted the candlestick and lashed out, striking the top of Buchanan's head, then followed with another blow to the side of his face. Buchanan keeled over, twitched, and lay still. Galley dropped the candlestick and held onto the sink for support. Her legs were unsteady, and there was blood on her hands and forearms. It was only when she looked around for something to clean herself that she noticed O'Shea's familiar frame filling the doorway.
"Looks like I rushed for nothing," he said softly. "Come here, my lovely, it's all right now."
His arms opened, and she fell into them gratefully, sobbing like a small child. Moran fired up the dinghy's engine, which started gratifyingly and rather surprisingly on the first turn. He gave O'Shea a mental nod of appreciation and fixed a course towards the dark shape of Great Blasket. The weather, thank God, was calm and looked likely to remain so, at least for as long as he hoped it'd take to get to the island. 200 metres from the mainland, he tried to recall O'Shea's hasty instructions. "All 3 initial fixes are set on the alignment of 015 degrees T, or 195 T southbound of the site of the old tower on Sybil Point and Clocher Rock, off Clocher Head, Brendan. This'll lead you through Blasket Sound. The Antraban initial fix gives a good point to break off of the anchorage of the beach. Have you got that? You've sailed a bit before, I'm hoping." His answer to that question was a cautious yes, but his sailing experiences were a long time ago. He took heart that the beach, if he got that far, would at least be recognisable. He glanced anxiously at the compass. Despite the favourable conditions, the small craft was still being buffeted about more than he'd expected. He'd forgotten how exposed the open sea could make you feel when all you had between you and a watery end was a thin layer of plastic, aluminium and rubber. He tried not to think about the Armada, who'd found themselves literally all at sea among the Blasket's rocky hazards. 2 had miraculously got through. Others hadn't fared so well, running aground on the hidden rocks known as the Stromboli and Scollage. To the north, Anfir Maraf, the sleeping giant, northernmost island of the Blaskets, was a low shadow on the grey water. Moran glanced at the waterproof map, checked the compass again. His bearing was good. Visibility was good. A blessing, given the notorious sea mists, which often made the Blaskets invisible from the mainland. Once in the Sound, the sea would be less choppy, and it would be relatively easy to steer into Antaraban and a beach landing. But what would be waiting when he got there? What was Black planning? He knew that Moran would follow. He'd be ready. Moran felt a bigger wash on the port side of the dinghy. For a moment he thought he'd imagined it, but there it was again, a grey shape just beneath the surface. His heart leapt. A shark? Surely not in these latitudes. He looked again and grinned with relief. A dolphin had joined him on the crossing. It skipped along in front, maintaining a distance, then sank out of sight before reappearing on the starboard side. It repeated this trick twice before turning on its back and waggling its flippers. A good omen. "Thanks, my friend, I needed that." The dolphin seemed to know where he was heading, diving and plunging along, zigzagging towards the long mound of Great Blasket. Moran kept his hand firmly on the tiller and followed his new guide until the waves quietened and the dinghy settled into the calmer water of the Sound. Chapter 32.
Charlie nodded to Keelan's brief. A businesslike black girl with designer spectacles and expensive taste in suits. The nod back gave nothing away. She'd be good, this one. Just my luck. Preliminaries and formalities attended to, Charlie went for the jugular.
Mr. Keelan, we have a gun. We have your prints on the bullets. The weapon was used to kill a white male aged 30 to 38-ish in a town basement flat yesterday evening. Who was the man?
I don't know.
Come on, Mr. Keelan. We'll get an ID very soon anyway. It'll go a lot better for you if you cooperate. You know how this works.
Can I smoke?
No.
A short consultation with the brief. Low voices. Exchanged whispers. Keelan moistened his lips.
It's my gun, right enough, but I lent it to Caitlin.
And why would you do that? She was worried about her safety in her new apartment. And why would she be worried?
Keelan made a non-committal gesture.
Women, you know, they worry.
Do they?
What about? Stuff. Being on their own. I don't keep a handgun in my house.
Maybe you should, Keelan sneered. Maybe you'd better watch your back. Are you threatening me, Mr. Keelan?
I suggest you retract that last statement.
A stern look from the brief led to another whispered consultation. Keelan sat back in his chair, reluctantly repented.
I retract that last statement.
Good. In which case, I'll overlook it. Whatever happens, Mr. Keelan, you're very likely to go to prison. I've unearthed a little previous to help that on its way.
She hadn't. There would be previous, no doubt, but none had been easily discoverable in this time frame.
So, my strong advice to you would be to cooperate. I'm sure your brief, Miss
Ilo. The voice was soft, cultured.
Miss Ilo will be in complete agreement with me on this.
Another low exchange. Charlie waited, tapped her biro on the formica. Too slow. Push, push, push.
Miss Hannigan's going to be released soon, Mr. Keelan. She doesn't seem to mind what happens to you.
A fierce stare of denial.
That's bullshit. I don't think so. Her prints don't show up anywhere. It's her word against ours as to what happened in the basement flat last night. She's lying. She shot him, she told me.
Really? Charlie affected nonchalance.
That's not what she told us.
She let her words hang provocatively in the empty air between them.
I haven't done nothing. It's all her. She's done the lot.
What has she done, Brian? Let's get it sorted, shall we?
Charlie spoke softly, sensing an opportunity. She sat back and watched Keelan wrestle with his fear, facial muscles twitching. She held herself in check. Keelan grimaced.
Sure, I was only to make sure she was up for it, you know. Push her a bit. Her family, they got the history. But she came over here, and he didn't know where her head was these days. You know, if she cared any more about home, about Ireland. But he wanted her to be part of something, when the time was right.
Sean Black, is that how you mean? A reluctant nod.
Good. Now, what's the deal with Brian? What did Caitlin have to do?
Electronics, is it? Keelan took a swig of water from his polystyrene cup, wiped his mouth.
She's a bloody whiz kid, and he knew that.
What did she do, Brian? Keelan looked Charlie directly in the eye. You get me off. You'll make it easy.
I promise I'll do my very best.
Now. Charlie tilted her head to one side, widened her eyes a little. It's a bomb. Charlie went cold.
Where?
She didn't tell me, did she?
Black told her to keep it tight. Need to know basis and all that.
An image of a steel black limo, purring its way along the M4, filled Charlie's head. Destination? Royal Berkshire Hospital.
She must have confided in someone, Brian. She wouldn't have planted an explosive device on her own, would she? Was there an accomplice? If not you, then who? The gunman? I don't know about him. She never told me his name. Oh, come on. She never said. Brian, I'm giving you a chance to make life easier for yourself. Keelan's mouth twitched. His fingers gripped the cup tightly. You and Caitlin? You're an item, right? A dismissive snort. Supposedly. She's never stitched me up anyhow. Don't be so sure. A knock. George's head appeared around the door. Boss? Charlie paused the recording. I'll give you a minute to think things through. George was in the corridor, gnawing impatiently at his finger. I can't get hold of the gov. Still? Going to voicemail. Gunman ID? Still checking. We have a possible. I want definites, not possibles. She read George's expression. What else, George? The Duchess. She's ahead of schedule. Charlie's world froze. By how long? 20 minutes or so. She's due to hit Reading in around... George examined his phone. 30 minutes. It's a low-profile visit. Detective Chief Superintendent Sally Gilmore spoke quietly, reasonably. We have everything covered. All is well, D.I. Pepper. Please be assured. The route, Charlie pressed. Which way is she coming in? Well, there's only one way from London, via the M4, Cemetery Junction, left into Craven Road. She's not using the multi-story, surely? No, Gilmore replied, with exaggerated patience. She'll enter the hospital via the main entrance. Her car has been allocated a reserved space right outside. The public have been diverted to the old London Road frontage for the day. I have resources covering Craven Road at both ends, even as we speak. But the roadworks! Surely they're smacking the way. Thames Water have cleared the site. They're done. Since when? They've been there for weeks. Since I told them to. Actually, the work was completed a few days ago. They've been short-staffed. It was simply a question of removing the walkway, traffic control, cones, and so on. They finished everything off last night, by midnight, as I mandated. Mandated? Talk about smug. You're 100% on this. I'll ignore that, D.I. Pepper. I understand your concern, but do please remember who you're talking to. Oh, I will. You can be sure of that, ma'am. A pause. Then, let me be quite clear, D.I. Pepper. Leave this to us, understood? Gilmore spaced the words out for extra emphasis. Ma'am. Charlie stabbed the red button to kill the call. The clock on her wall read 25 to 3. Charlie sat on the edge of her desk, ruffled her hair with an impatient gesture. In her mind's eye, she saw the limo pause at the police filter at Craven Road. The duty officer would smile, perhaps nod to the Duchess, wave them through. A few 100 metres, indicate right. Pull up by the main entrance. Waiting there, the reception. Hospital management, senior medical staff, shuffling feet nervously in anticipation. A little banter, perhaps, a few in-jokes. She's charming, or nothing to worry about. She's lovely, you'll see. I have resources covering Craven Road at both ends, but none along the road itself. Charlie would have deployed a team at intervals, probably in some of the medical units on the left-hand side, one or two outside the entrance. But who knew what or whom Gilmore had seen fit to deploy? Charlie bit her lip fiercely. Time for one last crack at Keelan. Why not? But Charlie believed the guy. He only knew what he had to know. Caitlin was the one with the answers, and she wasn't budging. Only Moran could provide the key to unlock Caitlin's silence. Charlie made a fist and banged the desk hard. Gov, where are you when I need you? Chapter 33. Boss, update. Make it good, whatever it is, George. Gunman's name was Niall Briggs. Lot of history. Dodgy, most of it. In the extended family, Irish. Been working over here for a couple of years. Last employer, Thames Water. Thames Water? Charlie swallowed hard. George, The roadworks. George's face blanked, and then, as realization set in, reddened in horror. Outside the RBH. I'm on it. He made as if to leave, but Charlie stopped him with a look. No time, George. The uniforms. At each end of Craven Road. Sealed off, Gilmore said. But she must have people nearby. I mean, trained guys who will do what? Look for something to shoot at? There isn't going to be anything to shoot at, George. Charlie's fingers were dancing over her iPhone. No choice, as usual. None. But she'd promised herself. No, not possible. Too much at stake. Bowler was at the door. Eyeball on the London Road traffic cam, boss. She's just been waved through. It's not a limo either, it's a Beamer. Inconspicuous, I suppose. Just an ordinary girl, only she's not. Pick up, Tess, pick up. George was hovering, dithering. Get in there with Caitlin Bowler. Tell her anything. She can't let this happen. She might not be able to help it, boss. I don't care, just try. Bowler followed George out, casting a backward, rather hostile glance at Charlie as he went. What was all that about? Never mind, later. Pick up, Tess. Tess Martin? Tess? Oh, thank God. Listen, where are you? Just outside the hospital, why? It's all happening here, I can tell you. The Duchess of Cambridge, she's opening the new orthopaedic wing. Tess, listen to me. There's a right old reception committee. Hang on. I can see the car. Tess, listen. I have to ask you to do this. I'm so sorry. George McConnell was standing in the empty interview room. How? He hissed, to no one in particular. How? He repeated, as if the repetition could reverse the situation. Where the hell was Bowler? Don't jump to conclusions, George. Next stop, duty sergeant. Maybe it wasn't too late. Maybe she hadn't left the building. Maybe she'd gone to the toilet. Dennis Robinson was on duty as always, an affable man close to retirement. Dennis's organisational and administrative skills had attained legendary status throughout Thames Valley. Never known to pass the opportunity up for a chat, Dennis was well liked, but usually avoided at times of crisis when his meticulous record-keeping and penchant for labouring a point could become counterproductive. As he raced down the stairs, George planned his approach. Simple, direct questions worked best. Luck was with him. Dennis was stirring a mug of tea at his desk, and one of the juniors was working reception. Dennis, young girl, late 20s, shoulder-length reddish blonde hair, Caitlin Hannigan, any sign? Dennis looked up from his task. Young George, tea? Bit of an urgent, Dennis. The spoon was replaced carefully in its saucer. Hannigan. Dennis went to his logbook, and his broad forefinger travelled down the page. George watched its snail-like progress with a sinking heart. You must remember her, Dennis. Striking girl. Brought in earlier for questioning regarding the Eldon Square incident. Dennis's finger paused on its journey. The sergeant tilted his head to one side, frowned. I believe I do, George, now you mention it. And? We have a lot of people come through. It's been like Piccadilly Circus here today. Give us a moment. The finger resumed its line-by-line examination. I mean, has she been signed out? George bit his knuckle, waited. Patience? George held his tongue. The reception area was half full. A grey-haired lady in a floral dress was giving the PC at the window a hard time. As far as George could tell, it was something to do with motorbikes and late nights, suburban teenage angst, and her husband's escalating blood pressure. George undid his top button. It was uncomfortably warm in Dennis's orderly domain. By the gods, he could murder a drink. One wouldn't do any harm, would it? Here we are. George peered over Dennis's shoulder at the rows of beautifully crafted copybook handwriting in an art form which would disappear forever from the record books come the sergeant's retirement. Hannigan C.
Dennis tapped his entry and glanced at his watch. 15 minutes ago.
I don't understand, George said. She just came down and asked to leave.
Don't be daft, Dennis said. She was with your buddy, the big fella. It all looked pucker. Just popping out to her car, your fella said. Hang on, that's odd. They said they were coming straight back. Dennis's finger resumed its line-by-line inspection. No, they're not booked in again as far as I can see. Oh, wait a sec. Where are you off to?
Run it,
Charlie said. George pressed play, and the DVD player obligingly showed the interior of Caitlin Hannigan's recently vacated interview room. In the heat of the current activity, they'd forgotten to switch the machine off during the interview breaks. Good news for them, bad news for DC Bowler Odunsi.
Just need a private word,
Caitlin on screen said to her brief.
Understood.
Exit brief.
I need to make a call, DC Odunsi. I left my phone in the car.
Sorry, no can do. Caitlin opened a handbag, produced a sheaf of glossy prints, spread them on the table.
Shall I run these past D.I. Pepper?
Bowler looked at each in turn, shook his head slowly. Not much left to the imagination. You wouldn't.
If I have to. Now can we pop to the car park, please? You can accompany me, of course.
They watched as Bowler wavered. It was uncomfortable to watch. Caitlin on screen arched an eyebrow.
Shall we?
Caitlin and Bowler stood up together, left the room without glancing at the camera. George flicked the off button. I could say something rude at this point. Save it, George. Get the car back door under a minute, quicker if you can. Bowler was being careful to adhere to the speed limit, not for any legal or dutiful reasons, but because there was a pistol pointing at his head. Oldest trick in the book, and he'd fallen for it.
Glove compartment stuck, Bowler. Would you mind?
Caitlin had stepped back, giving him space to reach into the car, but as he'd done so, she grabbed the pistol from the front seat storage box and jammed it into his temple. Get in. Drive. She'd sounded serious, so Bowler had thought it best to comply. Out onto the IDR, past the Oracle shopping centre, on the flyover, and towards the RBH.
Nice and steady, DC Odunsi, please,
Caitlin Hannigan said.
Take the next right, then left into Eldon Square. There's usually a space.
Bowler risked a sideways glance. Caitlin was fiddling with what looked like a cheap mobile, not a smartphone, a burner maybe. She had the back off and was making some deft, single-handed adjustments to the phone's internal components, gun steady in her hand.
Eyes front, Bowler.
You're the one, right? You're the trigger.
Keep driving.
You're not serious. You can't blow up a Duchess. The Duchess. It's just... Bowler shook his head, searching for the right word, couldn't find it, gave up, and fell back on the cliché. It's mad. Crazy. They'll lock you up for years.
I think not.
She snapped the phone together, switched it on, gave a murmur of satisfaction as the LED lit up. Left here? Caitlin checked right, checked left, looked ahead to where they could see the police cordon at the junction of Early and Craven Roads, glanced at her watch. She took something from her bag, placed it in her ear, went quiet, frowned as if they were listening hard for something. Bowler felt sweat trickle down his forehead. Should he jump her? Drive the car into a wall, but that might detonate the bomb. He glanced at his abductor again, remembering the fate of the gunman in the basement flat. So what am I doing, left or what? We're about to miss the turn. Roger that, Caitlin said. This is Duster. Repeat, Duster. Almost in position. Give me an update on Queen of Hearts, please. 20 seconds. Roger that. I see her. What the hell? Bowler glanced sideways again, his eyes widening in surprise. Eyes on the road. Bowler returned his gaze to the junction,
saw a black BMW glide up the cordon, slipped through soundlessly, waved on by a smile and a nod from the attending police officers. "Change your plan," Caitlin said. "Drive straight on towards the cordon, please."
"Lights are red."
"Drive as fast as you can, please."
"Oh, shit!"
Bowler floored the accelerator and shot over the junction. Tires squealed as cars tried to get out of his way. He clipped one, sent another spinning. The two uniforms at the cordon stepped forward in alarm. The taillights of the BMW were halfway up the road, heading for the reception committee. Halfway across, Bowler prayed, bracing for impact. A guy on a racing bike banged the roof in passing, shook his fist, carried on riding. They made it. Bowler brought the car to a halt, half on, half off the pavement by the cordon. The uniforms were at the window, motioning for him to open up. Caitlin had the mobile in her hand, was punching numbers. Now or never. Bowler lunged for the mobile. Caitlin shouted, pulled away. Her left hand came up. She fired the pistol. The uniforms fell back, white-faced, shocked. Bowler's ears were ringing, but the shot had missed, torn through the roof, not him. Caitlin's attention was back on the phone, fingers moving rapidly across the keypad. Bowler lunged for it. "Let go, you idiot! You don't understand!" She bent forward and bit his hand. The pain was sudden, shocking and intense. He let go. Caitlin opened the door, got out. Bowler followed, using his momentum to attempt a clumsy rugby tackle, which Caitlin nimbly sidestepped. Bowler hit the tarmac hard, looked up. Caitlin's eyes were focused on the BMW, concentrating, calculating. Her fingers resumed their dance on the keypad. Bowler had been a fair basketball player in his teens. This target was smaller, if a little closer than usual. A big ask, though, under the circumstances. Nevertheless, Bowler slipped off his shoe, took aim, threw. Bowler's size 11 struck Caitlin's wrist heel first. The phone flew from her hand, went spinning. Bowler watched it hit the tarmac, bounce once, break open. Tess felt a little light-headed. Everything had taken on a surreal quality. The air was buzzing with the excited chatter of the reception committee. She pushed through. "Excuse me, please, thanks." Now she was outside, the glass doors behind her. Down the steps to the pavement, slowly, purposefully, keeping her movements steady, unthreatening. 3 senior hospital staff on the pavement. The vanguard. A middle-aged lady, a grey-haired man in a charcoal city suit, and a younger guy, nervous, shuffling his feet, fiddling with his cufflinks. Hospital admin. He glanced at her as she took the last step and joined them by the road. Tess looked to the right, clear. Not a uniform in sight. Wait, there, right at the top, by the junction, arms folded as if nothing special was happening. 1 uniform. Were there others? Charlie had said not. Sec 2 had ranked this low-profile visit. Tess looked the other way towards the London road. A car, a BMW, halfway along the road and closing. Tess estimated the speed at not more than 15 to 20. She tracked up from the moving vehicle. 8 to 9 metres away, the fresh tarmac of the recently completed roadworks was a raised rampart, maybe 4 metres across and just a couple of inches proud of the original road surface. You wouldn't know it was there. Probably wouldn't even feel the bump in a car like that. Tess moistened her lips and began to walk along the pavement. She winced as the dressing beneath her blouse shifted slightly, catching on the wound. She still felt light-headed. The medication, perhaps. They'd warned her she might feel a little drowsy. She could see the driver now, a good-looking bloke in a tweed jacket. Someone in the back seat. A woman, long hair, elegant. The car would cross the roadworks in about 20 seconds. Tess walked a little faster. It would be all right. Step in front of the car, hold your hand up, show your warrant card. She fumbled in a handbag, but her hand was shaking so much she gave up. The priority was to stop the car. They would worry about ID later. Would she make it? Yes, just if she hurried. She broke into a trot. She would pass the roadworks before the BMW reached them easily. The road repairs looked like, well, nothing, just tarmac. Impossible to think of it as dangerous in any way. Just a few meters to go. Come on, Tess. Be professional. God, her stomach hurt. Ignore it, girl. Everything will be all right. Of course it would. Her breath was harsh in her throat, her heart pounding. No one else around, no pedestrians, all clear. Here we go, Tess. Slow them down a little. Don't alarm them. Your ID, come on. Think. Dip into the bag again. Hands a bit better now. Got it. Okay. Step out in front. Nice and easy.
Chapter 34. From the ground floor bay window of a Victorian semi-detached house, directly opposite the maternity unit entrance, J.C. slipped an automatic from his inside pocket. Precautionary, Gilmore had told him at the hurried briefing. Just turn up, hang around, be available and unobtrusive. No problem. That's what he did. That's what he was trained for. Just a low-priority gig. Watch the lady arrive, make sure she gets inside safely. Pop in after a few minutes, keep a discreet distance. See she gets back to the car, off to wherever privileged young women go after official visits. Bucklebury, no doubt, to see the parents. Just a few miles west of Reading, near the Blue Pool, he recalled, where that MP had topped himself after some call girl scandal last February. The name escaped him, but it was a rich, middle-class area anyway, packed with cosy country pubs where stockbrokers and lawyers rubbed shoulders at the bar and put the world to rights over Sunday G&Ts or pints of real ale. It was a world he resented. The privileged set, public school captains of rugby, cricket, football, head of house, Oxford or Cambridge. What the hell did they know about what he did? About the crap he had to go through to protect the likes of them? The endless hours of surveillance, the fear, the sheer discomfort of undercover ops. Anyway, such were his orders. Keep the lady safe. But unofficially, of course, he was here for entirely the opposite reason. At briefing, he'd pushed himself forward for prime position, and there'd been no objections, which meant he'd been able to call the shots, no pun intended, for which team member went where today, and in particular where he was going to position himself, which was in just the right place to make sure nothing stopped the car driving over the prepared ground. Come to think of it, he couldn't think of a time when the team had been quite so willing, so compliant. Funny they'd fallen into line so easily. Was that something he should worry about? Probably not. It had been a busy few weeks. Nobody fancied being stressed out today. That was the prevailing vibe, so the job was all his. Perfect. His hand went to his pocket, felt the contours of the mobile phone. One code, one call, boom. And then at the debrief, sharing the disappointment, the outrage, pointing the finger well away from himself, naturally. We missed it. How did we not know? He'd been able to keep the primary snippet of intelligence well hidden, the location and nature of the threat, which was pleasing. It was all about distraction, misinformation, and he was damn good at that, though he said so himself. It hadn't been easy. His team hadn't been recruited for their gullibility or lack of incisive thinking. They were all bright sparks, which made his counter-operation success even more satisfying.
The Irish should be paying him a lot more. Maybe he'd ask for a rise at their next meeting. Shame about the Duchess. She seemed a decent sort. But that wasn't his problem. Tomorrow's newspapers would be ablaze. Just like her car. JC glanced at his watch. Right on cue, his headset sprung into life.
Charlie 111, update, please.
Charlie 111 in position, all quiet.
Base, roger. Stay in position. Keep us updated. ETA 2 minutes. At that precise moment, JC caught sight of a woman walking unsteadily along the pavement on the opposite side of the road. Probably nothing, but there was something about her which brought him to full alert. She seemed purposeful, not just some random outpatient walking to the bus stop. He glanced to his right, where he had an unobstructed view down to London Road. There we go. A black BMW was smoothing its way up towards the hospital. There was nothing connecting the woman to the vehicle except his intuition, not sixth sense, hypervigilance. It was probably nothing, but he slipped the safety off anyway and watched. The woman and the car were equidistant from the slick tarmac stain of the recently completed roadworks. He watched the woman carefully. She was looking in her bag for something. She withdrew her hand, and he saw the tremors even from this distance. Nut job? Harmless, probably. Not bad looking. Wait a minute, though. She looked familiar. The woman broke into a run. He was at the door in seconds. She hadn't spotted him yet. He paused by the low wall of the semi's drive, crouched low. The BMW continued its effortless glide along the road. Now it was barely a couple of meters from the woman. He gripped the handgun and prepared to call a warning. That was when she changed tack and ran into the road straight in front of the Beamer. Damn! It's the copper, D.C. Martin! D.C. Martin's hand went into a handbag a second time. She was going to stop the bloody car. Stop! Put your bag down, now! She turned in surprise, saw him, but her hand stayed in the bag. The BMW had slowed, just a meter away, engine purring. From the corner of his eye, a flash of red hair in a parked car. This side of the police cordon, 20 meters distant, maybe 25. His old friend, Red Rooster. The electronics whiz, nicely in position, backing him up like she'd said. Wait, there was some disturbance, some kerfuffle by the cordon. But he had to get Martin out of the way. She mustn't stop the car. He curled his finger around the trigger, lined up the shot, kept his eye on the copper. Stupid cow. She saw him. No, it's all right, she shouted back, wild-eyed. I'm a police. Something in the corner of his eye, something not right, someone else, watching, not his teammate. Recognition failure. Too late, anyhow. He was committed. He squeezed and felt the gun buck as the bullet discharged. Martin went down. Was the car close enough? The Beamer was still moving. The driver may be trying to process what he'd just seen or thought he'd seen. Was it close enough? It would have to do. He took out the mobile, punched the number, stepped back. The road erupted, parted like an earthquake. The tarmac tore open as if some subterranean monster was clawing its way up to the surface. A blinding flash gave way to a warm funnel of air which lifted him off his feet and threw him across the pavement into the front garden of the house he'd just left. He lay on his back, dazed, for 10-20 seconds before his training kicked in. He scrambled onto his belly, peered over the wall. A pall of smoke hung over the road. The Beamer was slewed to one side, seemed intact. Maybe a broken windscreen. Front tyres melted, rear door opening, uninjured passenger by the look of it,
but the all-clear not yet given. Running feet, a blur of uniforms, high-vis jackets coming from all directions. Smoke drifted and curled around a single body lying at the roadside by the lip of a yawning crater formed by the explosion. The blast had been directed vertically, as Red Rooster had predicted. Max force into the car cab. That was the idea. Except that the car hadn't reached the spot. His gun was lying a few meters away. He couldn't remember dropping it, sloppy. He retrieved the weapon, pocketed it, moved towards the Beamer in a running crouch. At the junction with London Road, the parked car he had seen had its doors open. Red Rooster was over the bonnet, held down by a black guy. Ah, the copper, Odunsi. Others, too. The DI, Pepper, and 2 uniforms. Anyway, that was Red Rooster's problem. He'd played his part. JC joined the paramedics gathered around the fallen woman's body and saw that she was holding a lanyard on which hung a photo ID. Detective Constable Tess Martin. A gaggle of uniforms had surrounded the BMW. A tall woman in her 30s, instantly recognizable, was being helped out. She seemed unhurt, just dazed. She wanted to go to the copper's assistance, but an aide was saying no, holding her back. The BMW driver was standing on the pavement, shaking his head, bleeding from facial cuts, arguing with the paramedics, insisting they look to his passenger, leave him be. Shock. It did funny things to the mind. The guy was just doing his job, just like he was. But now it was time to leave. Worry about the fallout later. As he walked away, he threw a backward glance at the medics working on Tess Martin's prone body. If she kicked it, he'd be okay, no witnesses. He glanced around, nervous now. That other guy he'd caught in his peripheral, no sign of him. Maybe the old hypervigilance thing was playing him up. Had made it up. The shrink said that was always possible, but it usually happened after the job, not during it. Like what happened with Jane during the night. His daughter in the doorway. "Why are you hurting Mummy?" Another glance back through the drifting smoke. Crowds were gathering. The defib machine had appeared, was being applied. Tess Martin's body jerked once, twice. He kept going, thumbed his radio button. Charlie 111 aborting. Heavy police presence on site. Assets safe. He felt a stab of frustration hearing himself say the words. Charlie 111, I repeat, assets safe. He was halfway along London Road, hood up, trying to ignore the sirens, the constant flow of emergency vehicles, when the black car pulled up alongside. He made a rapid assessment. Not the Irish, too obtrusive. Not the team, they'd used a van. Leastways, that's what they'd used before for quick pickups, and in any case, Control hadn't been in touch to say they were picking him up. He kept walking past the Chinese students' building, keeping to the inside of the pavement, ready to cut away if need be. But there was a guy waiting just ahead, by Kendrick Road. JC glanced behind. Another guy walking towards him in a leisurely fashion. Okay, the other side, by the garage. He made a further quick mental reconnaissance. 3 cars, one filling up, one driving away, one waiting in one of 3 parking slots away from the pumps. Red hair, shoulder length, watching him, watching the pickup. Red Rooster? What the hell? He tried his radio. Charlie 111, I have a slight problem, please acknowledge. No response. Charlie 111, require assistance urgently, please respond. Nothing. Not even static. The electric rear window of the black car slid down soundlessly, and a cultured, well-mannered voice spoke. Hop in, JC, old chap. No fuss, there's a good fellow. We'd like to have a word. JC moistened his lips. This time, he knew there was nowhere to go. Chapter 35. Moran hauled the dinghy up the beach,
and secured it alongside a group of jagged, seaweed-encrusted rocks. It would be partially hidden from any casual observer, something which might be desirable in the not-too-distant future. Thankfully, the weather had remained fair and the sea calm. He doubted whether his half-remembered seamanship skills would have risen to the challenge of poor visibility, or even worse, high winds and rain. Not for the first time he wondered how Charlie was faring, how close they were to exposing Black's plot. He fished out his mobile. Dead. His home team were on their own. Best to just concentrate on what he could achieve in the here and now. He checked the dinghy's mooring with a firm tug, and satisfied, he set off inland. The silent, sorrowful derelicts of Blasket observed his progress with hollow-windowed indifference. Moran headed the way his instinct told him to go. That, and O'Mahony's vitriolic aside to O'Shea, "I believe he's a mind to evict you from your cosy wee house." O'Shea's house it was, then. And Black probably had a great deal more than eviction on his mind. Moran couldn't recall precisely how many of the long, shallow boxes he'd counted on his last visit, but it was more than a few, more than enough to guarantee a warm reception. Moran tramped on, noting familiar landmarks as he went. He paused to mop his brow, glanced at his watch. 2 o'clock, later than he'd thought. Moran picked up the pace, and his legs shot him a reminder. He shrugged it off and concentrated on putting one foot after the other, and thoughts of failure aside. There was nothing he could do about Glache. He had to trust O'Shea's expertise. Donnell would recover. Padraig's issues would be mental, not physical, which left 2 women, one a commoner, one as high-profile as you could get, but both relying on the half-baked plans of an inappropriately dressed and ill-prepared middle-aged policeman. The odds, he acknowledged, weren't great, but they never were. It was how you played your hand that counted, not the hand itself. There was something bright on the path ahead, catching the rays of the afternoon sun. Moran reached the spot and picked up a silver charm bracelet. It was Anya's. He recalled commenting on the various objects dangling from its circlet. A cluster of stars, an angel, a crucifix, a lucky pixie, or leprechaun more likely, and a half-moon. A smorgasbord of superstition and religion. Moran called it hedging your bets. Had commented as much while they'd been holed up in O'Shea's house. "You have to believe in something, Brendan," Anya had replied. And he, insensitive as always, had responded, "Something may be, but not everything." Moran pocketed the bracelet and continued along the path. Here, in the shadow of Ancromore, Great Blasket's brooding mountain, he could understand why human beings, particularly in isolated communities, such as had existed here, clung to such superstition. Their stories and traditions handed down generation by generation, until one day there was no one left to receive them. Moran tramped on, battling a growing sense of despondency at the futility of his mission. Even if he succeeded in freeing Anya from Black's clutches, how could he communicate his success to Charlie? His mobile was dead, and even if some spark or charge could be coaxed from the battery, the likelihood of obtaining a signal was remote. He would be too late. Caitlin Hannigan would carry out Black's plan, and there was nothing he could do about it. Too late. The voice in his head whispered again. "As usual, you were too late to save Janice, and now you'll be too late to save Anya. And too late, maybe, to save a future queen." Moran set his teeth to the wind and concentrated on placing one foot after the other. He half expected to see O'Shea's distant figure leading him on as before. The occasional turn of the head to check on his slower progress. Was it his imagination, or was there indeed a figure up ahead? He shielded his eyes from the glare of the sinking sun. Just where the path meandered around an anvil-shaped bluff, which jutted over the rocks, a stooped figure appeared to be making slow but steady progress, pausing occasionally as if waiting, as O'Shea had done, for him to catch up. Moran wasn't superstitious by nature, but he was well versed in the folklore of the region, having spent many a dark evening during his teens scaring the pants off Janice, Galash, and Donnell with tales of, among others, the Hag of Beara, the goddess of winter, a deity said to grow younger and younger as the seasons gave way to spring. By winter, however, she had metamorphosed into a hideous old crone, holding the fate of the people in her hands during Ireland's harshest season. Legend had it that the hag was eventually turned to stone. Moran shaded his eyes again. The figure had disappeared. In its place, a mound of rocks. He rubbed his eyes. It's not the goddess who'll decide the outcome here, Brendan. Just yourself. A few minutes more and he would reach the bluff. From this vantage point, he remembered, he would catch his first glimpse of O'Shea's eco house. The ground was rising and the going getting tougher, but Moran set his mind and feet to the task and tried not to think about his leg. Take it easy, Dr. Purewall had advised. Your hiking days are over. He made the bluff, rested up for a minute or so. As he'd recalled, the eco-house was visible, lying in the lee of the hill facing the sea. He could see someone on the decking, although he was still too far away to make out any detail. Not a wasted journey, then. No point trying to be covert. He was in the open now, easily visible from the house. He set off at a steady pace towards O'Shea's DIY creation. He'd only taken 10 paces or so when he heard it. A high, piercing whistle, similar to the noise of a low-flying jet, only faster, louder. There was a tremendous whoosh as something passed overhead. Moran hit the ground. The explosion came from some way behind, but he still felt the force of the blast. A storm of tiny particles pattered to earth around him and lay fizzing and smoking on the mossy grass. It was a new experience for Moran, but he knew exactly what was happening. A mortar. He racked his brains for survival rules. Lie flat, don't move when the first one hits. Better to let the shrapnel rain down than have it pass straight through you. Find the lowest point, look for water. Water lies low. He lifted his head. The smoke was clearing. The danger from the first round was over, but what about the next? Moran glanced around. He'd been saved by the rock formation. His goddess had come good. The shell had fallen directly behind the rocks, where he'd been standing just a minute before. Damn good ranging, which meant the next one would be more accurate still. Think, Moran, think. He had read somewhere that you shouldn't run away from a mortar attack, you should run towards it, because it's more difficult for the enemy to get the trajectory right. But run? He could hardly walk, let alone run. Moran got to his feet and began an awkward bent-over trot towards the distant eco-house. He was out of cover now. He just had to trust that Black's marksmanship would be off. Maybe he'd used the only available shell. Maybe. This time he heard a soft whoomp as the shell left the mortar tube. As the whistle escalated in volume, he scanned the ground ahead. There was a dip to his right. Not much of a dip, true, but it was the lowest on offer. So he altered his course slightly and went for it. Pitched himself forward in an awkward dive. Hit the ground hard. Felt his ribs protest on impact. He covered his head, pressed his nose into the grass. The noise was huge this time, a sky-rendering crack of doom. Clods of earth and soil crashed down around him, and his lungs filled with acrid, foul-smelling smoke. The shot was long. Moran counted to 3, got to his feet. Dazed and shocked, he staggered forward. The eco-house swam in and out of focus. His sanctuary, his nemesis. His legs weren't working properly. Had he been hit? No blood. All limbs intact. Running was beyond him for now, so he did what he could, stumbled on. The whistle was louder this time. Black had gone for a lower trajectory. Moran pitched himself forward, spread-eagled his body onto the springy turf. This time he prayed and waited. He heard the wind catch in the shell's fins as it succumbed to gravity, spiraled lazily down towards him. The ground trembled as if someone had struck it with a mallet. Closest yet. Moran covered his head with his hands and waited for the explosion or oblivion. Nothing. He raised a quick glance. The mortar's tail fin was embedded in the grass 3 meters ahead. Dud! Moran got to his feet, fear lending him, if not wings, then at least sufficient motor ability to keep going. He gulped air, saw that he was closing the distance between him and the artilleryman. His leg shot in bolts of pain as he pounded across the canted expanse of grass. Better lame than in bits, Brendan. He kept going, his lungs on fire and his breath coming in short gasps. Now he could see the figure on the decking more clearly. Black, had to be, bent over a cylindrical tube, working the mechanism, preparing one last attempt to blow him to pieces. He was too close now, surely. Yes, the guy had straightened up, hands on hips, watching him approach. Moran slowed to a standstill, bent at the waist, hands on knees, gasping for breath. When he looked up again, Black had disappeared inside the house. Another minute passed as Moran took stock, felt himself all over, checked for shrapnel damage. His heart was pounding and his ears ringing from the blasts. He'd been lucky. Damn lucky. The house was silent now, no movement. He was completely exposed, but so what? He felt strangely elated, self-aware. 2 minutes ago, he thought he was going to die, but here he was, miraculously intact. Another omen from the gods. Moran sank to his haunches at the perimeter. He could taste the dry, acidic tang of explosive, and his tongue was sticking to the roof of his mouth. He found his water bottle, drank deeply, and noted with surprise that his hands were steady. At least now he knew for sure what kind of man he was dealing with, if there had ever been any doubt. Black had lived up to his reputation in spectacular fashion. Sure, Moran might have expected the guy to take a few pot shots at him, but not on this scale. The guy had tried to take him out, plain and simple. Survival rates weren't the best when it came to mortar strikes. That was a given, yet here he was. Lucky, Brendan. Lucky. The contrast between the last few adrenaline-fueled minutes and the absolute silence now surrounding the house was eerie, almost unreal. Moran was struck again by the same sense of isolation he'd felt on his first visit. O'Shea's home was, to all intents and purposes, Europe's last outpost, a lone sentinel perched here on the island with only the gulls and waves for company. Under the circumstances, Black could hardly have chosen a more appropriate location. At that moment, as if on cue, the door opened, and the same tall, well-built guy appeared on the decking. There was a passing resemblance to O'Shea, but the eyes were narrower, darker, and the body language and facial expression hard and uncompromising. Moran was familiar enough with the look to recognise the stamp of fanaticism when he saw it.
Bit late in the day, DCI Moran. Enjoy the fireworks.
No doubt now it was the brogue he had heard on the mobile phone, the unmistakable mocking tone of a man confident that he had the situation under complete control. Moran nodded. First rule of battle. Check your weaponry. Bit sloppy, I thought.
Well, I'd be blaming me wee bro for the dud. But it does give me the opportunity to meet you properly.
I trust you won't be disappointed. Black laughed. Well, I have to say you're looking fair dishevelled, Brendan. But good on yous. You made it, despite my best efforts. Not that I was really trying to hit you, you understand. Just a bit of fun. But tell me, did you enjoy meeting my little bar girl? Dead ringer, I thought. I'd rather it had been Anya, to be honest. Honest! There you go. An honest man is hard to find these days. I'd like to contact Caitlin. Let her know her mother is safe. I assume she is safe. Black scratched his cheek.
Come way in, Brandon.
I can't be offering hospitality out here. Let me see Anya first. Black came down the wooden steps 2 at a time. His movements were languid but surprisingly quick for a big man. Although the mortar tube was on its side, smoking gently, harmless now, Moran took an involuntary step back. Jumpy, Brendan? Black came to a halt just outside the boundary of Moran's personal space. Can't blame you for that, I suppose. But you lost, my friend. Better get used to the idea. The game's over. Too late to hero. Moran saw the pistol, nestling in Black's easy grip. The Irishman could kill him where he stood, throw him over the cliff. It would be days, weeks maybe, before his remains washed up on a beach somewhere. You don't know for certain. Moran kept his voice low and conversational to match Black's. You'll be lucky to get any kind of signal out here. Sure. But if I hadn't thought of that, you'd be calling me a stupid Irishman, am I right? You have a radio. Satellite phone, Brendan. Heard of them. You being from the Bakelite era and all. Of course. There was one less thing to worry about. He could get hold of Charlie. So, what's the story? Black looked at his watch. Around 8.5 minutes till 0 hour, I make it. All you have to do is knock me over the head and make the call, and hope your home team can persuade Caitlin not to hit the button. Does that about cover it, Brendan? Or am I missing something? You might be, as it happens. I'm listening. Moran would have liked to tell Black exactly what he was missing, but that would have meant putting Anya in a potentially life-threatening situation. He tried to keep his eyes focused on Black instead of Anya's measured, creeping progress from the eco-house's front door to the top of the wooden steps. A resourceful woman as ever. The lock hadn't presented much of a problem. Anya's face was pale, her expression murderous. In her right hand she held what looked to Moran like a short length of lead piping. He kept eye contact with Black, moved his arms, tried to channel the Irishman's focus. Caitlin won't do it, Sean. Oh, she'll do it all right. He jerked his head towards the eco-house. Her and her ma, they're like 2 peas in a pod, inseparable. You'd kill Anya with your history? Black's face expressed mild surprise. Ah, you know then. I suppose that's fair play, you being the big detective man. A one-sided attraction, Brendan. Useful back in the day. But you know how these things are. Affairs of the heart, well, the one you're talking about is well past its expiry date. Anya's mouth curled into a snarl as she edged closer, bare feet soundless on the decking. Another 2 steps and she'd be within range. As are contra-UK paramilitary campaigns. The Irishman's expression changed in an instant. No. Black shook his head. You're so wrong, Brendan.
I'm not done with England yet. But most, if not all, your contemporaries are. 1988, Good Friday, mean anything to you? Nothing. It means nothing. You're decommissioned, Sean. Never! At that moment, Anya swung the piping, but Black seemed to sense something, moved forward a fraction, turned. The blow caught Black on his shoulder blade. He staggered, almost lost his footing, righted himself as Anya came in for a second strike. Black recovered fast. He ducked under Anya's swing, spun around and caught her by the throat, the piping clattering to the decking. It was over in a split second. Breathing hard, Black hoisted Anya off her feet. Her hands scrabbled and scratched at his muscular arms, but Black's grip was firm. Moran made as if to assist, but Black's eyes shot him a warning. Anya's cheeks were turning blue, eyes bulging, legs kicking. Black relaxed his grip a fraction, set her feet back onto the decking. She took a whoop of air, coughed, spat, cursed, struggled. "Fiery little girl, aren't ye?" Black said in Anya's ear. "I should have remembered, but memory's a funny thing, not always to be trusted, eh, Brendan?" He dragged Anya towards the door, all the while keeping his arm wrapped firmly around her neck, the pistol pressing into her flesh. Anya's heels trailed helplessly along the boards. "Come on in, Brendan, why don't you? We'll drink a toast, and you can be on your way back to your English lords, eh?" Moran accepted the invitation. No point staying out here. Whatever chance he had would have to be taken at close quarters. He kept his eyes fixed on Black as he took a cautious step forward. "Good will it do you, Sean? Do you think high-profile murder will get you more support?" Black hauled Anya over the threshold, breathless with the effort of keeping a conversation up while dealing with a kicking and twisted woman. "They'll pay a damn sight more attention, and that much I know. But this is just the beginning, Brandon. They'll soon know who they're dealing with. Now you better come away in, my friend, where I can keep an eye on you."
Chapter 36. The interior of O'Shea's house was unchanged since Moran's last visit. A recently kindled fire burned in the islander's improvised grate. As his eyes grew accustomed to the flickering light, he saw that the packing cases were still in situ. No, he was mistaken. One was missing. Moran glanced through the skirt of glass which formed the rear of the eco-house. The missing box was just outside, lid half on, half off, as if O'Shea, or perhaps Black, had been interrupted during an inspection of its contents. "Let her go, Sean." Black jammed the pistol harder into Anya's neck. "She'd have brained me without a second thought, and you want me to let her go? I don't think so, Brendan. We'll just sit the next few minutes out if it's all the same to you. Help yourself to a drink." Moran cocked an eyebrow. "It's your brother's hospitality you'll be offering, Sean, but I'm sure Joseph won't object." "Him? The faint-hearted sibling? Keep still, will you?" Black tightened his grip, and although Anya dug her nails into his flesh, drew her closer. Anya's eyes were signalling Moran. She was trying to tell him something. "Don't think I've come alone, Sean. The Gardaí aren't far behind." "Right, and the whole army's along with them." "I'm serious. Take a look if you don't believe me. You've seen Joseph's observation tower." Moran indicated the rear door beyond which O'Shea's Heath Robinson contraption was sited on a raised platform, like some cast-off attraction from a downbeat travelling fair. "Maybe you can take a look for me, Brendan. On you go." Black motioned with his gun hand, easing the pressure on Anya's neck. Anya reacted instantly, grabbing Black's wrist and jerking the automatic towards his head. Her slim finger curled through the trigger guard, clamped over Black's finger and pulled. The gun went off, the bullet striking the roof somewhere above Moran's head. He ducked instinctively, but Anya wasn't finished. In control of the automatic's trigger, if not the direction of its bullets, she fought against Black's stronger arm, the gun waving this way and that, until inevitably Black gained the upper hand and heaved the pistol's muzzle to Anya's chest. Moran hadn't been idle during this frantic exchange. The shotgun was now firmly in his grip. All he needed was a clear target. "Go on, Brendan. Blow us to kingdom come, why don't you?" Black was breathing heavily, sweat clinging to his brow like drops of rain on a cracked windscreen. The gun was over Anya's heart. Moran had no clear shot. With an automatic, possibly, but with a shotgun? The spread would annihilate both of them. He lowered O'Shea's weapon of choice. "Break it." Moran broke the shotgun. 2 new cartridges were in place. He hadn't been sure. At least he knew now, for all the good it was likely to do him. "Put it down, carefully, on the table." Moran put the gun down.
"Brendan, I'm sorry."
Anya's voice was a husky whisper. "Don't be, just keep calm,
No, you need to listen."
Anya's finger was still jammed against Black's, against the automatic trigger. Something about her tone made Moran's heart begin to pound in a slow, unsteady rhythm.
"A story, is it, Brendan?"
Black was breathing heavily.
"Well, let's listen to the lady. Nothing else to do, eh? I want you to know that I'm truly, truly sorry."
Anya's eyes never left Moran's. She spoke as if Black's presence had become immaterial, as if he had been relegated to some ghostly location where he could do them no harm. Black seemed to feel this too, and it showed in the subtle change of his expression. The Irishman sniffed.
"Get on with it, woman." "I was young," Anya continued. "Not to make an excuse, but we were all idealists in those days, weren't we, Brandon? I followed a call just as you did, but mine was wicked and wrong. This man was my guide, my leader, and I want you to know that I regret my discipleship deeply."
Moran could only listen. He felt a creeping dread what might be coming.
"That day when you met her for lunch, it was such a fine day, wasn't it? Until the clouds came and the rain began slowly at first. I remember just a fine mist, then heavier and heavier till it was a downpour. But by then I was running as fast as I could. I heard it, you see. I heard the explosion even as I ran, as I've heard it every day since."
Moran shook his head. This wasn't right, couldn't be right. "No! No!" he shouted. "It was Rory Dalton. It was done under his orders." He broke off, opened his hands beseechingly, willing her to deny it.
"But you? What are you saying? My God, Anya, what?"
Anya's hand was steady, her finger steely, curled and ready.
"It wasn't Dalton, Brendan. Although he might have taken credit for it to roil you. Sure, that's the sort of thing he'd have done. Now listen to me. I can't atone for what I did. I won't try. But maybe this, at least, will help. Stop this terrible thing from happening. Speak to my daughter. Tell her I died for something worthwhile at least. And tell Donald and Padraig that I love them."
Moran held up his hands. "Anya, please, you don't have to do this, you—" In that instant, Black understood. Anya's body language tried to twist away, but Anya held him close.
"I'm so sorry, Brendan,"
she whispered, and squeezed down hard. The shot threw the entwined couple against the wall. Anya slumped forward. Black staggered into a half-crouched position, his bright shirt red with Anya's or his own blood. Moran couldn't be sure. Black straightened, was trying to extricate his grip from the gun, but Anya's lifeless finger had his right hand trapped. The shotgun was lying on the table, broken where Moran had placed it. Up for grabs. Moran got there first, grabbed the stock and turned, but Black, using Anya's body for cover, had raised the automatic again. Moran fell back, made contact with the rear door, fumbled the shotgun, dropped it as Black's round clipped past his head. The shotgun crashed to the floor, still broken, lost a cartridge. The round rolled diagonally across the floor and came to a rest against one of the table legs. Black had managed to extricate his finger. He discarded Anya's body like a sack of unwanted clothing, began to close the distance between them, savouring the moment.
Just you and me, Brendan, and that's how it should be.
You had a woman do your dirty work. Moran edged towards the open hearth, where he could at least be sure of partial cover. Too much of a coward to do it yourself, Sean, eh? Is that what you like? Does it give you a feeling of power, having women under your control?
I didn't know she was going to be driving your car that day, Brendan.
Black shrugged, as if apologising for some minor offence.
I like both the Hannigan girls, sure enough. What can I say? You got away with it. I never got a second chance to take you out. But now...
Black crept forward another pace.
Now we're full circle. It's all come round again like I hoped it would.
Moran stepped briskly to the fire and seized the cool end of a burning shard of timber. It wasn't much, but it was something. Splinters scored his flesh.
You'd hit me with your wee piece of wood, would you now, Brendan? Well, I don't think so.
Black jinked to the left, snapped off a shot. Moran felt it zip past his right ear, strike somewhere on the Eco House's set of aircraft windows, blow out a pane. He retreated to the back door, pushed against it, felt the decking beneath his feet, a brisk wind blowing in from the Atlantic. How many bullets did Black have left? One at least, two maybe. The decking afforded little cover, just the steel gate of O'Shea's scissor lift. Steel was good. Moran backed away from the door, right hand outstretched, waving the burning log as if warding off some lumbering Hollywood monster. The monster appeared in the doorway. The gun rose to Black's eye level, steadied. This one was going to count.
This one might have your name on it, Brendan.
Moran continued his retreat, feeling behind him with his left hand, never taking his eyes off Black's automatic. His hand found metal, and he felt a slight give. The gate was unlocked.
Game over, Brendan.
Moran judged his throw. He'd always been rubbish at football. Rugby was more his thing. He remembered the fly-half's job, stoop low, scoop up the ball, a lobbing spin out to the centre. The feeling of elation as the centre picked it up, dodged, made his own pass. Job done. He had one shot at this, and he was a hard target. Not fair, but then life never was. Moran took aim and let the brand fly. It was more a lob than a throw. The burning wood arched across the short distance, and for a moment Moran's stomach lurched. He'd missed completely. He'd pitched long. But his goddess was still on point. The brand struck the Eco House's wall of many windows and bounced off at an angle. The angle was good. The glowing timber disappeared into the half-open ammunition box before Black had the time or wit to mock Moran's effort. Moran reckoned he had a precious few seconds. Not long enough, but he gave it a go. He fell back again, this time onto and into the scissor lift platform, felt the steel shutter spin shut on its spring. His hand reached out to the two buttons. One was blue, the other red. Blue for go. Blue, please, God. Moran's stomach protested as the lift shot up at the speed he recalled from O'Shea's demonstration. The explosion came a fraction of a second later, a cracking thump of exploding ammonial which sent a shockwave outwards and upwards. Moran felt the lift judder and rock, and for a moment thought the whole contraption was doomed. How high was he? High enough. The lift held. Once the initial blast had dissipated, the violent swaying eased, settled into a gentle horizontal side-to-side bumping. Moran lay on the platform and waited until the movement had eased to a point where he thought he might be able to stand and take stock. His hands grasped the platform's flimsy walls, just steel netting stretched over thin supporting rods. He pulled himself up and peered over the side. The devastation below took him by surprise. The decking was matchwood, The lift's survival presumably due to the strength of the steel base which supported it. The eco-house too was half demolished, the glass wall laying glittering shards among shredded woodwork and O'Shea's personal belongings. Far off to the right, he caught sight of Black's shirt, ripped, reddened and blackened. The half-destroyed roof revealed Anya's prone body, lying where she had fallen. Moran prayed and pressed the red button. If the electrics had been damaged, he'd have no recourse except a risky descent. He'd have to shin down the lift's scissor frame, hope his strength would hold out, and avoid any exposed high-voltage cables on the way down. The lift, however, obediently began a slow, if shaky, descent. Moran clung to the rail and tried to calm himself. His head was pounding and his hands shaking. As he stepped off the platform, his legs threatened to give way, but somehow they carried him automatically across the debris-strewn landscape and into the remains of O'Shea's house. A search of the room revealed Black's satellite phone, secreted in an empty drawer, along with a passport and some papers Moran didn't bother looking at. There was something lying on the floor next to Anya's lifeless body. He bent and picked it up. Her photographs, fallen from her jeans pocket. He flicked through them. They were all of Caitlin. Here was the one she had showed him in the safe house, and another. Wait, the background looked familiar. He studied the print. Thames House, surely. The photo had been taken on Lambeth Bridge, the unmistakable bulk of MI5's headquarters looming behind. The penny dropped with an almost palpable clunk. Moran shook his head in disbelief. How had he missed it? The answer came quickly. Because she was damn good, Moran, you thick Irish clod. She had you fooled. And Black, too. But not her mother. Not her closest buddy. Moran looked from the photograph to Anya's pale face, back and forth, back and forth. You knew, didn't you? You ran because you didn't want to compromise your daughter's operation. Not because you thought Caitlin would be forced to commit an act of terror if her mother's head was in Black's noose. Moran fiddled with the satellite phone. He figured out how to turn it on after a minute or so. It took a while to get through, but time was of no consequence now. What had happened had happened. Charlie, yes, I'm all right. Listen, I'm sorry to have to tell you this. When he'd finished, he threw the phone aside, went to the tattered sofa, sat down. Charlie had confirmed his theory. MI5 had caught a mole, an operational one at that. The most dangerous kind. So, some good news had come out of this after all. Now there was no wall to hide it. He could see the sea directly ahead. The horizon, a clear pencil line separating white-topped waves from grey-white sky. And the lady was safe, the one who mattered. Moran repeated it over and over, taking the information in, rationalizing everything as he always did when things were over. The ones who mattered. But who mattered really in the end? He got up, creaked over the boards, knelt down by Anya's body, took her hand. There was a lot of blood, but at least it would have been quick, no suffering. She had tried to make amends the only way she could, and in doing so, she had undoubtedly saved his life. Now, he knew what had happened all those years ago. He knew who was responsible. She'd made her last confession. He found himself stroking her hand, trying to warm the cooling flesh. It's all right, I've told her. I forgive you. Tears stung his eyes, blurring his vision. God help me, he said. God help me. But I do. I really do forgive you.
Chapter 37. How was I supposed to know? Just tell me that.
You couldn't have known, Bowler, Charlie said. None of us could.
I thought she had the trigger, that she was going to blow it.
I'd have done the same, Bowler. I wouldn't have known either.
If she'd have just told me she was trying to jam the signal.
Then you wouldn't have believed her. There was no time, Bowler, no time.
Tess was there. I mean, she was right there. If she hadn't been there, then...
Charlie nodded. Yep, I know. Smoke was rising from the crater outside the Craven Road entrance, and a partial evacuation of the hospital was underway. The road was newly cordoned off by 5 squad cars, parked bumper to bumper across the junctions at each end. Eldon Road and London Road had been closed, and hospital admissions transferred to the west entrance in Redlands Road. A car was being waved through the cordon, a blue Lexus saloon. The Lexus parked on the opposite pavement, and a slim woman in a smart charcoal business suit stepped out. Her hair was short, brunette, no makeup. She looked up and down the road, beeped the car locked, and walked towards them. "Dad Pepper?" "Yes, who wants to know?" "Detective Chief Superintendent Gilmore. Pleased to meet you at last." She extended a slim hand. Charlie looked at it, looked at Gilmore. Gilmore dropped her hand. "You're upset, I understand that." "Upset? Upset doesn't cover it." Gilmore touched her arm. "Can we go somewhere? Somewhere private?" "DCO Dunsey comes with me." Charlie glanced at Bowler. "If you want to do that, that is, DCO Dunsey."
"You can brief me later, boss," Bowler said, looking Gilmore up and down. "I'll be with Tess."
"Of course," Gilmore nodded. "The gardens, then, perhaps, D.I. Pepper?" Charlie nodded. They crossed the strangely empty London Road and went into the Memorial Gardens. The square seemed sombre. Borage weed was rampant, and there were few perennials to lighten the impression of neglect. Gilmore perched herself on a bench and invited Charlie to join her on the peeling woodwork. "I'll stand, thanks," Charlie said. "Very well." Gilmore joined her hands together. "The first thing is, you must realize that I wasn't at liberty to impart any information which would be likely to compromise the operation." "You could have said something. I didn't need details, just that there was something big going down, that's all." "I did make it very clear that we had everything covered, D.I. Pepper." Charlie said nothing. "That was true up to a point. And you thought I was being obstructive, uncooperative, isn't that right?" Gilmore's tone was reasonable and measured. "If I'd known—" "If you'd known, that would mean that I'd told you, which in turn would mean that sensitive information had been shared concerning a top-secret operation, yes?" Charlie fumed silently. She tore at a low-hanging branch, pulling a few leaves off. "You must see that I wasn't within my remit to divulge such sensitive information." "To hell with your bloody remit!" Charlie waved her arm towards the hospital. "I have one of my best officers in there. She might die because of your sodding remit." "I'll thank you to keep your voice down, D.I. Pepper." Gilmore leaned forward. The senior officer's eyes were clear, as was the translucent skin at her temples. Creaseless, no laughter lines, a career woman as Charlie had guessed, married to the job. "The important things here are—" Gilmore spread the fingers of her left hand and rapped her pinky with her right forefinger. "Number 1, the Duchess is unharmed. Number 2, we have caught a very dangerous mole, an on-the-ground operator who'd chucked in his chances with a terrorist organization. He'd been on the highly suspect list for quite a while, and MI5 have gone to great lengths to expose him. Via Caitlin Hannigan." Charlie folded her arms. "Yes. Who was he? Who is he?" The question took Charlie by surprise. But it mattered, she realized. She wanted to know. She owed the team that much. She owed it to Tess. "A senior operative, sadly. One of our best. Money problems. He took a bribe."
Gilmore reached into a pocket and produced a passport-sized photograph, handed it to Charlie. "Keep it." Charlie examined the photograph. Young guy, mid-30s, good-looking in a rough sort of way, nondescript, really. The type of bloke you passed every day in the shopping mall, down the pub, at the gym. Caitlin put her neck on the line to catch him. "We owe her a great deal." "I arrested her, for God's sake. I was going to charge her with murder." "We had the situation under control, and we had faith in Miss Hannigan's abilities. It's not any Tom, Dick or Harry who gets selected for her kind of deep cover work, I can tell you." "What a mess! What a bloody awful mess!" Charlie threw the crushed leaves down, swept a hand over her hair. "Not from our perspective, as I'm trying to make clear. Our mole has been outed, our asset is safe, and furthermore, we have the names of most, if not all, of the top UK-based contacts associated with Sean Black." "Dear Pepper," a uniform appeared at the gate. Charlie raised her arm. "What now?" "I have DCI Moran patched through on my radio. He wants a word." "Come in." "I expect we'll want a word with DC Moran too," Gilmore said, "when he sees fit to return." "Not now, George." Charlie didn't need to look up. She recognized the knock. The door opened anyway. "I need to know. Sorry. I just—" George McConnell made futile gestures with his hands. Charlie took a deep breath, pressed her hands wearily to her eyes. "She'll live, that's all I can say. That's all they could tell me. She lost a lot of blood. Her heart stopped. They got her back while she was still on the road. She's burned, but not badly. The bomb was designed to explode vertically, which probably saved her life. She was in theatre within 5 minutes. She's in the right place in that sense." George nodded. "The right place." "Look, George, I know what you're thinking. I had no choice. You understand that, don't you?" George stood in front of her desk, tight-lipped, nodded again. "If I hadn't sent Tess in, the car might have been a few metres closer to the bomb. The Duchess." Right, the Duchess." Charlie swallowed hard, moistened her lips. She could see that George was trembling, keeping himself under control with some considerable effort. She opened a drawer, took out the photograph Gilmore had given her. "This is the guy MI5 were after. The mole." George took the photograph and gave it a cursory glance. "So we can all sleep safe in our beds tonight. One less baddie to worry about." He handed it back. Charlie wasn't fooled. "You recognise him? How come?" George shook his head vehemently. "Recognise him? No way. Never seen him before in my life." "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure." Charlie narrowed her eyes. Should she probe further? Was it significant? "Let it go, Charlie. Now's not the time." "Like I said," George ploughed on, "he's just another bad guy off the street, right?" Charlie nodded. "Right. And who knows how many lives saved. It's a good result, George, despite the fact we nearly screwed the whole thing up." George opened his mouth to reply, thought better of it, contented himself with a muttered expletive. "It's over, George. There's nothing else we can do." "Aye, it's too late, so too bad." Charlie had no answer for that. She just gave her officer a tight smile. "Thanks for your efforts, George. Go home. Tomorrow's another day." She watched George McConnell's retreating figure, anger and hurt radiating from his body like a force field, until she lost sight of him at the far end of the IR. Charlie looked at her desktop with its piles of files and papers. The file directly in front of her, in its buff vanilla folder, was labelled Teresa Jane Martin, DC TVP, DOB 10th of the 12th, 1981. Should she go back to the hospital or wait for news? She wanted to be there when Tess came round. It was only right. Because at the end of the day, Charlie, it was down to you. It was your call. Charlie went to the internal window and shut the blinds. What would Moran say on his return? How would he judge her? He left her in charge. Charlie sat back down at her desk, thumbing Tess Martin's file, bending the corner up and down, until the label blurred and swam out of focus. "I'm sorry, Tess. I'm so sorry." George McConnell waited across the road from the unremarkable-looking semi-detached house, loitering in the lamplight like an assignee on some undercover stakeout, which would have been a strong preference. It had taken a huge effort of will to get this far, especially with 2 pubs en route. To say that he could murder a drink would be a wild understatement, but truth be told, the photo had shaken him badly. It had all come back in a rush. The pub, the fight, the guy who tried to bottle him. The mole. He'd had a close encounter with the mole, the centerpiece of the whole operation, and frankly, anything could have happened. Everything had been a blank the following day. A blinding headache, total amnesia. But one glance at the photo had lit the whole scene up as if under a spotlight. The guy had pushed him outside, made a spectacle of him, and in doing so had probably saved his life. George remembered his reaction, what he'd said to Charlie. Just another bad guy off the street. But what was bad? What was good? George stamped his feet. He really needed a drink. Come on, George, this isn't for you. A pint and a whiskey chaser instead. What harm? Just the one. Then head home, grab a takeaway, watch a film. But he knew it wouldn't be just the one. It never was. By the time he'd got home, he wouldn't be able to find the TV, let alone watch a film. It was time to sort this out, once and for all. A middle-aged woman was walking a dog on the opposite pavement. She shot him a suspicious look while the animal gave the lamppost a thorough watering. Neighbourhood watch, I'll bet, George thought. She'll be reporting me as a dodgy character as soon as she gets in. The nearest pub was just around the corner. The Bull, George knew it well. And they knew George equally well. Quieter than the Falcon, the station's favourite watering hole, and a better section of scotch to boot, a no-brainer. George took the invitation from his trouser pocket, glanced through the last few paragraphs. Attendees will usually be asked to keep an open mind to attend meetings at which recovered alcoholics describe their personal experiences in achieving sobriety, and to read AA literature describing and interpreting the AA program. AA members will usually emphasize to newcomers that the only problem drinkers themselves individually can determine whether or not they are in fact alcoholics. At the same time, it will be pointed out that all available medical testimony indicates that alcoholism is a progressive illness, that it cannot be cured in the ordinary sense of the term, but that it can be arrested through total abstinence from alcohol in any form. George sighed, folded the invitation, put it back in his pocket. He thought of Tess lying unconscious in the hospital ward. What would she say? What would she want him to do? It was a short walk to the front door, but a walk, nevertheless, which had taken him many years to begin. The porch light was on, and through the curtained lounge window George could hear voices raised in friendly conversation. He took a deep breath, reached out, and rang the doorbell. Chapter 38. If Moran never saw the inside of a hospital again, he'd be a happy man, but fate seemed to have other ideas. He found his way to Donald's ward easily enough, but hesitated on the threshold. What could he say? How could he explain what had happened? A white-coated doctor brushed past him, buzzed the door open. Moran followed, his nostrils flaring at the conflicting smells of antiseptic, institutional food, and that indefinable smell of illness, which was in his mind the worst of the three. A ward nurse directed him to the left, and then to the right.
He caught sight of Galeish first, and then Padraig, the former sitting attentively at Donald's bedside in what seemed to be the only supplied chair, the latter standing awkwardly on the other side, passing his smartphone self-consciously from one hand to the other, and clearly wishing he was somewhere else. "Brendan." Galash's smile was wide and welcoming. "How are you? Donald's been anxious to see you." "I'll bet." Moran conjured some facsimile of a smile as he approached. Donald raised his head from the pillow and grunted a greeting. He looked pale and washed out. "Ah, it's yourself, Brendan." "He doesn't know." Galash's loaded look conveyed Donald's ignorance loud and clear. Donald raised his hand weakly. "Will you have some fruit, or—" Moran waved Donald's offer away. "Listen, Donald, I'm glad to see you're on the mend, but I have something to tell you." Donald rested his head on the pillow and listened without comment as Moran brought him up to date with the events which had taken place on Great Blasket. When he finished, there was a silence in which the background noises of the ward seemed magnified. The chink of syringe trays, the rustling of privacy curtains being drawn, the quiet chatter from the nurse's station, a phone ringing long and unanswered. Galaish reached out and took Donald's hand, careful to avoid the cannula sight on her brother's wrist with its slight discoloration and bruising. "I had no idea, Donald said quietly. "Oh my God, I had no idea." He shook his head repeatedly from side to side, as if his disbelief alone would counter the truth of Moran's words. "Did she suffer?" Padraig's smartphone had fallen onto the bed, forgotten, and his voice was a barely controlled blurt. Moran shook his head, put his hand on the boy's shoulder. "No, son. She died instantly. I'm so sorry. There's nothing I could do." "Don't blame yourself," Padraig said. "It's my fault. I should never have listened to him." He covered his eyes. "No," Galaish said. "It's not your fault, Padraig. Sean Black was a manipulator, an expert manipulator. You're not to feel responsible, isn't that right, Brendan?" "Listen to your aunt, son. She's spot on." "Oh, God," Donald was saying under his breath. "I never knew. How did I not know?" He looked up at each of them in turn, desperate for an answer. "I should have known. Isn't that right? It was my business to know." His eyes misted over and his head sank back into the pillow. A nurse came by, fiddled with his cannula, checked the drip, tapped the plastic bottle with the back of her index finger, made a satisfied noise in her throat, smiled and withdrew. Donald hardly noticed the intrusion. His mouth worked soundlessly as he wrestled with impossible questions. "I'd better be on my way," Moran said. He bent and kissed Galash's cheek, turning to Padraig. "Look after your dad, son. He needs you now." O'Shea was waiting, as he'd said he would, by the roadside at Dunquin. Moran left the car on the verge and got out. A seagull circled overhead, cawing insistently as it scanned earth and water for sustenance. The islander was standing with his arms loosely at his sides, looking out to sea where the Blasket Islands squatted, dark and mysterious, in the grey waters of the Sound. Autumn was closing in. The clouds were gathering, and Moran wondered what O'Shea was planning for the winter. It was a harsh life on Great Blasket, even with O'Shea's highly honed survival skills. Moran felt a pang of conscience at the damage he'd caused to the islander's home, but what could he have done to prevent it? "So," O'Shea looked him up and down, "time for you to be off, is it? Leaving me with the mess to clear up." "I'm sorry about your house." "But not my brother." "Honestly? Not so much, no." The islander nodded. "We had a deal, remember?" "He was pointing a gun at my head, and that was after the mortar. What would you have done? I had no choice. It was him or me." O'Shea sniffed
weighing Moran's words. "Drink." Moran accepted the hip flask. The wind was chilly, and he was only wearing a light jacket and chinos. He'd had to bin his heavier winter coat, burned and torn as it was. "Thanks." He handed O'Shea the flask. "Anya told me what she did all those years ago," he said. "You knew, didn't you?" O'Shea stroked his beard contemplatively. His cheeks were red and weather-beaten, but the big man radiated fitness and vitality. His hands shifted from beard to ponytail, toyed with the rope-like coil. "I knew, yes. But you didn't see fit to tell me." "No, I didn't think it would improve your motivation to track Anya down, Inspector Moran. If I'd been stupid enough to let out something like that, I might never have found out." "Oh, I think you're underestimating her, sure I do. That kind of guilt is hard to live with. She'd have found a way to tell you eventually." "Eventually?" Moran faced the sea, felt the salt breeze on his own cheeks. He reached into his pocket, took out the photo album. "Here," he held it out. "Anya would have wanted you to have this." O'Shea took it, nodded. "Thanks. You can be proud of your daughter." Her mother certainly was. "I don't need to hear that from the likes of you. I'll feel what I feel and be proud of who I'm proud of without your say-so." "I did what I could, O'Shea. Anya saved my life. It could have worked out very differently. I've lost a brother, Moran, and a very old friend. I could work things out differently for you if I were that way inclined." "But you won't, and you're not." Moran looked into O'Shea's deep-set eyes. "You know what your brother was. A man out of time, a man who couldn't let go. It was always going to end badly for him, you know that." "You got lucky," O'Shea replied. "Sean killed better men than you in his lifetime, so he did." Moran nodded. "I know better than the next, O'Shea. And I've always said you make your own luck." "Maybe we better leave it there, Inspector." O'Shea extended his hand. "We won't meet again." Moran shook the islander's hand. "I'm genuinely sorry about your house." "Houses can be rebuilt," O'Shea said. "Some things can never be repaired." The islander made his way down the stone steps to the low cleft in the rocks where he stored his dinghy. A few minutes later, the sound of an outboard engine floated up from the beach. The dinghy soon came into view, cutting a wide wake in the water as it forged across the strait towards the waiting islands. Moran sat on the wall and watched the dinghy's progress until the sound of its engine had faded, and the only sound was the susurration of the waves against the rocks and the background cries of the gulls. The sun was low in the sky by the time Moran opened the little churchyard gate for Galash and stepped aside to allow her through. Wordlessly, they followed the winding path through the gravestones towards the familiar spot. Moran was thinking of Anya's guilt, how she'd carried it for so many years, living with the knowledge that one day, perhaps, it would all be revealed. And she could hardly have predicted how that was to work itself out. How she had become a pawn, a hostage in her daughter's web of spies, murder and terrorism. Now I know, but it makes no difference. Nothing would ever make a difference. Galash slipped her hand into his, and Moran felt a small shock at this demonstration of her warmth towards him. Full circle, he supposed, of a kind. Perhaps this was it. The possibility of some alternative existence to the life he had endured for so many years. An end to all the deaths, the deceit, his sheer ongoing dismay at the hopelessness of the human condition. "It's peaceful here, isn't it?" Galash murmured. "She'd like it." "She would that," Moran agreed. "She was a country girl at heart, like yourself." He gave her hand a squeeze. They separated naturally as they approached the grave, took up positions, facing each other on either side, heads bowed.
The silence was profound. Galash was the first one to break it. "You see," she said, "she'll always be between us, no matter how hard we try to make it otherwise." Moran had a lump in his throat. He could only nod. "You can visit as often as you like, Brendan." Galash smiled at him across the gulf. "In any case, you're not ready for the quiet life. Not at all." She shook her head. "What was it you said to me that first evening? About the fear of slowing down, being stuck inside all the time?" "The thought of being trapped inside all day, filling me with horror, you mean?" "Yes, that. You'd be lost without your job." "I could change." Galash looked down again at the inscription on the headstone. "Maybe you could," she said. "I have my doubts, but just maybe you could." She drew her coat tightly around her as a strong gust of wind blew in from the sea, ruffling the grass and disarraying her hair. She swept the red locks behind her ears, drew her collar up. "The thing is, Brendan, although we might be able to change the future, we can't change the past. That's the way it is." Moran nodded. "Yes, you're right, of course." "You think so?" "I do. But at least we have the present. The here and now. No one can take that away," he said, the lump in his throat reducing his voice to a husky whisper. She smiled, the skin taut and thin over her cheekbones. "Yes, of course," Galash said. "We have now." They stood together for a long time, and then, eventually, as if at some unbidden, unheard signal, retraced their steps along the path, away from the spot where the deep shadows hugged the earth, beneath the high wall which faced west, out to the wind and the open sea. Epilogue. Thames House is instantly recognisable as the home of British intelligence. If not by courtesy of many a scene-setting movie shot, then certainly by the heavily armed police presence and security bollards studding the pavement. Moran had received his invitation, or summons as he preferred to interpret it, via DCS Higginson the day after his return from Ireland. Side door, Brendan, I think. Tradesman's entrance. Well, not quite, but close. Moran moved away from the imposing row of main doors beneath the front arch and walked along the side of the building, where he soon came to a smaller, self-evidently bomb-proof alternative, which in turn led into a tiny security room, lined ceiling to floor with thick ballistic glass. A security team scrutinized him suspiciously from the other side of the barrier. One beckoned him to the intercom. Moran cleared his throat and introduced himself. 10 minutes later, after a rigorous set of security checks, he was shown into a nondescript room with 2 chairs and a table and told to wait. Presently, a severe-looking middle-aged woman in a dark purple jacket and trousers put her head around the door and told him to follow. They walked along corridor after corridor, past closed door markers with bewildering combinations of letters and numbers. Moran wondered what was happening behind them. Probably best not to know. Eventually his guide paused before one marked simply 22AC and knocked. A muffled "Come in." His guide opened the door and indicated that he should enter. The door closed behind him, and Moran found himself standing before a leather-topped bureau, behind which an avuncular-looking man in his early 50s was busy cleaning out an elegant meerschaum pipe. 2 chairs of the sturdy functional type had been placed before the desk. "Ah!" He looked up at Moran and gestured to his pipe. "Can't smoke the damn thing in here, but at least I'm able to conduct a little maintenance work, eh? Have a seat." Moran chose a seat, sat down and crossed one leg over the other. It cramped almost immediately, and he was obliged to uncross and stretch the offending limb. "Leg still a problem? Bad business, that Charnford case. Irish again, if I remember correctly." "Yes, it is, and yes."
but not in a paramilitary sense on that occasion, Moran replied. He wasn't surprised that this elegant stranger knew of his near-fatal episode at Charnford Abbey. He was inside the place of information, after all, the house of secrets. The man looked across the desk at him, not analytically, but with, Moran felt, some small degree of scrutiny. "Quite so," his host said at last, tapping the bowl of his pipe gently against a pewter ashtray. A few remaining shards of tobacco fluttered into the ashtray, and the man grunted with satisfaction. "That'll do for the time being, I think." He rested the pipe carefully against the ashtray. "Now then, good journey." "Fine, thanks." "My name's not important," the man went on, "but we wanted to be sure of a few things before we allow you to return to active duty, Inspector." "Not before you return," Moran noted, "but before we allow you." And there was a plural, too. "We?" "Indeed," the man pressed a button on his desk. "Send Caitlin in, would you please?" Caitlin Hannigan was in many ways a taller, younger version of Anya. The hair was shoulder-length, the same shade of auburn and red, the mouth full and eased up at the corners. Sure, her mother's traits were clearly discernible, but the brightness of her eyes, the easy, confident movements, the way she carried herself, they were pure O'Shea. Caitlin sat down, turning her chair in towards Moran, a guest of the man behind the desk, but a co-inquisitor nevertheless. "You're sure Black's dead? No messing around, just like her ma?" "As sure as I'm sitting here." "What happened? I want to know everything," Moran told them. The man behind the desk nodded occasionally, toyed with his pipe. Caitlin listened, stopping him if she wanted more detail, waving him on impatiently when he was giving too much, although he took care to tone down the details of Anya's confession and suicide. Moran could see that his narrative was taking its toll. The colour had begun to drain slowly from Caitlin's face, and her hands were involuntarily clasping and unclasping, as she struggled to keep herself under control. Moran's words dried up. "I'm sorry, this must be hard for you to hear." She waved him on again. "I'm all right." She bit down hard on her bottom lip, stuck her chin out. A single rebellious tear slid down her cheek, which she flicked away with an angry gesture. Moran offered his handkerchief, which was declined. Pipeman affected not to notice any of this, the maintenance of his smoking machinery apparently the primary focus of his universe. Moran started up again. By the time he described the arrival of the rescue helicopter, Caitlin's eyes had regained their icy clarity, her voice its steady confidence. "So," she said, "O'Shea wasn't involved?" Moran shrugged. "As I said, only in the sense that he was helping me. He wanted his brother stopped." Caitlin and the man exchanged glances. "What about the explosives and weapons?" she asked. "Yes, well, I can't say whether or not O'Shea was planning to do anything with them. I was under the impression they might have been, how shall I put this, old stock." "And the mortar?" Moran paused, remembering the sounds the shells had made as they dropped from the sky. He'd had one or two nightmares since his unlikely survival. Hardly surprising. If they reoccurred, he supposed he ought to see somebody. That was what people did nowadays, wasn't it? PTS wasn't something that would go away on its own, not without trying to bring the trauma to some kind of philosophical full stop. But he'd managed all right in the past, after Charnford, so what was different? Maybe it was an age thing. He realised that Caitlin and the man were looking at him, waiting. He cleared his throat. "The mortar, yes. My guess is he was trying to save that for official visits, you know? The eviction order kind. I wouldn't put it past him to fire a few warning shots. As for the other boxes," Moran went on, "for all I know, he was using the explosives for quarrying. He's a resourceful guy. He told me he just wants to be left alone. I believe him. I'd be more concerned about Buchanan and O'Mahony." Caitlin waved her arm dismissively. "That's already sorted. They won't cause any further problems." Moran had a few questions of his own. Why didn't you tell D.I. Pepper that you were working deep cover? You could have saved yourself a lot of trouble. Simple. I didn't know who could be trusted. The golden rule, DCI Moran, is never to voluntarily blow your cover with anyone, even investigating police officers. Let me get this straight, Moran said. You contrived a set of political views guaranteed to make Black believe that you would agree to help. He took the bait, if you like. Yes, that's right. With my mother's background in mind, he kept an eye out on me as I was growing up. He was like that, always on the lookout. But he wasn't looking carefully enough to notice that you joined MI5. It's not something we tend to advertise, the man smiled benignly. It's all done very discreetly. Black just believed you to be a communications and wireless expert, trained through the usual channels. Exactly, Caitlin said. Moran's mental list scrolled on. So, why did you pretend you got cold feet? That's why Black went for Anya, wasn't it? To get you back on board. For strategic reasons. What kind of strategic? You must have known it was a gamble. Caitlin's composure faltered once again, but only momentarily this time. She paused, took a breath. It's all a gamble, Chief Inspector. I pretended to withdraw to encourage our mole to step up to the plate and take responsibility for the bomb. JC hates royalty. The upper classes. Toffs, he calls them. Caitlin wrinkled her nose, and Moran saw Anya in the gesture, clear as day. And I mean really hates them, Caitlin went on. Just like Black, we needed JC to nail his colours to the mast, find a way of catching him out. And lo and behold, he took the bait, he stepped up, which left me free to return to the fold in suitably penitent mode, but in a supporting role. She leaned forward. My decision, Chief Inspector. I knew the risks, but you're right, of course. I didn't expect Black to do anything quite so overt as threaten my mother, nor did I expect Niall Briggs to lose it in such spectacular fashion. The basement gunman? Yes. Moran sat forward in his chair. You shot him, didn't you? And my guess is you did it on Black's orders. My doctor friend in pathology described the bullet, and ballistics confirmed our suspicions. Unusual government issue, I believe. Not something a paramilitary group would be likely to obtain. Ergo, it was your gun. He sat back, flushed, realizing that he'd raised his voice, was close to losing his cool altogether. Briggs was out of control, Caitlin said. Black gave him orders to encourage me to keep on with the job in hand, not come after me with a shotgun. He was going to wreck the whole operation. He had to be taken out. It was always trouble. That's just how it was. Probably not a helpful line of inquiry in any case, DCI Moran, the man interrupted smoothly. You must understand that certain, unpleasant actions are sometimes necessary. We won't be troubling the CPS on this particular account. No, I suppose not. Moran shifted in his chair. This was a different world, not an altogether comfortable one. Nevertheless, his curiosity spurred him on. It was a risky strategy, surely. Relying on a wireless jamming device to stop the bomb being detonated, what if it had failed? We'd test our devices thoroughly, the man said. If your enthusiastic DI had backed off as we'd suggested, and DC O'Dunsey had not been present, all would have gone to plan. And had DC Tess Martin not been in situ, it might have been a very different story, Moran countered. Ifs, buts, and maybes, DCI Moran, said the man. No point dwelling on those. How is DC Martin, incidentally? She'll recover. She's a damn good officer. Good. Delighted to hear that. The man tamped at the Meerschaum's bowl's phantom contents. What will you do with JC? Moran had to ask. You don't really want to know, the man said. And actually he realized he didn't, so Moran let it go. His imagination, if he allowed it, would fill in the blanks. Caitlin stood up. Will that be all, sir? Indeed so. Thank you, Miss Hannigan. Moran stood too. The audience was clearly at an end, but Caitlin had paused at the door. How is my father? He'll mend. He's home now. Patrick will be looking after him.
I have no worries on that score. I didn't mean Donald. Ah. There was a moment's awkward silence. The man was busy with a fresh pipe cleaner. Caitlin helped Moran out. I work for British intelligence, Chief Inspector, she said. It's my job to know the facts. Of course. Well, I probably wouldn't be here now if it weren't for him, Moran said. Whatever he's done in your past, I wouldn't hold it against him. To answer your question, he's fit and well. As I said before, all he wants is to be left alone. Caitlin considered this for a moment, then gave a small nod of acquiescence. Thank you, DCI Moran. Nice to meet you, Chief Inspector, Mearsham Man said. He didn't offer to shake hands, so Moran didn't either. If you wouldn't mind stepping outside, I have a few calls to make. Someone should be along to collect you shortly. Halfway across Lambeth Bridge, Moran stopped, leaned on the balustrade by one of the latticed lampstands, took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. It would have been just about at this spot that Caitlin had her photograph taken. Perhaps Anya had taken it herself on some weekend break to visit her daughter. Her daughter, the spook, light years away from her mother's background, a juxtaposition of loyalties if ever there was one. Moran blew out his cheeks, took in the view. To his left, the spires of Westminster. To his right, the slowly revolving London Eye. Beneath him, passing to and fro on the murky waters of the Thames, a constant procession of pleasure boats, barges and tugs. He watched them a while, enjoying the movement of the water, the wash breaking over rusty prows, the smells, sounds and general hubbub of London's river. Compared to the stifling atmosphere of Thames House, it made him feel free and unencumbered. Moran felt the wind on his face, filled his lungs, and continued walking towards the familiar sounds of a city in homeward mode. Officers disgorging weary white collars, construction workers filing from building site turnstiles, pub pavements teeming with early drinkers, impatient taxi drivers honking at weaving cyclists and dispatch riders. He reached the tube entrance at Lambeth North and paused briefly, reluctant to let the feeling go. It was only after the rain began to spatter his coat, just a few droplets at first, and then more persistently, that he turned on his heels and vanished into the depths. The end. This has been Silent as the Dead, DCI Brendan Moran, Book 4. Written by Scott Hunter, narrated by Aubrey Parsons. Copyright 2009 by Scott Hunter. Production copyright by Red Top Media Productions Limited.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.